Chapter 34:11. As long as there was life, there would be no end to the slaughter. Yang Kai stood alone outside the great city barrier array, but he was like an invincible god of death that blocked the torrent of steel from the demon race. He was clearly alone, but the power he exerted was comparable to that of thousands of soldiers and horses. On the city wall, the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City was busy repairing the gap in the great city barrier array. After some hurrying, he finally repaired the great city barrier array. Seeing this, Lin Tong shouted, "Palace Master Yang, we can retreat now." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, "I'm afraid we can't go back." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered, and he appeared in another location. The demon race had created another crack in the great city barrier array at that location. Fortunately, Yang Kai had the foresight to go and fill the gap in advance. Otherwise, the swarming demon race would have really rushed into the city. The same situation as before repeated itself. The demon race army madly rushed toward the crack, but they were stopped by Yang Kai and his hammer. They could not move forward at all. Instead, they left behind countless corpses and suffered heavy casualties. Behind Yang Kai, the few cultivator who was repairing the great city barrier array hurried over and continued their previous work. The battlefield was noisy, and the demon race was brutal. It had only been 15 minutes since the beginning of the battle, but the great city barrier array of Roaring Tiger City had been in danger twice. If Yang Kai had not descended like a divine soldier, the great city barrier array would have been broken long ago. However, how many Yang Kai were there in this world? Although there were more than 10 people from the Emperor Realm in the city, none of the Emperor Realm dared to rush out of the city like Yang Kai and resist the attack of the demon race army with their flesh and blood. Lin Tong used his killer moves to bombard the demon race while observing the situation. Deep worry could be seen on his face. As the city lord of Roaring Tiger City, he could see the biggest drawback of his side. If the demon race army changed their strategy, it would be a problem for them to defend Roaring Tiger City today. What one feared would happen. A moment later, seeing that they couldn't break through the Yang Kai's location and that the crack was mended, the demon race army suddenly split up and rushed in several directions. Lin Tong's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. If the demon race's army gathered all their forces and attacked one place, there was still hope for Roaring Tiger City to be defended. Yang Kai's performance could be said to be extremely stunning. With his protection, it was impossible to break through the formation. But if he were to divide his forces, once several gaps were created in the spirit array, Yang Kai would not be able to defend all of them at once. Facts proved that the demon race army was not fools. What Lin Tong could see, they could naturally see as well. At this moment, they really did so. After a short while, another gap appeared in the formation. Yang Kai rushed in, and just as he finished off the nearby demon race army, he heard a cry of surprise not far away. He looked up and saw that there was also a gap there. The demon race army there was also excited and swarmed toward the gap. Yang Kai sighed in his heart and raised his hand to summon his Dharma body. He asked it to stay in place and guard the gap while he rushed in that direction. As soon as the Dharma body appeared, it started a massacre. Its body, which was dozens of feet tall, gave people a strong visual impact. Its body was angular from top to bottom, and the surface of its body was covered with evil fire. Its back was full of barbs, and it held a demonic war hammer in its hand. It was simply unstoppable. Every time it swung the war hammer, a large amount of blood would rain down. As the heaven-devouring Great Emperor expanded the territory of the demon race army, thick black gas was emitted from the surface of their bodies, and they were all devoured by the Dharma body. The demon race army was stunned. This guy was even more powerful than the human just now. No one knew how it appeared and where it came from, but it guarded in front of the defense formation like a door god. Its defense was impregnable. 2 gaps, 2 figures. The demon race army left thousands of corpses behind, but they couldn't move an inch forward. However, the third gap was soon opened and became the demon race army's breakthrough point. Lin Tong rushed in without hesitation. He didn't dare to rush out like Yang Kai, as he knew his own strength. Although they were both from the Emperor realm, he was only a first-order Emperor realm master. If he really rushed out, he was afraid that he would immediately be drowned by the demon race army. Lin Tong sensibly stayed inside the array, but he didn't hesitate to use his body to block the third gap. With a roar, Lin Tong's thin body swelled up like a balloon. The clothes on his upper body burst open, and his muscles bulged. His whole person grew taller, and an inexplicable aura overflowed from his body. He raised his hand and summoned a giant machete that was taller than a person. It was overflowing with light, and it was obviously of extraordinary quality. Layers of light rippled from the giant machete, turning into boundless blade shadows. Every demon race that rushed in was cut into pieces. Ma Yin and several other cultivators from the Emperor realm from Roaring Tiger City stood aside with solemn expressions. They were not stingy with their Emperor Qi, cooperating with Lin Tong to block the demon race's advance. Fortunately, the array wasn't completely destroyed, and the gap wasn't too big. The number of demon race that rushed in at once wasn't too high, and the combined forces of several cultivators from the Emperor realm from Roaring Tiger City was barely enough to hold the line. Seeing this, the morale of many cultivators was greatly boosted. They released their secret techniques even more fiercely, trying to reduce the number of demon race as much as possible. The fourth gap was also opened. Li Jiao and Gao Shueting followed suit and moved to block it. Although there were only two of them, it was easier for them to defend than Lin Tong and the others. After all, Li Jiao was a third-layer Emperor realm master with a half-dragon bloodline. Although his true strength wasn't at the level of a false emperor, he was still slightly stronger than an ordinary third-layer Emperor realm master. He blocked the gap, and Gao Shueting cooperated with him from the side. No matter how many demon race came, they were all killed. The cultivators on the city wall who were repairing the array were so busy that their feet didn't even touch the ground. They rushed here and there like firefighters, repairing the gaps wherever there was one. Just as one gap was repaired, another was broken. Fortunately, the demon race's army was also lacking in strength. Otherwise, if one or two more gaps were created, Roaring Tiger City wouldn't be able to defend itself. Yang Kai and the embodiment also constantly changed their positions, heading to the gaps to guard them. At every moment, the array looked like it was in imminent danger, but it still stood strong. After a full hour, tens of thousands of demon race's army had been killed or injured, but Roaring Tiger City's army had no casualties. This was simply unimaginable, but it was all thanks to the power of the array. The cultivator of Roaring Tiger City was hiding behind the array, so as long as the array wasn't broken, they wouldn't be in any danger. However, many people couldn't bear to use their power continuously for 2 hours. Many people in the city took pills to replenish their power, and some even meditated to adjust their breathing. Judging from the situation, if nothing unexpected happened, Roaring Tiger City really wasn't in any danger. However, accidents always happened when one wasn't paying attention. Outside the city wall, Yang Kai's killing intent was awe-inspiring. Under the fluctuating space principles, he could defeat any enemy within 30 feet. Countless demon race cultivators exploded into blood mists, leaving no corpses behind. The ground had turned into piles of minced flesh. Suddenly, Ma Yin's shout rang in his ears, "City Lord, be careful." Her voice was mixed with panic and fear. Yang Kai turned his head to look, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow. He saw that Lin Tong's eyes were wide open, and his legs had somehow sunk deep into the ground. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get out. Obviously, he had been set up. At this moment, a Demon King-level blood demon burst out from the gap in front of him, and pounced at him with a ferocious grin. Lin Tong didn't panic. Showing the demeanor of a second-order Emperor Realm Master, he slashed the big saber in his hand forward. The blood demon had no intention of dodging at all. It allowed the saber to cut into its body, but its body turned into a cloud of blood mist. Without any resistance, it wrapped around Lin Tong tightly. The blood mist was like a living creature, drilling into Lin Tong's 7 orifices. Lin Tong's face changed. He couldn't help but groan, and his body trembled violently. Ma-in and the others were all stunned. They didn't know what to do. This was the first time they had fought against the demon race, so they didn't know the characteristics of the 100 races in the demon territory. Even though they had heard some rumors before, how could they compare to their own experience? If the blood demon was fighting with Lin Tong, they might have been able to provide some help, but in this strange situation, they didn't know how to deal with it. In the blink of an eye, a large number of members of the demon race rushed in from the gap, and a monstrous demonic chi rushed towards them, causing everyone's face to change drastically. Lin Tong suddenly turned his head and glanced in the direction of Yang Kai. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "Palace Master Yang, I'll leave Roaring Tiger City to you." Saying so, he waved his saber and chopped down on his own body. Blood splattered everywhere. Lin Tong's legs had been severed at the waist. He dragged his crippled body, wrapped in a bloody light. With a roar, he charged out of the city, plunging headfirst into the devil army. Terrifying power fluctuations surged, causing the surrounding demon race to pale. The blood demon king, who had turned into a bloody mist and wrapped around Lin Tong, hurriedly retreated, looking at him in horror and cursing, "Madman." But how could Lin Tong allow him to escape? Pushing his emperor chi, he opened his arms and hugged him. The blood demon king was shocked and struggled with all his might, his hands turning into sharp claws as he dug holes in Lin Tong's chest. Lin Tong's expression remained unchanged, and a dazzling light burst out from his body. A loud bang rang out, with Lin Tong as the center. The area within a radius of 500 meters was emptied. Not only was the blood demon king's corpse nowhere to be seen, but even the thousands of demon race had disappeared. "City Lord!" Ma-in cried out in grief, and the eyes of the other Roaring Tiger City's people from the Emperor realm also turned red. They felt the blood in their bodies boiling, crying out in grief, and clamoring to avenge Lin Tong. This was the first person to die in today's battle, but no one expected that the first person to die would be the city lord of Roaring Tiger City. Just as they were in a daze, a pair of hands quietly reached out from under Ma Yin's feet and grabbed her. Just now, Lin Tong was also caught by these hands and was stuck in the ground, unable to move. Ma Yin was in grief and did not notice. Yang Kai's figure suddenly flashed over, and while pushing Ma Yin away, he slapped the ground with his palm, causing the power of space principles to surge. The ground trembled and a muffled groan came from underground, as if something had been crushed. Only then did Ma Yin look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced at her and quickly said, "Sand demons are best at escaping through the earth, be careful." Chapter 34:12. After hearing what he said, Ma Yin and the others finally understood what had happened to Lin Tong just now. Since the sand demon could ambush Lin Tong, a second-order Emperor Realm Master, it must also be a demon king. But such a master was still killed by Yang Kai from a distance. How strong was Yang Kai exactly? There was no time to be shocked because a large number of demon race cultivators were pouring in from the gap again. Without Yang Kai guarding the gap on the other side, the demon race also broke through the defense. More and more demon race cultivators poured into the city and engaged the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City in a bloody battle on the city wall. People kept falling to the ground and dying. It was the first time that the cultivator on the city wall fought the demon race at such a close distance. How could they compare to the bravery and fearlessness of the demon race? It could be said that they were routed at the first touch. The role of the army supervisor was finally realized. The 5,000 army supervisors were not just a joke Yang Kai made up. They really existed. Anyone who took a step back would be killed by the army supervisor in the next moment. The demon race was at the front and the army supervisor was at the back. If they took a step back, they would definitely die. If they resisted, they might still have a chance to live. At this time, there was no doubt that there was only one choice. Coupled with the shocking scene of Lin Tong sacrificing himself just now, many cultivators' blood was stimulated. They roared and rushed into the demon race's camp, determined to bite off a piece of meat from the demon race even if they had to die. Yang Kai raised his arms and shouted at the right time, "If the city lives, we live. If the city dies, we die. Kill." After a brief moment of panic and discomfort, the morale of the cultivators of Roaring Tiger City finally rose. They fought fiercely against the demon race. Ma Yin led by example and rushed to the forefront. She was not inferior to any man. Profound and obscure incantations sounded. Yang Kai waved his hand and a large number of light rays enveloped the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City. The two war wizard spells, Bloodthirst Spell and Life Chain, bloomed dazzlingly again. Under the effect of Bloodthirst Spell, the fear of the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City was swept away. The Life Chain connected the vitality of thousands of cultivators together, allowing them to withstand more damage without dying. They held it. Everybody was surprised to find that the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City was able to fight against the army of the demon race despite being outnumbered after countless gaps were broken in the city defense array. Of course, it was because of the geographical advantage that the army of the demon race could not fully break into the city. Only a small part of them had broken into the city, but it was enough to boost everybody's confidence and let them know that the demon race was not invincible after all. The place where the Emperor Realm was located became a forbidden zone for life. The demon race could not break through their defense line at all. No matter how many people rushed at them, they all fell to the ground. The demon kings had obviously noticed the situation too. They all took action and attacked the cultivators of the Emperor Realm in Roaring Tiger City. That, however, was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. If the demon kings had been hiding in the army of the demon race, he might not have been able to find them. After all, there were too many of them. However, they had taken the initiative to attack recklessly, which was tantamount to exposing their location and giving Yang Kai a chance to kill them. Yang Kai's figure wandered back and forth on the battlefield. Wherever he passed, the demon race suffered countless casualties. One demon king after another was killed by Yang Kai on the spot. Without the command of the demon kings, the originally orderly army of the demon race gradually became disorganized. However, the demon race was not afraid of death and took the initiative to charge into the encirclement of the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City, giving the cultivators of Roaring Tiger City a chance to gather and annihilate them. Half a day later, the army of the demon race was still attacking, but the situation on the battlefield had taken a turn for the worse. On the city wall of Roaring Tiger City, densely packed heads stood, all of which belonged to the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City. There was not a single demon race figure to be seen. All the demon race that had rushed in had been killed. The number of the demon race army had also been reduced by more than half. It was not until this moment that the demon race seemed to realize that something was wrong because the demon kings were nowhere to be seen on the battlefield. Even the demon king who had been giving orders in the rear had been assassinated by Yang Kai. What a mess. Although the demon race was not afraid of death, they would not make meaningless sacrifices. When they saw no hope of victory, they would naturally choose to retreat. Groups of demon race retreated, and gradually, the army of the demon race retreated. The shaky defender array was suddenly deactivated at this moment, and Yang Kai led tens of thousands of cultivators to rush out, chasing after the enemy for thousands of miles. Along the way, the demon race left countless corpses behind. It was not until they were thousands of miles away that they retreated. Looking in the direction of the demon race's escape, every cultivator was gasping for breath. Every one of them was covered in blood, as if they had just walked out of a sea of blood, but no matter who it was, they all looked excited. We won. Despite being outnumbered by several times, Roaring Tiger City had won the battle at a very small price, which was something that no one had dared to imagine before the war began. They all thought that they would definitely die this time, and that Roaring Tiger City would definitely be reduced to demon land. But the reality gave them a big surprise. And there was only one person who created this surprise. Pairs of eyes looked at Yang Kai, who was covered in blood, with reverence on their faces. If Yang Kai had not guarded the gap in the formation at the beginning, the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City would not have had the chance to reduce the number of the demon race's army. If Yang Kai had not killed the demon king on his own, the demon race's army would not have been scattered. If Yang Kai had not performed that magical secret skill, the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City would not have been able to compete with the demon race. In the end, if he had not led everyone to chase after the enemy, the result of the battle would not have been so brilliant. At this moment, whether it was the native cultivator of Roaring Tiger City or the reinforcements from the 3 territories, they only had a strong sense of identity with this young man. The army was united. Ma Yin stepped out and cupped her fists. "Governor, please give the order." Lin Tong sacrificed himself for a noble cause and entrusted Roaring Tiger City to Yang Kai before he died. Coupled with Yang Kai's various performances in this battle, no one would be convinced to be the governor of Roaring Tiger City. Only Yang Kai was qualified to be the governor. He was the High Heaven Palace's palace master in the first place, so he did not care too much about the governor of Roaring Tiger City. At this moment, he would not decline anything. He nodded and said, "Let's go back. The demon race will come back again. Go back and fix it properly." "Yes." Everyone responded. Half a day later, the army returned to the city. Someone would count the number of casualties, and the injured would be treated and settled down properly. The city walls and the damaged formation of Roaring Tiger City were also being repaired in full swing. However, the momentum of the entire Roaring Tiger City was completely different from a few days ago. With the prestige of the great victory, the many cultivator in Roaring Tiger City were in high spirits. Even if the aftereffects of the bloodlust skill broke out, it did not reduce their vigor. In the governor's residence, Yang Kai soaked his body in the pool with a contemplative look on his face. Yu Ruming sat by the pool, fiddling with the clear water with her bare feet while glancing at him from time to time. This woman was so thick-skinned that she did not seem to know what the word shame was. Yang Kai even wanted to accompany her when he was taking a bath. She did not know how to avoid him at all. "Are you going to stay here to guard the city?" Yu Ruming suddenly scooped some water and threw it at Yang Kai as she asked. Yang Kai said calmly, "I'm entrusted by someone, so I have to do my duty." Yu Ruming smiled and said, "That old guy was wishful thinking before he died. Did you take it seriously?" Yang Kai squinted at her and said, "Even without Governor Lin, I have to guard Roaring Tiger City." As he said to Lin Tong before, the 3 territories came to support the Western Territory. It was not only to save people, but also to save himself. He could not retreat. Yu Ruming curled her lips and said, "The demon race will not give up easily. Next time, there will only be stronger forces coming. How long can you guard it?" Yang Kai said calmly, "You speak as if you know the demon race very well." Yu Ruming said, "You know the obvious. You can beat them back once, but what about the second time and the third time? As time goes by, it will only attract more and stronger demon race." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Then I'll beat them until they don't dare to come." Yu Ruming could not help but roll her eyes and said, "You talk big." Yang Kai looked at her with great interest. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and said, "Little witch, get over here." Yu Ruming frowned and said, "What did you call me? Why did you call me little witch?" "I just called you casually. What's wrong with that?" Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. Yu Ruming slowly shook her head and said, "Nothing, it just felt strange." "Really?" Yang Kai laughed and stretched out his hand and grabbed her. Yu Ruming cried out and fell into his arms. Her whole body became wet. She put her hands on his chest and said with a vigilant look, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai did not speak and just leaned over to kiss her red lips. At the same time, Yang Kai threw her into the middle of the pool. Yu Ruming stood up angrily, her beautiful body faintly discernible. There was a bite mark on her red lips. She gritted her teeth and glared at Yang Kai's back. "You bit me." Yang Kai got up and put on his clothes. Using his Emperor Qi, he evaporated the water and walked out without looking back. "Why did you bite me?" Yu Ruming shouted from behind, but she did not get any response. Yang Kai had already disappeared. "Smelly man, I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later." Yu Rumeng swore fiercely for a while before walking out of the pool, taking off her wet clothes and changing into a new set of clothes. The city was busy. As the new city lord of Roaring Tiger City, Yang Kai walked around the city accompanied by Ma Yin and checked the current situation of Roaring Tiger City. The number of casualties was also calculated. In the previous battle, although Roaring Tiger City had won a great victory, they had also suffered a great loss. More than 10,000 people had died, but compared to the results of the battle, such casualties were within an acceptable range. There were more injured people, and many of them were eroded by demonic qi. They were in danger of losing their minds and becoming demons at any time. Ma Yin ordered these people to be gathered in one place and watched over strictly. Once they found something wrong, they were to be killed immediately. Yang Kai asked her to take him to the place where these people were imprisoned. He personally performed an exorcism technique to remove the demonic qi from their bodies. This magical method amazed Ma Yin. Chapter 34:13. After being busy for half a day, Yang Kai returned to the city lord's mansion. Everything in the city was taken care of by the other people from the emperor realm. After choosing a suitable place in the city lord's mansion to set up a space array, Yang Kai directly activated the array and returned to the High Heaven Palace. He took out the communication compass and sent a message. After waiting for a moment at the array, the South Gate army hurried over. "Palace Master, what's the matter?" "Come with me," Yang Kai waved his hand. The South Gate army said, "Do we need to set up an array?" He was an array master, so Yang Kai usually didn't have any reason to look for him. It was nothing more than an array problem. He naturally guessed it immediately. Seeing Yang Kai nodding, the South Gate army said, "Palace Master, please wait for a moment. I'll call a few brats over to help." The so-called brats he was referring to were naturally the few disciples he had just taken in. Towering Palace was a huge sect with 100,000 disciples. Among them, there were bound to be some with special talent in the Tao of formations. The South Gate army had no intention of leaving the High Heaven Palace now. Since he planned to stay in the High Heaven Palace for a long time, he naturally had to consider the issue of his legacy. Not only him, but Ho Yu was also the same. She also accepted a few talented disciples to help her refine equipment. Not long after, 4 or 5 young disciples hurried over. After seeing the South Gate army, they respectfully greeted him as master. Yang Kai was happy to see this. Although he didn't know the names of these young disciples, he thought that they were people he brought over from the Hangluo Star Field because they all looked familiar. Without saying much, he immediately teleported back to the Roaring Tiger City through the space array. The previous battle made Yang Kai realize that the original array of the Roaring Tiger City was not very useful. It must be rearranged or reinforced, and the South Gate Army's array master was the best candidate. Leading him on a tour in the city, the army of the South Gate criticized the array of Roaring Tiger City as if it was worthless, as if they were ashamed to be on the same side as the person who deployed the array of the city. They could not wait to dismantle all the arrays of Roaring Tiger City and redeploy them. Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder and said, "We don't have much time. Do your best to reinforce the formation." South Gate Dajuan patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, Palace Lord. I will personally set up a formation 10 times better than this one." Yang Kai naturally wasn't worried about him. Among all the array masters he had come into contact with, it was estimated that only Yang Inflammation was better than him in the Tao of array formations. The others really couldn't compare to him. Without staying in Roaring Tiger City for long, Yang Kai activated the space spirit bead that Li Wui had left him and teleported to Li Wui's side. As soon as the two sides met, Yang Kai went straight to the point and said, "Senior, I want to pick some people." Li Wui stared at him. "You want people from me?" Yang Kai blinked and said, "Then who else can I ask?" Li Wui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I don't have enough troops on my side. Who else can I ask if you want people from me?" Yang Kai was surprised. "Are you serious?" Li Wui said with a headache, "You saw it when you came last time." I have millions of troops in the demon race, and I only have enough troops to protect myself. I don't have any extra people to give you. Yang Kai thought about it carefully and agreed. Although Li Wui had more troops than Roaring Tiger City, they were also facing a lot of enemies. Yang Kai also witnessed the last battle with his own eyes. The demon race even had pseudo-emperor level existences, and they were evenly matched with Li Wui. He might not be of much help here. Li Wui said, "Where are you now? How's the situation over there?" Yang Kai sighed and said, "Roaring Tiger City has just finished a battle and suffered a lot of casualties. We urgently need reinforcements." Roaring Tiger City. Li Wui raised his eyebrows and walked to the mountain ripple map to take a look. This mountain ripple map should have been refined not long ago. It included the terrain of the entire Western Territory, but after all, time was short, and the refinement was not detailed. After searching for a while, he finally found the location of Roaring Tiger City. He nodded gently and said, "This position is also more important. If Roaring Tiger City falls, the demon race army can open a gap and rush into our hinterland. Senior is right, so please help us." Yang Kai immediately took advantage of the opportunity. Li Wui pointed at him with a finger and looked like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It's useless for you to say it here. I really can't transfer too many people here. Where are the people of your high heaven palace?" Yang Kai sniffed and searched on the mountain ripple map. He pointed at a position and said, "They are all stationed here. They can't provide reinforcements." Yang Kai shook his head. "I'm afraid it can't be helped. They also have their own enemies." Li Wui sighed. "The demon race has a lot of people. Now, the cities in the Western Territory are facing a situation where they are outnumbered." Yang Kai frowned. "If that's the case, why don't we join forces and fight?" Li Wui shook his head. "If we join forces, it's equivalent to giving up a large part of our territory. We can also join forces with the demon race. The loss outweighs the gain. Although the current situation is not optimistic, as long as we don't retreat, there is still some hope." After a pause, he said, "Go and find Yang Inflammation. Now, she is in charge of the logistics of the astral territory. She knows the situation of the major cities in the Western Territory the best. Maybe she can transfer some people from the Emperor Realm and the Great Wizard you sent last time. I have also sent them over and let her assign them." Yang Inflammation? Yang Kai was stunned. "Where can I find her?" "I'll send you there," Li Wui said. He reached out and put his hand on Yang Kai's shoulder. Under the fluctuations of the space principles, Yang Kai only saw a blur before he suddenly appeared in a large hall. Before he could react, there was a burst of noise in his ears. Yang Kai looked over and couldn't help but be stunned. There were more than a dozen people standing in the hall, all of them third-layer Emperor Realm Masters and Sect Masters of their respective sects. In the past, all of them were famous figures who were revered by hundreds of millions of cultivators in the star boundary, but at this moment, they were arguing with each other, as if there was some kind of irreconcilable hatred between them. Yang Kai saw many familiar faces in the hall. Wen Zishan and Ma Qing were actually tugging at each other's clothes, looking like they were about to fight. Yang Kai moved to the side discreetly, afraid that he would be caught in the crossfire. The sudden appearance of another person in the hall naturally attracted everyone's attention. They all turned their heads and many acquaintances nodded slightly at Yang Kai. Mi Chi even cupped his fists and greeted, "Palace Master Yang." Yang Kai responded and looked around curiously. "Why are you here, kid?" A distressed voice came from above the hall. It sounded familiar. Yang Kai looked up and found that the speaker was Yang Inflammation. However, at this moment, Yang Inflammation didn't show the joy of a long-awaited reunion. Instead, he looked like he had a headache and glared at Yang Kai hatefully. "Did that bastard Li Wui send you here?" To be able to appear directly beside her, Li Wui had undoubtedly used a space beacon. Yang Kai nodded and looked at Wen Zishan and Ma Qing in surprise. What's going on? Why did these two look like they were about to fight? Mi-Chi came over and quietly transmitted his voice. Palace Master Yang is also here to ask for reinforcements, right? Yang Kai nodded, then looked at him and asked, are you also here? Mi-Chi smiled bitterly, yes. He then turned to Wen Zishan and Ma Qing and said, they are all here, but Master Yang information can't mobilize many people. With so many people, it's not easy to distribute them. Temple Master Wen and Holy Master Ma both argued that their side situation was urgent and should be given priority, so it ended up like this. Yang Kai almost laughed when he heard this, but he soon put on a sad face and grimaced, so, we're going back empty-handed? Mi-Chi said with a sad face, that's about it. While the two were talking, Wen Zishan and Ma Qing had already started fighting, but the two still had some scruples and didn't use their Emperor Qi. They just punched and kicked each other. It was rare to see third-layer Emperor Realm Masters fighting like hooligans, so the spectators couldn't help but laugh. Yang Inflammation's face was livid, and he shouted angrily, is that enough? A scorching aura enveloped the entire hall, and only then did Wen Zishan and Ma Qing retreat, glaring at each other with hatred, obviously not convinced of each other's strength. In front of the hall, Yang Inflammation's false emperor aura was unmistakable, and he was able to control the situation. He swept his beautiful eyes around and said, everyone has their own difficulties. This palace doesn't have any extra troops for you for the time being, so you can all go back. Ma Qing immediately shouted, didn't Master just say that there were 30,000 troops that could be transferred? Why is there no more? Wen Zishan also nodded, yes, why is there no more? I don't want much, just give me 10,000. Ma Qing didn't back down, I also want 10,000. The Ahan Temple Master coughed softly, this king also wants 10,000. The others hurriedly shouted, fearing that they would really lose everything if they were too slow. Yang Inflammation snorted, if each of you wants 10,000, where is this palace going to find people for you? Right now, the eastern, southern, and northern territories are calling for reinforcements, and more people will only be available in a month. Ma Qing said, Master, a month later is a month later, let's talk about the 30,000 people first. Young Inflammation looked at him coldly and said lightly, if you continue to be long-winded, there won't be anyone in a month. Ma Qing swallowed the words he was about to say. With things having come to this point, everyone knew that there was nothing they could gain from Yang Yan and could only leave resentfully. Fortunately, Yang Yan had also said that the 3 territories were still transferring reinforcements and that more people would arrive in a month's time. At that time, there would naturally be people they could use. Yang Inflammation was now in charge of Star Boundaries logistics and had the authority to allocate troops. She was also a false emperor level master, so naturally no one dared to offend her. After staying for a while, everyone said goodbye and left. Yang Kai didn't leave, and after everyone left, he looked at Yang Inflammation with a smile. Chapter 34:14. Understood, understood. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Yang Inflammation looked at him suspiciously, you really understand? Yang Kai smiled and said, don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. These people who were overseeing the major cities had their own difficulties, and Yang Inflammation's side was the same. Yang Inflammation had already spoken clearly, so how could Yang Kai insist? It's good that you understand. Yang Inflammation breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Yang Kai would ask her for people. If it was someone else, then it would be fine. If she really couldn't transfer people over, then it would be fine to directly refuse. However, she really couldn't refuse Yang Kai. If she really opened her mouth, then Yang Inflammation would have to think of a way. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Inflammation said, is the situation on your side critical? It's a so-so. Yang Kai didn't explain in detail, so as not to worry her. He smiled and said, I will think of a way to get people. You don't need to worry about it. Yang Inflammation said, where can you find people now? Although the East, South, and North Territory were mobilizing people, this matter was related to the entire star boundary. Even if reinforcements came, they would have to be gathered here and then assigned by her. Yang Kai smiled and said, my high heaven palace can transfer another 5,000 people. In addition, there is another place that has a group of helpers. Where? Yang Inflammation looked at him in surprise. Yang Kai had an unfathomable look on his face. I can't say. You will know when the time comes. But let me say this first, these people are not under your control. When the time comes, don't have any ideas. Yang Inflammation rolled her eyes at him. She gritted her teeth in hatred, but there was nothing she could do. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai had a basic understanding of the situation of the major cities in the Western Territory. Every city had a powerhouse overseeing it, but they couldn't leave because the demon race's army was eyeing them covetously. Half a day later, Yang Kai bid farewell and left. He activated the space spirit bead and directly returned to the High Heaven Palace again. He instructed Hua Qingxi to send the remaining 5,000 available troops of the High Heaven Palace to the Roaring Tiger City before he stepped into the space array alone. Since he couldn't count on Yang Inflammation, he could only think of a way himself. Originally, he did not want to use this last trump card, but now that things had come to this, if he did not use it, when the next demon race army came to Roaring Tiger City, the city might not be able to resist. He could only prepare in advance. Dragon Island. The world only knew that there was a dragon race on Dragon Island, but very few people knew that there were many third-layer Emperor Realm Masters with half-dragon bloodlines on Dragon Island. The power hidden in Half-Dragon City was definitely not to be underestimated. If it was someone else, they wouldn't even know where Dragon Island was, let alone bring the powerhouses of Half-Dragon City out. However, Yang Kai had a good relationship with Dragon Island now, so Dragon Island would not make things difficult for him in this matter. The only thing that gave him a headache was how to face Fu Xiao when he went to Dragon Island. Yang Xiao, that brat, followed old Xiong into the Four Seasons realm, but now there was no news of him. If Fu Xiao knew about it, she might blame him for not looking after him well. It would be bad if he provoked this female dragon. However, if he went to Dragon Island, he would have to face her, so Yang Kai could only take one step at a time. Yang Kai's vision blurred and he appeared on the small island in the Eastern Sea. Yang Kai walked out of the cave and after identifying the direction, he flew into the sky and plunged into the sea after a short while. He entered Dragon Island with ease, and just as he appeared, he saw Fu Ling pouncing on him with a pleasantly surprised face. Brother-in-law, I knew it was you. I was right. Yang Kai raised his hand and blocked her 10 meters away, glancing at her from the corner of his eyes. You also know this? Fu Ling had a complacent look on her face as she clasped her hands behind her back and said, of course, basically no one comes to Dragon Island, and no one can enter it. Only you would come here. She looked at Yang Kai and winked mischievously. Why, did you miss Sister Qing? I missed her a lot, Yang Kai casually replied. Then did you miss me? Fu Ling put on a bashful look. Of course not. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and didn't want to talk nonsense with her, so he said, stay here, I'll leave first. Wait, I still have something to tell you. Fu Ling shouted behind his back, but she didn't get any response. She was so angry that she stomped her feet while looking at Yang Kai's back. On Half Moon Island, Yang Kai descended from the sky. Zhu Qing heard the commotion and came out to check. She was pleasantly surprised. You're here. Yang Kai didn't say anything. He walked forward, hugged her waist, and kissed her fiercely. Zhu Qing's body softened immediately, and her beautiful eyes became blurry. After a long while, Yang Kai let go of her. He stroked her hair by her ear and said, I have something to do this time. I'm afraid I don't have much time to accompany you. Zhu Qing asked, what's the matter? Come with me to see the Great Elder. I'll tell you on the way. Yang Kai held her hand and flew towards Greenwood Island. On the way, Yang Kai briefly explained the current situation in the astral realm. Zhu Qing was stunned. Although Dragon Island was powerful, it was basically isolated from the rest of the world. Therefore, although the news of the invasion from the demon territory spread like wildfire, and almost everyone in the astral realm knew about it. Dragon Island didn't hear about it at all. Zhu Qing obviously realized the seriousness of the situation, and also understood that Yang Kai really didn't have much time to stay here. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the Cyanwood Island and saw Zhu Yan. Repeating the original words, Zhu Yan listened with a dignified expression. Although the dragon race didn't care about worldly affairs, the invasion from the demon territory was really too important. It was related to the entire astral realm. The dragon race also couldn't stay out of this. They were bound to contribute. After muttering to himself for a long time, Zhu Yan said, "Did you come here because you want my dragon race to make an appearance?" Yang Kai said, "It would be best if the dragon race could make an appearance, but the current situation isn't too serious. The dragon race can hold back for the time being, and keep it as our biggest trump card. Since the great emperors didn't inform Dragon Island about this, I reckon they also have the same idea." Zhu Yan nodded his head and said, "You are right. In that case, what do you want from Dragon Island?" "The people of Half-Dragon City." Yang Kai's eyes shone brightly. "I am currently stationed in a city called Roaring Tiger City. A few days ago, I had a great battle with the demon race and suffered a lot of casualties. I need to replenish my manpower, but there aren't many reinforcements left in Astral Realm. If the Great Elder can let me take the people of Half-Dragon City away, it will definitely ease the situation on my side." Zhu Yan said, "You can discuss this matter with the Second Elder. She can make the decision." The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. The people of Half-Dragon City aren't considered part of the dragon race. "Do I still need to tell the Second Elder?" Zhu Yan smiled and said, "Although they aren't considered part of the dragon race, many of them are still descendants of the dragon race. How can I let you take them away just like that?" Yang Kai helplessly said, "All right, then let's ask the Second Elder to come over." Originally, he wanted to quickly take the people of Half-Dragon City away and not meet with Fu Tianyi, but now it seemed that would not be possible. Zhu Yan immediately sent a message to Fu Tianyi. While waiting, Zhu Yan naturally asked about Yang Zhao's situation. Yang Kai was at a loss. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to tell her the truth. When Zhu Yan heard this, he glared at him and said, "Shao went to the Four Seasons realm with Qiongqi." Yang Kai braced himself and said, "And Lu Yan?" "And, you've seen her before. She's the little girl with the phoenix bloodline who came with the beast warrior master more than 10 years ago." Zhu Yan angrily said, "What are you doing? Can't you watch over a child? You actually let her run away with Qiongqi. Do you know what kind of existence Qiongqi was in ancient times? She was an evil spirit that ate people without spitting out their bones. You're making this old master angry." Yang Kai was spat on by him, but he still had to smile and said, "Great Elder, please calm down. Sit down and talk, don't get too worked up." "Calm down my ass. Shao isn't your son, so you're not paying attention." Yang Kai was suddenly unhappy. "How is Shao not my son? Since he calls me father, he's my son. I wasn't being careless. It's just that this boy disappeared by accident, and when I found out, they were already in the Four Seasons realm. If you were really paying attention, how could you not watch over a child?" Zhu Yan was furious and wanted to beat Yang Kai up to vent his anger. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. "Great Elder, although Shao is still a child, you shouldn't underestimate him. This time, for Shao I'm afraid that not only is this not a bad thing, it might even be a good thing." Zhu Yan sneered, "Then I'd like to hear how this is a good thing." Yang Kai said, "Shao may have comprehended the time principles." Zhu Yan was startled and squinted at him. "Do you think this old master is a fool?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Great Elder, don't think I'm just comforting you. What I said is the truth." Zhu Yan coldly snorted, "How could Shao comprehend the time principles? Second Elder and I have never." As he spoke, he suddenly frowned and looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully. "This old master remembers that you seem to understand a little bit of the time principles." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. In my early years, I went to the Four Seasons realm and obtained some opportunities there, comprehending the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal. I suspect that when Shao was hatched, Shao inherited something from me. Zhu Yan's expression brightened when he heard this. Are you sure that Shao comprehended the time principles? Yang Kai smiled and said, I grabbed Shao in my hand, but in that instant, he actually ran off into the distance. At that moment, I felt as if time had stopped, and it wasn't just me, Qiongqi also felt it. Zhu Yan became even more excited when he heard this. Qiongqi has followed the Flowing Time Great Emperor for tens of thousands of years and is extremely sensitive to the time principles. If he also felt it, then it's not wrong. He clapped his hands and said, so, Shao really comprehended the time principles. The displeasure and anger from before had long disappeared and was replaced by excitement. Because of Yang Zhao's congenital deficiency, both he and Fu Tianyi felt guilty. If he really inherited the time principles from Yang Kai, then even if his bloodline was not pure, his future achievements would not be too low. What he didn't know was that Yang Zhao didn't have any problem with his bloodline being impure. This brat could transform into a true dragon. The dragon race was already strong, so how strong would a dragon race master of the time principles be? It was scary just thinking about it. Chapter 34:15. Yang Kai continued, a few years ago, I encountered Qiongqi outside the Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. He was being pursued by seniors Li Wui and Jiu Feng and was about to be taken back to Spirit Beast Island for custody. However, he used the excuse of recognizing me as the young master to borrow my strength to resolve his predicament. I have also heard of Qiongqi's notoriety. Does Great Elder know why I accepted him at that time? Zhu Yan asked, isn't it because you have cultivated the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttlecock? Yang Kai smiled slightly, this is just one of the reasons. The most important reason is that old Xiong said at that time that the true inheritance of the Flowing Time Great Emperor is still hidden in the Four Seasons realm. If I could lend him a hand, he would take me to the Four Seasons realm to try my luck and see if I could inherit the mantle of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. The achievements of the Flowing Time Great Emperor are earth-shattering, and the time laws are extremely profound. There is no reason for me not to be tempted. Naturally, I agreed and asked for a favor from Spirit Beast Island to keep him by my side. Zhu Yan was shocked. The Flowing Time Great Emperor's inheritance is in the Four Seasons realm? Yang Kai nodded seriously. That's why I said that Shao, going to the Four Seasons realm with old Xiong this time may not be a bad thing. It may even be a great opportunity. Although old Xiong doesn't understand the time laws, he has followed the Flowing Time Great Emperor for so many years. Even after the death of the Great Emperor, he has been guarding the Flowing Time Temple. It can be said that he is loyal to the Great Emperors. No one knows better than him what kind of person is more suitable to inherit the mantle of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Perhaps, in his opinion, Shao is more suitable for the opportunities in the Four Seasons realm than I am. He has a higher chance of obtaining the Flowing Time Great Emperor's inheritance, which is why he brought him in. Zhu Yan finally showed a smile and paced back and forth a few steps. If what you say is true, then this old master and second elder will owe Qiongqi a favor. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. As for safety, Great Elder doesn't have to worry too much. I can't guarantee old Xiong's character, after all, we haven't known each other for a long time. However, Lu Yan will be accompanying them, and Lu Yan will definitely protect Shao. Good. Zhu Yan clapped his hands and pondered for a moment. Then we'll wait for Shao to come out of the Four Seasons realm and see the result. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that he had finally passed the test. However, he didn't know how the second elder would react. The Great Elder was relatively easy to talk to, but the second elder was more difficult to deal with. Just as he was thinking this, the sound of something breaking through the air came quickly, and then, a pretty figure landed beside Yang Kai. It was none other than Fu Si. She looked around with her beautiful eyes and showed a disappointed look. She looked at Yang Kai and said, Shao, didn't come with you this time. Yang Kai shook his head stiffly. Fu Si sighed, why didn't you bring him here? Yang Shao left Dragon Island with Yang Kai not long after he was born, and almost 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Shao was also very anxious in her heart. If she wasn't afraid of shocking the world, she would have already gone to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory to visit, instead of waiting on Dragon Island. However, she was a 10th Order Great Dragon and the second Elder of Dragon Island, so it wasn't appropriate for her to always show her face outside. Yang Kai hurriedly turned his eyes to Zhu Yan, showing a look of help. Zhu Yan understood and quickly changed the subject. It's like this, Yang Kai came here this time to take away all the origin kings in Half-Dragon City. Something happened in the star boundary. Then take them away, Fu Si responded casually, a little absent-minded. Zhu Yan was stunned. Aren't you going to ask what happened? Yang Kai was also very surprised. He didn't expect Fu Si to be so easy to talk to. Was this still Fu Si? Was this still the dragon race's second elder who was known for his impartiality? Could it be some guy pretending to be him? Fu Si was too lazy to pay attention to him and just looked at Yang Kai. How has Shao been over there these past few years? Has he grown taller? Does he miss me? Yang Kai was sweating from the question and really didn't know how to answer. Zhu Yan sensed that something was wrong and quickly said, just now, I was talking to Yang Kai about Shao. Yang Kai said that he is doing well in the High Heaven Palace, so you don't have to worry, he also misses us very much. Is that so? Fu Si smiled and suddenly gritted his teeth. If he misses me, I don't know how to follow him back to take a look. Anyway, there is a space array and it's not too far away. Zhu Yan wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, recently, Shao has been in seclusion. Fu Si frowned. Shao is so young, why is he in seclusion? Yang Kai immediately said, second elder, although Shao is young, he is very talented. The next time you see him, you will be surprised. Fu Si wasn't really angry, he just felt sorry for his son. Now that he heard Yang Kai say this, he immediately showed an expectant look. Yang Kai said again, I won't hide it from you too, I have a younger sister. Although she is a few years older than Shao, the two of them are about the same size and can play together. In the High Heaven Palace, the two of them are inseparable. Fu Si pursed his lips and said with a smile, it's good to have a playmate. Luckily, you brought Shao away. If he was left on the Dragon Island, he would probably be very lonely. Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai in astonishment and said softly, you have a younger sister. Her voice was actually a little nervous. If Yang Kai has a younger sister, doesn't that mean she is my sister-in-law? This sudden relationship made her very nervous. Yang Kai said with a smile, she is only a few years old, she is still young. Zhu Qing looked at the tip of her foot and muttered to herself in silence. After that, Fu Si asked a lot more about Yang Shao. Yang Kai braced himself and answered. With the help of the Great Elder, he didn't reveal any flaws. However, he couldn't help but worry that Fu Si would follow them to the High Heaven Palace on a whim. Fortunately, Fu Si didn't have that intention. Furthermore, with the Great Elder in front of him, even if Fu Si knew the truth in the future, the Great Elder would be the one to take the blame. Yang Kai could completely wash his hands clean. After talking for more than 2 hours, Fu Si was still in high spirits. Zhu Yan interrupted her and said, all right, Yang Kai still has something to do this time. There isn't much time left, let him go. Fu Si glared at Zhu Yan and only then did she remind Yang Kai, the next time you come to the Dragon Island, remember to bring Shao back, you must remember. I will remember. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. He made up his mind in his heart that he would never come to the Dragon Island before Yang Shao came out of the Four Seasons realm. Zhu Yan looked at him and said, there is no time to lose. You should go to the Half-Dragon City now. Fu Ling is waiting for you there. She will help you take care of the following matters. Many thanks, Great Elder. Yang Kai cupped his hands and bowed to the second elder. This one will take his leave first. He turned around, hugged Zhu Qing, patted her back gently, and flew away. Outside the half-dragon city, Yang Kai descended from the sky. Fu Ling had been waiting for him for a long time. Obviously, she had received the Great Elder's message and immediately rushed over. As soon as she saw Yang Kai, she happily rushed over and greeted him politely. Brother-in-law, the Great Elder said that you are going to bring the people of the half-dragon city out of the Dragon Island? Is that true? Yang Kai glanced at her and his eyes fell on her chest. Put on your clothes before you talk to me. Fu Ling pouted and stretched out her hand to tighten her clothes, covering the spring scenery on her chest. Then, she smiled again and said, I heard from Great Elder that there is a demon invasion outside. Is it true? Yang Kai nodded solemnly. It's true. The situation in the Western Territory is not good. We are short on manpower, so I came here to find reinforcements. He frowned and said, Why are you asking so many questions? Hurry up and do what you need to do. Fu Ling responded, his eyes rolled again, and rushed into the city in a flash. After a short while, a loud dragon roar came out, and Fu Ling had already revealed his true body of a rank 6 giant dragon. When the dragon might spread out, it enveloped the entire city, causing all the half-dragons to tremble. Fu Ling's voice sounded at the right time. All cultivators above the Origin King realm in the city, gather outside the city. The city was in chaos. But soon, many figures flew out of the city. The people of Half-Dragon City were basically all descendants of the dragon race, but some of them did not inherit the dragon race's bloodline, while others had a thin and impure bloodline. However, no matter what kind of people they were, they would never dare to offend the dignity of the dragon race. Because on Dragon Island, the dragon race was the only master, and they were used to obeying the dragon race. Who would dare to disobey Fu Ling's orders? Asterisk schwa 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 asterisk the sound of something breaking through the air rang out as one figure after another rushed out of the city. After a short while, a dense crowd had gathered outside the city. Yang Kai stood high up in the air, looking down with an excited expression. He had long known that the forces hidden in Half-Dragon City were extraordinary, but when he really gathered all of them together, he found that the actual situation was better than he had expected. He had sensed that there were more than 100 cultivators from the Emperor realm, and this was not all of them. It was difficult to imagine what kind of scale it would be if all the cultivators from the Emperor realm were gathered together. The people of Half-Dragon City gathered very quickly, and from the time Fu Ling shouted to the time all the qualified cultivators gathered, only a stick of incense worth of time had passed. The crowd below was divided into 3 distinct groups. The group to the left of Yang Kai had the smallest number of people, less than 200, but they were all from the Emperor realm, and many of them had half-dragon bloodlines, which allowed them to display greater strength than those in the same realm. The middle group was naturally made up of Dao Source realm cultivators, numbering between 10,000 and 20,000. This was an extremely terrifying number. In Roaring Tiger City, the combined forces of the 3 territories and the native cultivator of Roaring Tiger City only numbered between 40,000 and 50,000, of which 90% were Origin Kings and only 2,000 were Dao Source realm cultivators. But Half-Dragon City alone had between 10,000 and 20,000 Dao Source realm cultivators, which showed how powerful Half-Dragon City's heritage was. This was not difficult to understand. The cultivation environment of Dragon Island was quite good. The world energy was rich, and there were many genius emperor artifacts. What's more, there was no slaughter on Dragon Island, so it was natural for the half-dragon cultivator to steadily improve their cultivation. Over the years, such a scale was understandable. Chapter 34:16. The remaining group of Origin Kings was even more terrifying, numbering at least 100,000. What was the population of the entire Half-Dragon City? Although Yang Kai didn't know, he was certain it was less than 1 million, probably only a few 100,000. However, among these few 100,000 people, there were 100,000 origin kings. In other words, there was one origin king for every few people in Half-Dragon City. This kind of frightening ratio was impossible to appear in any city in the astral boundary. Only the Dragon Island of Eternal Peace would have this kind of abnormal phenomenon. With Fu Ling's shout, 1/6 of the entire population of Half-Dragon City was mobilized, and the city suddenly became much more lively. Such a scale naturally made Yang Kai extremely satisfied. The only flaw was that there were too few Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters. Of the 200 or so people in the Emperor Realm, only a few had reached the Third-Order Emperor Realm. Most of them were First-Order or Second-Order Emperor Realm Masters. This phenomenon was ultimately due to the Dragon Blood Flower. Before, Dragon Island cultivated the Dragon Blood Flower, mainly relying on the blood of the half-dragons in Half-Dragon City, especially the powerful half-dragons. If they lost too much of their blood essence, their strength would naturally be affected. If not for this, there would definitely be more Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters. Even so, Yang Kai had nothing to be picky about. With such a huge force, it was enough to change the direction of a war in a small area. Fu Ling transformed back into her human form and stood beside Yang Kai, saying, "Brother-in-law, everyone is here." Yang Kai nodded, "You can tell them." "Okay." Fu Ling responded, sweeping her beautiful eyes around as she shouted, "Everyone, listen up. The one standing beside me is Yang Kai, the Palace Master of the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory of the Star Boundary. He is also my brother-in-law. The Star Boundary is now under the invasion of the demon race and needs your help. This time, my brother-in-law and I will take you away from Dragon Island and go to the Star Boundary to support the demon race. Let me say the ugly words first. Once you leave Dragon Island, listen to my orders. I only have one request for you, be obedient. If I find anyone disobeying my orders, don't blame me for being merciless. Is that clear?" In front of Yang Kai, this woman was very flippant, but in front of the people of Half-Dragon City, she was very dignified. After she finished speaking, a thunderous response came from below, "Understood." Fu Ling nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at Yang Kai, "Brother-in-law, do you have anything to say?" Yang Kai squinted at her. "I only have one question." "Yes." Fu Ling nodded. "You also want to leave Dragon Island? You still want to come with me?" "That's right." Fu Ling nodded as a trace of craftiness flashed through his eyes. He smiled like a fox that had stolen a chicken. Yang Kai chuckled, "Have you asked the Great Elder?" Because of Yang Kai's matter, this woman made a mistake and was punished to guard the entrance for 100 years. Only a dozen years had passed since then. It was far from 100 years. Yang Kai didn't believe that the Great Elder would let her leave the Dragon Island. "Of course I have asked." Fu Ling didn't panic at all. She winked at Yang Kai and said, "If you don't believe me, you can send a message and ask." Yang Kai snorted, "Of course I have to ask clearly." While speaking, he took out a communication compass and communicated with Zhu Qing. After a short while, he put away the compass and looked at Fu Ling in disbelief. "How is it?" Fu Ling had a complacent expression. She was simply fearless. Yang Kai nodded and didn't say anything else. Zhu Qing told him that it was indeed the Great Elder's idea for Fu Ling to leave Dragon Island with him. Of course, it was also the result of Fu Ling's initiative, saying that she wanted to atone for her crime. However, she also had a valid reason, and that was the people of Half-Dragon City. They had always lived on Dragon Island and had never been to the outside world. They had a lot of people and were very powerful. Even if they were handed over to Yang Kai, he might not be able to command them smoothly. If there was a dragon race accompanying him, these people wouldn't dare to act rashly. And Fu Ling's main task was to intimidate the 100,000 people of Half-Dragon City and make sure that they would obey orders. Yang Kai couldn't say anything about the Great Elder's approval. He reminded Fu Ling, "Don't cause trouble outside, otherwise I will immediately send you back here." Fu Ling nodded her head like a chick pecking rice, "Brother-in-law, don't worry, I won't cause trouble and will definitely be obedient." I will do whatever you tell me to and won't resist at all." The last sentence had a deep meaning, and Yang Kai gritted his teeth when he heard it. Turning his head and looking at the 100,000 people, Yang Kai opened his mouth and said, "Some of you might find me familiar or have already recognized me. That's right, I came to Dragon Island more than 10 years ago and also entered Half-Dragon City. I also snatched the dragon race's bride. Now, I have fallen in love with the dragon race's fifth elder and we are husband and wife." The 100,000 people were amazed by his words, but there were indeed many people who recognized Yang Kai. After all, there were many people who were captured to build Fu Chi's wedding palace, so they had met Yang Kai before. Yang Kai snatching the bride was also witnessed by everyone. As for what happened after that, they didn't know. Now that they heard Yang Kai say that he actually fell in love with the dragon race's fifth elder and they were husband and wife, they were immediately shocked. The current situation in the star boundary is very bad. Leaving Dragon Island, you might not be able to adapt to a lot of things, and you will also have to deal with all kinds of dangers. I only have one request for you. He looked around and said word by word, "Stay alive." The 100,000 people's expression turned cold. If anyone has any questions, you can ask now. If there are no questions, we will set off now. We obey Lord Yang's orders. Someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. The 100,000 people shouted in unison, "We obey Lord Yang's orders." They were on the Dragon Island. Admittedly there wasn't much fighting and killing, but they were naturally inferior to the dragon race. Those half-dragons with decent strength were often on tenterhooks, wondering if they would be captured by the dragon race to cultivate the dragon blood flower. Now, there was a guy who actually subdued a dragoness. Moreover, it was the fifth elder of the dragon race. Naturally, they regarded him as a role model and held him in high esteem. With this kind of psychological recognition, even if it was the first time they saw Yang Kai, they didn't feel any repulsion, and they only felt admiration in their hearts. Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction, and said loudly, "Good, then come in." As he spoke, he raised his hand and tapped the void in front of him, opening a gap in the sealed world bead, and an oval-shaped void corridor immediately appeared. After all, it wasn't very convenient for 100,000 people to move together, so they could only use the sealed world bead. The Emperor Realm Masters looked at each other in dismay, but none of them hesitated and stepped forward, disappearing into the void corridor. With the Emperor Realm taking the lead, the remaining Dao Source Realm and Origin King Realm cultivators naturally walked into the sealed world bead one by one. After half a day, Yang Kai collected all the 100,000 people. He called Fu Ling and flew towards the exit together. After leaving Dragon Island, they returned to Roaring Tiger City through the space array on the island. The city was bustling with activity. It had only been 3 days since Yang Kai left Roaring Tiger City, and the 5,000 reinforcements from High Heaven Palace were already in place. The army from the South Gate led a group of disciples to instruct the array masters in the city to rearrange the repair array. On the city walls and on the towers, cultivator patrols could be seen from time to time. A tense and uneasy atmosphere spread through the city. It was Fu Ling's first time leaving Dragon Island and coming to the outside world. She looked around and found everything strange. Several times, she almost lost track of him. Yang Kai grabbed her by the collar and took her to his side, guarding her strictly. After finding Gao Shueting, Li Jiao, Ma Yin, and the others to ask about the situation, they learned that the demon race had really made a comeback. In the main hall, a group of people from the Emperor Realm were worried. Although Roaring Tiger City had just won a battle and killed countless enemies a few days ago, it had not been long since the demon race attacked again. Not to mention that the demon race had sent out more people this time than last time. It was almost 1 million. Let's talk about the situation in Roaring Tiger City. Although they had the support of the 5,000 cultivator from High Heaven Palace, they only had a little more than 40,000 people who could fight. Most of them had just recovered from the after effects of the bloodlust technique and could not exert their full strength. A large part of the reason why they were able to win last time was because of the might of the Roaring Tiger City's great protective array. However, when the South Gate army arrived, they dismantled the great protective array. It would take at least a month for them to set it up again. It could be said that Roaring Tiger City had no array to rely on at all. It was equivalent to being in a completely defenseless state. The demon race's army was eyeing the city covetously, which naturally made the people in Roaring Tiger City panic. Fortunately, there were supervisors led by Chi Gui to supervise the city. Otherwise, there would have been deserters. Nevertheless, the situation was so bad that no matter who it was, they could not see any hope of winning. Not to mention winning, it was unknown whether they could survive the next demon race's invasion. Before Yang Kai returned, Gao Shueting and the others were discussing whether they should evacuate Roaring Tiger City and join the others in other cities. Li Jiao sighed and said, "Brother Yang, it's not that we're praising others and belittling ourselves, but the difference in numbers is too big. I'm afraid that Roaring Tiger City can't be saved this time. If we want to evacuate, we have to be quick." Chapter 34:17. The wind was howling, and the sand and dust were kicking up. The atmosphere was bleak. The army of the Devil Clan was back, and this time, it was even larger and more numerous than a few days ago. The army was like an invincible torrent of iron that was going to crush Roaring Tiger City into smithereens. All the cultivators in the city were mobilized. However, the huge difference in the number of cultivators and the fact that the city was undefended made them feel uneasy. Everyone's eyes were focused on one person. That person was standing at the highest point of the city wall, facing the demon race's army. His clothes were fluttering in the wind. It was this person who had turned the tide in the battle a few days ago. It was this person who had led the cultivators in Roaring Tiger City to win the demon race in the last battle. He led the soldiers and set an example by killing countless enemies. If it were not for this person, the tens of thousands of cultivators in Roaring Tiger City would have lost their will to fight. However, at this moment, even though this person was standing at the highest point and everyone could see him clearly, he did not give them much of a sense of security. All the cultivators in the Emperor realm were mobilizing, trying to maintain the morale that could collapse at any time. Rumbling noises came from below the ground like muffled thunders, crushing everyone's hearts and putting tremendous mental pressure on them. It was the sound of the demon race's army approaching Roaring Tiger City. The marching of 1,000,000 soldiers made the ground tremble. The cultivators in Roaring Tiger City began to panic, and the people who were already restless became even more confused. The demon race's army was already 25 kilometers away. With such a short distance, it would only take one charge before they arrived at the city. It was at this moment that Yang Kai let out a thunderous roar and soared to the sky. He bent in midair and charged at the demon race's army. Exclamations were heard. All the cultivators in Roaring Tiger City were dumbfounded as they stared at the person who charged at them alone, not knowing what he was going to do. A war was not a one-on-one fight. No matter how strong an individual was, how could he fight against a 1,000,000-strong army? Once one was surrounded and exhausted, one would be killed. Perhaps only pseudo-emperor level experts would be able to enter and exit freely under such circumstances. Yang Kai was obviously not a fake emperor. He was just a second-order emperor realm master. Not only was the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City sweating, but even Li Jiao, Gao Shueting, and the others could not help but clench their fists, secretly worried. Yang Kai had only told them that he had found reinforcements, but they didn't know where the reinforcements were or how many there were. Now that they saw Yang Kai taking the initiative to meet the enemy, they were naturally worried about his safety. Yang Kai was the flag of Roaring Tiger City. If he fell, Roaring Tiger City would immediately face a situation of collapse. At that time, not to mention 1,000,000 demon race, even 100,000 demon race would be able to devour Roaring Tiger City. But at this moment, they had no other choice but to wait and see, so they secretly prayed in their hearts. It was impossible for the demon race army to not notice Yang Kai's blatant charge. A team of 1,000 people immediately separated from the army to meet the attack, led by a demon king. The demon king was wearing revealing clothes, with only a corset covering her upper body. Although she was wearing a long skirt, the skirt was split all the way to her thighs, revealing the beauty between her legs. Her delicate collarbones, flat belly, and slender legs were all exposed. Her figure was extremely hot, and her trembling breasts were like two peaks. She raised her head and saw Yang Kai looking at her with ridicule. There were no signs of his soul being attacked. The succubus demon immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Her first reaction was that it was impossible. The cultivation of this human in front of her was clearly not very high. She estimated that it was about the same as her own. How could he be fine after taking her soul attack? However, looking at his clear eyes, it was clear that this person's soul was unharmed. She wanted to retreat. Succubi were not suited for close combat. That would only expose their greatest weakness. Succubi liked to distance themselves and use their spiritual strength, which was far superior to those of the same level, to toy with their opponents in the palm of their hands. However, the surrounding space seemed to have frozen. No matter how hard the succubus demon tried, she could not move at all. The blood drained from her face, and she became incomparably pale. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Yang Kai grinned at her, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Then, his large hand unceremoniously covered her towering breasts and squeezed hard. The succubus demon wrinkled her brows and revealed a delicate and pitiful look. Her eyes shone with a strange light. She even let out an ah and angrily looked at Yang Kai, saying, "You're hurting me." Every frown, every smile, every movement was blooming with a charming light, enough to make any man go crazy. However, Yang Kai was unmoved. Instead, the strength of his hand increased. "It hurts." The succubus demon looked a little flustered. She punched and kicked Yang Kai, but how could she break free from the restraints of Yang Kai's space imprisonment? From afar, this adulterous pair looked like they were flirting. There was no trace of the atmosphere of war between the two races. What's Brother Yang doing? On the city wall of Roaring Tiger City, the corner of Li Jiao's eyes twitched. He felt that this scene was a little ridiculous and envious at the same time. Hooligan, scum. Gao Shueting gritted her teeth, and her face turned red. On the other hand, a group of cultivators standing on the city wall watched with relish. The originally nervous and uneasy atmosphere was washed away by this strange scene. Creaking sounds were heard. Gao Shueting turned her head and saw that Yu Rumeng and Fu Ling were grinding their teeth together. Not bad. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. A wicked smile appeared on his lips, and he seriously sized up her face. "But your appearance is a little worse than that person's." With a bang, something seemed to have been crushed. The succubus demon screamed and looked down. She saw blood flowing wildly from her right chest. The towering peak had disappeared, and blood dripped down from her abdomen. She screamed again and again as if she had gone crazy. A huge question appeared in her mind. Who is that person? Yang Kai punched down, and the screams came to an abrupt end. Blood rained down from the sky. A mid-tier demon king was crushed by his punch just like that. Even though it was a succubus demon that wasn't known for its combat strength, it was still unbelievable to all the members of the demon race. Yang Kai's figure had already rushed through the blood rain and met the demon race's army head-on. With a clap and a pull, a gigantic crescent blade was formed and slashed toward the demon race's army. Wherever the crescent blade passed, figures were split into two. All the members of the demon race retreated. The crescent blade flew for thousands of meters before it gradually lost its power and dissipated. However, its path was filled with the incomplete corpses of the demon race. The demon race's army was enraged. Under the command of several demon kings, troops approached Yang Kai and surrounded him. Yang Kai grinned and laughed wildly. He raised his hand and clenched it in the air. The myriad sword had already been summoned. At the same time, he waved his hand and the Dharmakaya appeared. There was no need for communication. The two figures, one big and one small, formed each other's horns and charged into the demon race's army like an indestructible sword. No one could stop them, no one could stop them. Although the demon race had millions of people, none of them could match Yang Kai and the Dharmakaya. They couldn't stop their crazy slaughter. In the roaring tiger city, everyone was quietly watching. They saw that the army of millions of demon race had stopped advancing. There was chaos not far from the edge of the army. The chaos created by Yang Kai and the Dharmakaya spread from the edge of the army to the center. Clouds of blood mist exploded in the air. One by one, the demon race's army was crushed into powder and would forever sleep on this land. The ground was gradually dyed red with blood. Chapter 34:18. There were too many people in the demon race, so the people of Roaring Tiger City couldn't see Yang Kai and his embodiment, but they could infer their location from the various reactions of the demon race army. They continued to charge in and out of the demon race's army. With just the two of them, they were able to hold them in place, unable to move. A miracle was born again. Just like a few days ago, when everyone couldn't see any hope, when all the light in front of them was covered, it was Yang Kai who tore open a corner of the sky and let the sun shine, reviving life. The shouts from Roaring Tiger City were like waves, each wave louder than the previous one. Ma Yin's blood was boiling. She turned to look at Li Jiao and said, "Master Li, I am willing to lend a hand to the city lord." Li Jiao stared ahead without turning his head and said in a deep voice, "Wait." Although Yang Kai and his embodiment were like fish in water in the demon race army, it was because these two guys weren't ordinary people. Needless to say, the embodiment was an existence who could fight with a fake emperor and was much stronger than a third-layer emperor realm master. Yang Kai was even more of a monster who was proficient in the law of space. If he sensed that something was wrong, he could withdraw at any time. If others rushed in rashly like this, they would only be courting death. Li Jiao didn't have the confidence to rush in and come back alive under such circumstances. Ma Yin wanted to help on a whim, so how could he allow it? Yang Kai had previously said that they should act according to the situation, so now was obviously not the best time. Dozens of miles away, the demon race army was in chaos. Wherever Yang Kai and his embodiment rushed, there would be a commotion, death, and slaughter. Li Jiao and the others clearly saw that Yang Kai and his embodiment had shuttled back and forth several times in the demon race's army before suddenly turning around and charging into the center of the demon race army. The chaotic commotion suddenly calmed down. Millions of demon race formed a huge encirclement, surrounding Yang Kai and the Dharmakaya in the center. However, there was no one within a radius of 1,000 feet around the two figures. Every member of the demon race was looking at them with terrified eyes. The demon kings were gnashing their teeth in hatred. They retreated into the army and didn't dare to act rashly. Yang Kai held the myriad sword and leaned back to back with the avatar. He looked around coldly and grinned. "It's time," he muttered softly. As he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Buzz, a series of strange sounds came from all over the demon race's army. It sounded like some kind of flying insect was flapping its wings. However, it was definitely not just one or two flying insects. Instead, it was an endless swarm of insects. The members of the demon race looked around blankly. Soon, they knew where the sound was coming from. Suddenly, a black cloud of insects appeared on the ground. As soon as they appeared, they rushed toward the demon race. The demon race was shocked and tried to stop them. However, they were horrified to find that the life force of these insects was extremely tenacious. Even if they were sent flying, they wouldn't die. They only stayed on the ground for a while before flapping their wings and flying again. However, if they were infected by these insects, the demon race would scream miserably and fall to the ground in extreme pain. Soon, they would die on the spot. What was strange was that the dead demon race didn't have any wounds on their bodies. However, their souls would disappear. Soul-devouring insects. Yang Kai hadn't used the soul-devouring insects for a long time. However, the current situation was undoubtedly the best time for them to show their prowess. They had always been the best weapon to deal with such situations. Previously, he had been shuttling back and forth between the demon race's army with the Dharmakaya. First, it was to kill the enemy and distract the army. Second, it was to secretly plant the soul-devouring insects. Now that the soul-devouring insects were out, it was really effective. In an instant, the demon race's army was in chaos. Those low-level demon soldiers and even the demon general and demon commander couldn't stop the soul-devouring insects from attacking. One by one, they were devoured by the insects and died. Only the strong ones at the level of the demon king were not afraid of the soul-devouring insects. The situation was extremely chaotic. The demon race's army, which was originally in order, was no longer in order after the appearance of the soul-devouring insects. At least 1/5 of the demon race's army was distracted. Yang Kai took a deep breath and raised his hand again. Suddenly, one figure after another appeared in front of him. The cultivator from Half-Dragon City made a dazzling appearance. The first to appear were those from the Emperor Realm, followed by the Tao Source Realm, and finally, the Origin Kings. It would take a lot of time to put them into the sealed world bead, but it would only take a few breaths of time to release them. After all, Yang Kai was the master of everything in the sealed world bead. At the center of the demon race's army, over 100,000 people suddenly appeared. The few demon kings who had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements were dumbfounded. A feeling of uneasiness spread in their hearts. Profound and complex incantations resounded throughout the world as rays of light enveloped these 100,000 people. Bloodthirst technique, life chains, crimson light emerged from the bodies of these 100,000 people. Everyone's breathing became heavy as their blood boiled. Raising the myriad sword high, Yang Kai shouted, "Kill!" The 100,000 people immediately scattered and rushed in all directions. Led by those from the Emperor Realm, they turned into sharp arrows and rushed into the demon race's army. How could the demon race's army, which was already in a frenzy because of the soul-devouring insects, stop such a fierce army? As soon as the two sides came into contact, the demon race's army was routed. One after another, the 1,000-man teams led by the Emperor Realm rampaged through the demon race's army, slaughtering to their heart's content. It was as if they were venting all the grievances they had suffered on Dragon Island over the years. Yang Kai and the embodiment each had a team of several thousand people behind them. The demon race's army was in a complete mess, unable to fight back. In terms of numbers alone, the demon race had an absolute advantage. However, the direction of a war was never decided by numbers. The number of people from the Emperor Realm in Half-Dragon City was several times more than the number of Demon King in this demon race's army. Just this difference alone was enough to make up for the army of hundreds of thousands. Not to mention that the soul-devouring insects were still wreaking havoc, making the demon race exhausted. On the city wall of Roaring Tiger City, everyone looked at this sudden change in shock and excitement. Li Jiao shouted, "If we don't go now, when will we?" There was no need to wait any longer. This was obviously the best time. Under the leadership of Li Jiao, Gao Shueting, and the others, tens of thousands of people swarmed out of Roaring Tiger City to meet the demon race's army head-on. Just 2 hours ago, they were still worried about whether they could see the sun tomorrow. They never thought that they would take the initiative to meet the enemy head-on. This was simply unimaginable before. Roars shook the sky, and the universe trembled. In the wilderness, the two races fought in a chaotic battle. Figures fell one after another. In the blink of an eye, mountains of corpses were piled up, and rivers of blood flowed. The difference in numbers was still huge, but this was a war without any suspense. Fu Ling shouted and rushed forward. He did not transform into his true dragon form, but his dragon roar resounded in the world. Under the dragon's roar, a secret technique was released, and the demon race turned into sparkling statues without any signs of life. In less than 10 minutes, the demon race had lost more than 100,000 people, but Roaring Tiger City was still full of energy and was pressing forward step by step. The demon race's formation was in chaos, and their morale was low. The horn of retreat finally sounded, and they fled in panic. The cultivator from Roaring Tiger City and Half-Dragon City naturally chased after them and beat them when they were down. Countless corpses were left behind by the demon race. Some people were left to guard the city in case of accidents, while Yang Kai led the others to chase after them. It was not until dawn the next day that they returned to the city. After a war, people were always busy. However, Roaring Tiger City suddenly had more than 100,000 people, and there were even 100 to 200 people from the Emperor realm. This made everyone in Roaring Tiger City very excited. In the Western Territory, such a force was probably only comparable to those big cities that were guarded by pseudo-emperors. At noon, the statistics of the war were also released. In this war, 300,000 enemies were killed, and less than 10,000 people were injured or killed. The number of casualties was lower than the number of casualties in the previous battles, which was simply unbelievable. Nevertheless, the facts were right in front of them, so they had to believe it. The corpses outside the city needed to be dealt with. Otherwise, with so many corpses in the wild, they would definitely rot and stink. However, Yang Kai did not need to worry about these things. Li Jiao would organize people to deal with them. In just a few days, Roaring Tiger City had dealt with 2 batches of the demon race army, and they had won both victories. Yang Kai believed that the demon race would not have any ideas about Roaring Tiger City in a short time. After 2 consecutive defeats, the demon race would definitely need to rest and recuperate. However, when the next demon race came again, they would probably have to deal with it carefully. This time, Roaring Tiger City had won beautifully, but they had also exposed their trump card. When the demon race came again, they would definitely have a corresponding countermeasure. Perhaps there would be a real powerhouse leading the army to battle. In the city lord's mansion, Yang Kai was reclining on the couch with Yu Rumeng's slender and beautiful legs as his pillow. His eyes were slightly narrowed, and he had a contemplative look on his face. Yu Rumeng gently rubbed his head, acting like a good wife and loving mother. It was hard to believe that this woman would want to die together with Yang Kai at the slightest provocation. The room was silent, only the sound of the 2 people breathing could be heard. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. Rumeng. Yu Rumeng responded. I remember that you told me before that you would take me to a place. Now, can you tell me where you want to go? Why do you suddenly ask this? Yu Rumeng smiled and looked at him curiously. Yang Kai said, you didn't hesitate to use the heart seal secret technique to tie me up. I think you have some plans for me, but I can't figure out what you and the power behind you are planning, and why you have been biding your time. Rumeng, now that the war between the 2 worlds has begun, I have been entrusted by Lin Tong to protect Roaring Tiger City before his death. I don't want to be too distracted, so I think we should be honest with each other. Tell me where you want me to go and what you want me to do. If possible, I will cooperate well. Yu Rumeng smiled and shook her head. Now is not the time. When the time is right, I will tell you. Yang Kai looked up with indifferent eyes. Yu Rumeng frowned slightly, and inexplicably felt that Yang Kai was very far away from her again. Chapter 34:19. As expected, the demon race behaved themselves for a period of time. Since the last 1 million demon race troops were repelled, Roaring Tiger City spent a month in peace. A month later, the city defense array was activated again. When the light curtain of the array enveloped the city, the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City finally felt safe. This array was set up by the South Gate Army, and its performance was several times better than the original array of Roaring Tiger City. With this array, even if another 1 million demon race troops came, Roaring Tiger City could rely on the power of the array to deal with them. Not only that, there was also good news from the High Heaven Palace. The first batch of cultivators who entered the Dream Realm 1000 Illusions had come out. Although only 1/10 of them cultivated the power of Wizard, this undoubtedly showed that this method was feasible. As long as they continued to put cultivators into the Dream Realm 1000 Illusions, sooner or later, there would be a wizard in the astral boundary that could deal with the war of the 2 realms. These cultivators who cultivated the power of Wizard and became wizards were assigned by Yang Inflammation. Perhaps because they were not able to help Yang Kai last time, Yang Inflammation felt guilty. This time, he directly assigned 2 great wizard-level existences to come over. 2 great wizard-level existences could only be regarded as icing on the cake in the current situation, but it was better than nothing. At least they could add some practical wizard skills to the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City, saving Yang Kai some effort. Roaring Tiger City had also been maintaining contact with other major cities in the Western Territory. In a month, the overall situation was not very optimistic. Many small and medium-sized cities had fallen, and many cultivators in the astral boundary had died. Those who were still alive were forced to flee to other cities and join other cultivators. Some people also came to Roaring Tiger City. They accepted tens of thousands of people and once again strengthened the defense of Roaring Tiger City. Since the beginning of the War of the Two Realms, more than 1 million people had died in the astral boundary. The demon race's casualties would only be higher. However, the demon race kept increasing their troops as if they could never kill them all. Everyone was mentally and physically exhausted. A few days later, Yang Kai, who was cultivating in seclusion in the city lord mansion, suddenly opened his eyes. He took out his communication compass and checked it. Then, he frowned, got up, and flashed out. On the city wall, Yang Kai suddenly appeared, and a group of people in the Emperor realm saluted. What's the situation? Yang Kai looked into the distance and asked. Li Jiao, the demon race again. How many people? Not too many, I think. Qi Gui sneered, if we can defeat an army of 1 million, what is a few 100,000? Last time, the Roaring Tiger City was able to achieve such a victory before the Great City Barrier Array was completed. This time, they had the Great City Barrier Array to rely on, and Roaring Tiger City had tens of thousands of people, so Qi Gui was naturally full of confidence. Don't be careless. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, since the demon race dares to come, they must have something to rely on. Suddenly, Gao Shueting seemed to have thought of something. She was slightly shocked as she said, You mean, Yang Kai, I hope my guess is wrong, otherwise, this battle will be difficult to fight. He turned to Ma Yin and said, Send people out to scout again. See if there are any other demon race armies nearby. Ma Yin nodded and quickly went down the city wall to make arrangements. Not long after, more than 12 people rushed out of the Roaring Tiger City and rushed in different directions. Half an hour later, Ma Yin came to report, City Lord, there is no other demon race army within 1,000 miles, only that one. Yang Kai nodded and shouted, Send my order, prepare for battle. The horn sounded, and the Roaring Tiger City was operating at full speed. Nearly 200,000 cultivators were in charge of their own duties. Under the leadership of the people from the Emperor realm, they were arranged in square formations to guard all directions of the city wall. They were waiting for the demon race army to arrive before they attacked with all their might. Information was sent back from the spies outside. The demon race army kept approaching the Roaring Tiger City. It was obvious that they were going straight for the Roaring Tiger City. On the city wall, the atmosphere was solemn. Many people from the Emperor realm looked into the distance. The demon race army gradually appeared in their field of vision. Just as the information said, there were less than 1 million of them because they were much fewer than last time. They were probably the army of the demon race that was defeated last time. However, it was this army that had suffered a great loss in the Roaring Tiger City. This time, it was valiant and full of vigor. It was strange no matter how one looked at it. Time passed slowly. The demon race army suddenly stopped when they were 50 miles away from the Roaring Tiger City. The army separated to the left and right. A figure, a demon flame stallion, walked out of the army unhurriedly. The demon flame stallion's hooves were burning with evil fire. It was full of evil energy. At first glance, it looked like a horse, but it was a few heads taller than an ordinary horse. It was extremely ferocious and majestic. On the back of the horse, the demon race was swaying as if it was drunk. It closed its eyes and slowly approached the Roaring Tiger City with its mount. Everyone was looking at this demon race. Many people frowned because no one could see the depth of this demon race. At first glance, this demon race looked like an ordinary person. But at this time, why would an ordinary person come here to die? They could not see it because this demon race's cultivation was unusually high. It was not until this moment that the demon race yawned and slowly opened its eyes. There seemed to be a flash of lightning. As the tightly closed eyelids opened, the world suddenly trembled. A great power descended from the sky like an invisible mountain. It pressed down on the chests of many people in the emperor realm, making it difficult for them to breathe. A fake emperor. Li Jiao cried out in alarm. The faces of Gao Shueting and the others also changed. Yang Kai's expression was also very gloomy. Although he already knew that the demon race would be prepared and might send out a fake emperor-level powerhouse, when such a fake emperor really appeared in front of him, Yang Kai still had a headache. Roaring Tiger City was not a big city. Logically, the demon race would not pay too much attention to it. However, Roaring Tiger City had won the previous 2 battles and killed countless enemies. It probably attracted the attention of the demon race, which was why they sent out a fake emperor-level powerhouse to deal with it. Sure enough, a tall tree attracts the wind. A fake emperor? The demon race obviously heard Li Jiao's words. He looked over and chuckled. His smile was clean and hearty, and coupled with the vicissitudes of life on his chin, he had a different kind of charm. He raised a finger and slowly shook it. Wrong, 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 very wrong. A fake emperor is just a name here. In the demon territory, someone like me is called a half-saint. Whether it was a fake emperor or a half-saint, they were just different names. They were existences that were only one step away from the great emperors and demon saint. They were not existences that could be stopped by the ordinary people in the emperor realm. Yang Kai bared his teeth and cursed Qiongqi 100 times in his heart. If this old man had not taken the initiative to bring Yang Shao and Yang Shui to the Four Seasons realm, he would not have lacked high-end combat power. With the strength of Qiongqi and Lu Yan, the half-saint in front of him would not have an easy time. Now that the enemy had sent out a half-saint, he and his embodiment had to go all out to deal with it. Even if the remaining people of Roaring Tiger City could win against the demon race, they would probably suffer heavy casualties. What's more, whether they could win or not was still unknown. He had contributed a lot to the previous 2 victories. This time, without him, Roaring Tiger City's combat power would definitely be reduced sharply. The half-saint suddenly pointed at Li Jiao and laughed arrogantly. Old man, since you have a lot to say, come out and die first. I can give you a quick death. Li Jiao's face darkened when he heard this. Just because he said something, he wanted to be the first to die. What kind of logic is this? Yang Kai said indifferently, Your Excellency is really arrogant. Whether it's a fake emperor or a half-saint, if you want us to die, you have to show some real ability. Hearing this, the half-saint immediately tilted his head and looked over. His hawk-like eyes were extremely sharp, piercing people's skin. He gently nodded and said, You will be the second to die. Then he reached out and pointed at the others one by one. You will be the third, you will be the fourth. He chattered for a long time, making everyone angry. It was as if they were really going to die one by one under his command. As he pointed, the half-saint of demon race suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He raised his finger and couldn't point anymore. He squeezed his eyes hard and looked at a certain place on the city wall for a long time without saying a word. Everyone on the city wall was at a loss. They followed his gaze and didn't know what he saw. After a while, the half-saint withdrew his hand and said with an embarrassed smile, I suddenly remembered that this king still has something important to do. I will leave first. After saying this, he turned his horse around and trotted back the way he came at an extremely fast speed. What the hell? Li Jiao and the others were all stunned. They all felt that there was something wrong with this half-saint of the demon race's brain. He came with such an aggressive aura and even said such big words, but in the end, it was all bark and no bite? Was this still a fucking half-saint? Could it be that he was pretending? But that aura that was not inferior to a fake emperor's could not be faked. The current situation was too strange. No one knew how to deal with it. They all turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he immediately made up his mind. He shouted, "Activate the array and kill the enemy." Gao Shueting hurriedly said, "Yang Kai, be careful of a trap." The half-saint's actions were too strange. It was easy to feel that he was doing this on purpose to lure everyone out of the city. A half-saint was already very difficult to deal with. If they lost the protection of the array, even the Emperor realm wouldn't be enough to kill him. Gao Shueting wasn't the only one who had this concern. Yang Kai stared at Gao Shueting and said in a deep voice, "Trust me." Gao Shueting hesitated for a moment before turning her head and shouting, "Activate the array." With a rumble, the great city barrier array was activated. Profound and complex incantations sounded, and the light of the bloodthirst technique and life chains shone, enveloping the army in the city. Chapter 34:20. Although it took some time to use bloodlust and life chains on the roaring tiger city cultivator, Yang Kai soon caught up with the half-saint of demon race. Under the shocked gazes of Li Jiao and the others, Yang Kai raised the myriad sword and slashed downwards. The half-saint of demon race didn't even raise his head, but it was as if he had eyes on the top of his head. With a flick of his finger, he accurately hit the back of the myriad sword. With a ding sound, a powerful force was transmitted, and the myriad sword almost flew out of his hand. Yang Kai was secretly shocked by the strength of this demon race. The law of space fluctuated, turning the space around the enemy into an invisible cage. The demonic flame colt's movements suddenly stopped, and flames erupted from its body. It struggled with all its might, but it was as slow as a turtle crawling. Under the solid space, even if this demonic beast was strong, it was difficult for it to regain its freedom. The pitch-black moon blade slashed down, but the half-saint of demon race grabbed the moon blade with a backhand grab, and with a slight force, the moon blade shattered. The next moment, he leapt up, completely unrestrained by the law of space, and soared into the sky. Yang Kai whispered, "Flowing time, great emperor's withering glory, shuttle like a dream." Time seemed to stop at this moment, and the flowing time great emperor's shuttle like seal slammed down on the half-saint. The half-saint of demon race showed a rare look of surprise, and flames suddenly erupted from his body. The surrounding temperature rose sharply, and the space was distorted by the heat. He raised his hand, and a ball of flames met the flowing time great emperor's shuttle like seal head-on. The two collided in midair, producing a violent sound, and then disappeared. With a mournful cry, the demonic flame colt was shaken by the aftermath of the attack and fell to the ground, dead. The half-saint of demon race looked down at his mount and bared his teeth, a pained expression on his face. Clang! The clear sound of a bell rang out as the quaint mountains and rivers bell spun and flew out. It expanded in the wind and covered the half-saint demon with the power to suppress heaven and earth. "Good treasure!" the half-saint of demon race shouted. His eyesight was quite good, and he immediately saw through the mountains and rivers bell's extraordinary power. His figure turned into a mass of flames as he dodged left and right in the air, avoiding the suppression force of the mountains and rivers bell. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and with a flicker assault, he appeared above Huang Xiaolong's head. Then, he stretched out his hand, which transformed into a dragon claw shadow, and clawed at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's palm grasped at thin air. A half-saint was comparable to a fake emperor, so how could it be so easy to deal with him? However, after being attacked by Yang Kai again and again, the half-saint of demon race seemed to be a little angry. He stepped on the mountains and rivers bell and an irresistible force erupted. The mountains and rivers bell fell to the ground with a loud bang, causing cracks to appear one after another. The half-saint of demon race stood proudly in the air, looked at Yang Kai, and said, "Boy, that's enough. If you attack again, this king won't be polite to you anymore." Yang Kai grinned at him and waved his hand, releasing the embodiment, and looked at him meaningfully. "What are you worried about?" The half-saint laughed. "What does this king need to worry about? It's just that this king has something important to do, so he can't be bothered to deal with you." Since you have no scruples, then let's fight. Yang Kai roared, dragon transformation. A high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the sky, and Yang Kai's figure suddenly swelled. Short horns grew on his head, and the exposed skin on his body was covered in dragon scales. His hands completely transformed into dragon claws, and a long dragon tail appeared behind him. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's body changed greatly, and he suddenly turned into a 300-meter-tall behemoth. His head reached the sky, his feet touched the ground, and his nostrils spewed hot air. His dragon breath swept out, and the wind and clouds changed color. The half-saint of demon race put his hand in front of his forehead and looked up, and his face twitched. Good boy. Yang Kai opened his mouth and roared, and a golden ball of light shot towards the half-saint of demon race. The golden light was dazzling, and almost covered the light of the sun in the sky. When it hit the ground, it spread out with a loud bang, and the whole world lost its color. A deafening explosion sounded, and the earth trembled unceasingly. After the golden light disappeared, a large hole with a diameter of 300 meters appeared on the ground, and the half-saint of demon race was nowhere to be seen. In the distance, a voice sounded, "Remember, this king's name is Biyao. I will teach you a lesson another day." Yang Kai turned his head and looked in the direction of the source of the voice, and his face became gloomy. He ran away. That half-saint unexpectedly ran away. Yang Kai immediately felt powerless, as if he had punched cotton. If they really fought, even if he transformed into a 300 meters long dragon and joined forces with his embodiment, he still wouldn't be his opponent. But this time, he was facing a half-saint, so Yang Kai didn't dare to hold back in the slightest. But what he didn't expect was that the other side would retreat so quickly, and didn't even pay attention to the hundreds of thousands of demon race's soldiers. What was the meaning of this? As such, he somewhat confirmed a guess in his heart. If the half-saint wanted to run away, even if Yang Kai had the space divine technique, he couldn't do anything. He had nowhere to vent his fighting spirit, so he could only turn his gaze to the hundreds of thousands of demon race's soldiers. This army of several 100,000 was indeed the one that had been crippled the last time. This time, they had come aggressively under the leadership of the semi-sage devil. They had wanted to avenge their previous disgrace. However, they hadn't expected that the semi-sage devil wouldn't care about their life and death, and would take the lead in withdrawing. Nearly 200,000 cultivators from Roaring Tiger City had already rushed up. In the wilderness, the two armies instantly clashed. History repeated itself. This demon race's army was already defeated by Roaring Tiger City, and they dared to come today because they had a half-saint with them. Now that the half-saint had openly left, they had completely lost their backbone, so how could they still have the will to fight? As soon as they came into contact with each other, they were defeated like a landslide, and were utterly defeated. On the other hand, Roaring Tiger City's army was full of vigor, and they were like wolves and tigers. Under the leadership of nearly 200 cultivators from the Emperor realm, they kept on killing. When Yang Kai and his Dharmakaya rushed into the battlefield, the outcome of the battle was even less suspenseful. His huge body was a very eye-catching landmark even in a battlefield of millions. The demon race all retreated, but Yang Kai rushed wherever there were the most people. With a casual slap or sweep of his tail, a demon race member would be killed. After a long time, the noisy battlefield finally quieted down. The cultivator who was still alive looked around and saw that the demon race was no longer around, and only their own people were bathed in blood. Cheers rang out, and went straight to the ninth heaven. Yang Kai had already dispersed his dragon form and returned to his original appearance. He stood in the void and looked around. In all directions, inexplicable forces were converging toward him. Each force was insignificant, but when hundreds of thousands of them gathered, they formed an extremely terrifying force wave. A tiger's roar was heard, and a giant tiger suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. It was very lifelike and had a gloomy aura. Yang Kai looked back and had a strange look on his face. The giant tiger was not a physical entity, so he could not explain it clearly, but he felt that he could mobilize the giant tiger's power for his own use. If he absorbed the giant tiger into his body at a critical moment, his strength would definitely increase explosively. Hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes stared at the giant tiger. Many people were confused and did not know what the illusory figure that suddenly appeared meant, but they felt that the illusory figure of the giant tiger was closely connected to them. Military momentum. Li Jiao raised his eyebrows and looked surprised. Yang Kai looked at him and asked, "What's military momentum?" Li Jiao replied excitedly, "It's the momentum that can only be gathered and the army is united. I've seen some records in an ancient book, but I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes. Brother Yang, since the military momentum has appeared, it means that the 100,000 people in Roaring Tiger City have united as one. This is even rarer than a million-strong army." Gao Shueting nodded and said, "It's difficult for a military force to appear. Only when everyone has absolute confidence in the commander will there be a chance for it to appear." Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "I feel that I can use this giant tiger to increase my strength." Li Jiao nodded and said, "That's right. Military momentum is hard to come by, but it's also very useful. There hasn't been a large-scale battle in the astral boundary for so many years, so naturally, no military momentum has been born. My Roaring Tiger City is very likely to be the first place to give birth to a military momentum." Yang Kai said happily, "This is good news." Li Jiao laughed and said, "With Brother Yang's ability and such a military momentum, my Roaring Tiger City will have nothing to fear even if a half-saint comes next time." Yang Kai and his Dharmakaya were already very strong when they joined forces. Against that half-saint called Biyao, even if they weren't a match for him, they wouldn't be too far behind. If this military momentum was also increased, they could at least be on par with Biyao. They might even be slightly better. Roaring Tiger City won 3 battles, and all of them were great victories. This made everyone in Roaring Tiger City have a kind of bone-deep trust in Yang Kai. It was also natural for them to gather in military momentum. This was the recognition of more than 100,000 soldiers to Yang Kai. It was the convergence of more than 100,000 people's strength. How could he be underestimated? Just as Li Jiao said, having such a military momentum of more than 100,000 people was even rarer than an army of 1,000,000. The facts also proved this point. So what if the demon race had an army of 1,000,000 people? Weren't they still scared witless by the people of Roaring Tiger City? Last time, they killed 300,000 people. This time, it would be even more, because less than 200,000 people from the demon race fled miserably. Leaving some people to clean up the battlefield and count the casualties, Yang Kai went straight back to the mayor's mansion. Yu Ru Meng came up to him and looked at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. "You have the bloodline of the dragon race?" If Yang Kai hadn't transformed into a 300-foot-long dragon this time, she wouldn't have known about it. However, when the 300-foot-long dragon swept across the battlefield, anyone who wasn't blind could see it. Naturally, Yu Ru Meng also saw it clearly. Yang Kai grinned and reached out to pinch her smooth chin. He raised it slightly and said, "What's wrong? Are you having a crush on me?" Yu Ru Meng slapped his big hand away and said angrily, "Stop it." Yang Kai bent down, picked her up, and strode inside. "What are you doing?" Yu Ru Meng squirmed. "My husband has returned from a battle. Naturally, he needs you to help him bathe and change his clothes." Yu Ru Meng couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Whose husband are you?" Yang Kai looked down at her. "You don't want to?" Yu Ru Meng curled her lips. Yang Kai put her down and shouted, "Fu Ling." Fu Ling rushed over like a whirlwind, a strange light flashing in her beautiful eyes. "What orders does brother-in-law have?" Yu Ru Meng hurriedly said, "Nothing, he just wants to ask if you are injured." Fu Ling pursed her lips and smiled. "Thank you brother-in-law for your concern. I am fine." Yu Ru Meng nodded. "It's good that you are fine." After saying that, she held Yang Kai's hand and walked into the inner hall. Chapter 34-21. The situation in Roaring Tiger City became treacherous after this battle. For half a year, no army of the demon race visited. Perhaps they were afraid of Roaring Tiger City's power or for some other reason, but the demon race seemed to have forgotten about Roaring Tiger City. Instead, the nearby cities were constantly attacked by the demon race. In the first 2 months, Yang Kai did not dare to act rashly, lest he gave the demon race an opportunity. However, as time passed, after confirming that the demon race would never come to Roaring Tiger City again, Yang Kai took the initiative to attack with the army of Roaring Tiger City. If the demon race doesn't attack the city, I can go out and fight them, right? Thanks to the 200,000 soldiers of Roaring Tiger City, the nearby cities were in danger several times, but they survived the crisis with the support of Roaring Tiger City and killed countless enemies. The army of Roaring Tiger City was established, and there were as many as 100 to 200 soldiers in the Emperor realm. Wherever they went, they were invincible, and their fame spread far and wide. Nowadays, the major cities in the Western Territory would send a request for help to Roaring Tiger City as soon as possible if they were not able to defend themselves. With the space magic circle and the sealed world bead, Yang Kai's reinforcements came and went very quickly, turning the tide many times. Although the army of Roaring Tiger City performed well under the leadership of Yang Kai, the overall situation was not optimistic for the astral boundary. In half a year, the Western Territory had lost a lot of territory. Hundreds of cities had fallen, and countless people had died on the battlefield. The invasion of the demon race was unstoppable. At this rate, the entire Western Territory would fall in less than 5 years. By then, the demon race would use the Western Territory as a springboard, and the Eastern, Southern, and Northern territories would not be peaceful. The great emperors were now nowhere to be found. No one knew what they were doing or if they knew the current situation of the astral boundary. The defensive array of Roaring Tiger City was slowly activated, and the 200,000 soldiers returned in triumph. Although the army of Roaring Tiger City had suffered a lot of casualties during the half-year campaign, more cultivators joined the army every day. Therefore, the number of the army of Roaring Tiger City had been stable, if not growing. The residents of the city cheered and happily welcomed the return of the army. This time, Yang Kai had led the army out to provide support. It could be said that he had successfully retreated, protecting the city that he had been sent to provide support to, and repelling the attack of the million-strong demon race. Ma Yin, who stayed in Roaring Tiger City, came up to Yang Kai and whispered to him. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with surprise. He waved his hand to the rear, and the army went to rest. Yang Kai took off his armor and strode into the mayor's mansion. In the main hall, a person was seated at the side. He seemed to have sensed the movement and turned his head to look. 4 pairs of eyes met, only to see that the newcomer's eyes were completely white, without a trace of black. It was a frightening sight. Brother Gao. Yang Kai smiled faintly and walked to the head of the table and sat down. A maidservant served him tea before respectfully withdrawing. The newcomer was Gao Zhan. Yang Kai knew him, but he was not familiar with him. He could not help but feel a little strange. What was he doing here? This guy was the successor of the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations. What was he doing here in Roaring Tiger City instead of serving the great emperors? You flatter me. Gao Zhan bowed slightly. Brother Yang, you are cultured and virtuous. When the Roaring Tiger army came out, the demon race was terrified. You have made a name for yourself these days. Yang Kai said, Brother Gao, you flatter me. May I know why you are here? Gao Zhan replied, I am here to invite Brother Yang to come with me under the order of my master. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, The Master of Heaven's Revelations wants to see me? Yes. Yang Kai nodded and said, Okay, let me prepare a little. Gao Zhan stretched out his hand. There was nothing to prepare. He just found Li Jiao and Gao Shueting and told them that he was going out for a while and asked them to be on guard. Although no demon soldiers had come to the Roaring Tiger City since that semi-sage demon came to make trouble, there was nothing wrong with being careful. What if the demon army really attacked the city when he was not here? After that, Yang Kai and Gao Zhan set off together. Through the space array in the city, they were sent directly to their destination. Zhang Xian's vision blurred, and the two of them found themselves in a valley. The spiritual energy in the valley was rich, and birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. There were pavilions and pavilions in the valley, and the scenery was unique. After spending so much time in the battlefield and the sounds of fighting, Zhang Xian was still a little unaccustomed to being in such a place. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "This is Divine Design Valley?" He had long heard that the great emperors of heaven's revelations lived in Divine Design Valley, but few people knew where Divine Design Valley was in the star boundary. Yang Kai did not know either, but he did not expect that he would come to Divine Design Valley one day. Gao Zhan nodded and said, "Senior brother Yang is right, this is Heaven's secret valley. My master prefers peace and quiet, so there is only me and my master here. I hope brother Yang can forgive us for any neglect. Brother Gao is too polite." Yang Kai said politely and looked around curiously. Gao Zhan led the way in front, crossing a small bridge and flowing water. Divine Design Valley was full of twists and turns, and the scenery was constantly changing. It was still spring and flowers were blooming somewhere, but when they stepped out, they might be in white snow. There was a very clever array here, which seemed to be able to adjust the aura of the 4 seasons. Until they were in front of a pavilion, Gao Zhan stopped and stretched out his hand. Raising his head, Kai Yang was shocked to discover that there were 2 people sitting in the pavilion, looking at him with smiles on their faces. Although he was looking around all the way, it did not mean that he did not perceive the surroundings. In front of the pavilion in front of him, there were 2 people he did not notice, which was really strange. However, if these 2 people were both great emperors, it made sense. One of them was naturally the master of this place, the great emperors of heaven's revelations, and the other was not unfamiliar to Yang Kai, it was the martial beast Mo Huang. At this moment, the 2 were sitting opposite each other, with a stone table in the middle. There was tea on the table, and the smell of tea was overflowing in the air. Yang Kai stepped forward and entered the pavilion, cupping his hands and saying, "Greetings to the 2 master." Mo Huang smiled and said, "Don't be polite, sit down." Kai Yang gave his thanks and sat down between the 2 of them. For a moment, there was silence. The great emperors of heaven's revelations and the martial beast did not say anything, as if they were waiting for the tea in front of them to boil. Yang Kai did not want to disturb this quiet atmosphere, but after all, he was sitting between the 2 great emperors, so he was somewhat uncomfortable, twisting his body from time to time and moving his arms and legs. Mo Huang turned his head and glanced at him. "Are you a monkey?" Yang Kai laughed awkwardly and immediately looked down, not moving at all. Chu Tianji chuckled, "It's normal for young people to be lively and active, Brother Mo does not need to be so harsh on him." Mo Huang said, "Brother Chu, don't be fooled by this little brat's appearance, he has never been a good person." Because of Mo Shaoqi, Mo Huang had always had a bad opinion of Yang Kai, so naturally he would not hesitate to attack him when he had the chance. Yang Kai complained, "Master Martial Beast, this junior has not offended you, right? Back on Dragon Island, I could be considered to have helped you. Last time, I even took Shaoqi to visit Auntie, why are you saying this to me?" Mo Huang snorted twice, picked up the teapot on the table, filled his own cup, and drank it in one gulp. Chu Tianji chuckled, took the teapot, and poured Yang Kai's cup. Yang Kai was shocked and hurriedly stood up. "How could I dare trouble Senior, this junior can do it himself." This was the great emperors of heaven's revelations, and he was actually pouring tea for him. No matter how arrogant Yang Kai was, he could not bear it. Chu Tianji did not ask, and only when Yang Kai's cup was filled did he pour a cup for himself, slowly saying, "I have heard many things about you from Brother Mo. Sure enough, there are new talents in every generation, and a new generation replaces the old." Yang Kai's face turned red, and while sitting down again, he said awkwardly, "Master of Heaven's revelations is too kind." Yang Kai knew that Mo Huang had some opinions about him, and nothing good came out of his mouth. He did not know what the great emperors of heaven's revelations had heard. Chu Tianji laughed. Extraordinary people do extraordinary things. At least when I was young, I did not have such a charming and colorful life like yours. Compared to you, I am far inferior. Yang Kai bared his teeth. How am I extraordinary? I was just young and impulsive. Master, you are the role models of the countless cultivator in the star world. Chu Tianji slowly shook his head. This old man has lived for many years, and I have seen many so-called young talents, rising stars, but I have never seen anyone as eye-catching and dazzling as you. Everyone says that this old man can see through the past, see through the future, and have the ability to discern the future, but this old man cannot see what your future is like. Yang Kai was shocked. Master, what you mean is that this junior's future is confusing? Chu Tianji slowly shook his head, but did not explain. Yang Kai was anxious, but his fist was not as big as Chu Tianji's, so he could not force him. He could only grab the tea in front of him and gulp it down. Mo Huang could not bear it any longer. Stop flattering him, hurry up and get to the point. Old Chu, you like to beat around the bush and drag your feet. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. Yes, I wonder why the two seniors called this junior here? For the two great emperors to call him here, it was clearly not a small matter. Yang Kai suddenly realized what the great emperors of heaven's revelations meant when they said, extraordinary people do extraordinary things. They had a mission for him, and it should be a very dangerous mission. Damn, the tea of the great emperors really was not that good to drink. This time, without waiting for Chu Tianji to speak, Mo Huang directly said, Yang Kai, we hope that you can make a trip to the demon territory. Enter the demon territory? Yang Kai was shocked. Enter the demon territory for what? Mo Huang's expression turned serious. I'm afraid that Bright Moon is in some danger. We need you to rescue him. Yang Kai was a little confused. He naturally knew that the Bright Moon great emperors had fallen into the demon territory. When the passage between the two worlds opened, several great emperors entered to investigate, but unexpectedly, they were ambushed by several demon saints in the demon territory. In the end, it was the Bright Moon great emperors who used his own strength to hold back those demon saints, giving Mo Huang and the others a chance to escape. Later, they also heard that the Bright Moon great emperors seemed to be trapped somewhere, but no one knew where exactly, and there was still no news. Now that Mo Huang suddenly wanted him to go to the demon territory to rescue the great emperors, Yang Kai was naturally confused. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai pulled the corner of his mouth and said, Master, are you joking? Chapter 34-22. Ha! Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh. How could this junior? Before he could finish, Mo Huang interrupted. I also think that it's a bit unreliable for you to handle this matter, but old Chu said that it has to be you. Why is that? Yang Kai frowned and looked at Chu Tianji curiously. Chu Tianji said leisurely, a few days ago, this old master suddenly felt uneasy and had a feeling that something big was about to happen, so he immediately made a divination and received a prophecy. Little friend Yang, do you know what that prophecy was? Yang Kai thought to himself, how would I know? If I knew that I was the great emperors of heaven's revelations, you wouldn't be able to do anything. He immediately shook his head and showed a curious look. Chu Tianji turned his head and looked to the side, saying neither too fast nor too slow, the moon sets and the crow cries, a ray of hope. Yang Kai racked his brains, but no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't figure out what this prophecy had to do with him, so he humbly asked for advice. I understand that the moon falls crying crow is a sign that Senior Mingyu is in danger, but what does that slim chance of survival have to do with me? Why does it have to be me? Chu Tianji pointed, look over there, do you see anything? Following his gaze, Kai Yang immediately saw a poplar tree that was as thick as a person's arm and had lush branches. Chu Tianji continued, that day, this old master crushed jade here, and the divination corresponded to that poplar tree over there. Look again, where is that poplar tree? Yang Kai slightly identified the direction and hesitated, north? Chu Tianji nodded. The moon sets and the crow cries. A ray of hope lies in the north. Does little friend Yang understand? Yang Kai suddenly understood. North Yang, North, surnamed Yang. Who else could it be other than him? But was this reliable? He didn't doubt the ability of the great emperors of Heaven's revelations. Since they were called Heaven's revelations and could see the past and the future, they naturally had their own abilities. But what kind of place was the demon territory? Several great emperors had joined forces, but one of them had fallen. What could a little second-order emperor realm master like him do if he ran in? Not to mention rescuing the great emperor's bright moon. Yang Kai immediately fell into hesitation. To be honest, although he was curious about what the demon domain was like, he had never thought about going there. In front of the two great emperors, he couldn't refuse directly, so he could only say, "Two seniors, even if this junior has the heart, I'm afraid he is powerless." Not to mention the situation in the demon domain, this junior doesn't know where senior Ming Yu is trapped, but how to safely enter the demon domain is a big problem. Although the passage between the two worlds is open, this junior can't brazenly rush through it. If he really did, he would be torn apart by the demon race. But besides that passage, where else can we enter the demon domain? You have a way. Chu Tianji looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. What way do I have? Chu Tianji slowly shook his head. Although this old master isn't too sure, this old master knows that you can become the demon race's territory, and there will be a tribulation in the demon territory. Once you pass this tribulation, you can soar to the heavens. Yang Kai stared. What tribulation? Chu Tianji smiled but didn't say anything. Mo Huang, on the other hand, was a little shocked. Boy, do you really have a way to become the demon race's territory? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. How can I? Unless the great emperors join forces to escort me in, but if I do, the demon territory will know. At that time, even if this junior enters the demon territory, he won't be able to find peace. Who knows, he might even die there. With a solemn expression, he cupped his hands and said, "This junior is really powerless. Please don't make things difficult for this junior." He really didn't want to go to the demon territory. Even though the great emperors of Heaven's revelations said that the bright moon great emperor's survival depended on him, that was only a prophecy. Whether it was true or not was another matter. Even if it was true, if even the bright moon great emperors had no way to solve it, what could he do? Just as he was talking, he suddenly noticed someone walking into the pavilion from the corner of his eye. Yang Kai turned his head to look and said in surprise, "Junior sister Lan?" The person who came was Lan Sun. He didn't know when she came to Heaven's secret valley, but after not seeing her for so long, Lan Sun was obviously a lot more haggard. Her eyes were slightly red, as if she had been crying. It was not difficult to understand. The bright moon great emperors had been trapped in the demon territory for so long without any news. As their daughter, she was naturally very worried. Lan Sun walked up to Yang Kai without saying a word, and under the stunned gaze of Yang Kai, she knelt down, leaned down, and kowtowed, trembling as she said, Brother Yang, please save my father." Yang Kai was shocked and quickly got up from the chair and took her arm. "Junior sister Lan, what are you doing? Get up quickly." Lan Sun didn't move and just said, Brother Yang, please save my father. Get up first and talk." Yang Kai was anxious. Since he first met Lan Sun in the Four Seasons realm, they had been friends for many years and had a good relationship. When he was weak, Lan Sun took care of him many times. Lan Sun, as the daughter of the great emperors and the princess of Star Soul Palace, had never been arrogant or domineering. Instead, she treated people gently and politely. Yang Kai's impression of Lan Sun was very good, many times better than Yao Lin's. Now that this friend of his was kneeling in front of him, how could Yang Kai bear it? With this kneel, he was afraid that they couldn't be friends anymore. After pulling several times, Lan Sun refused to get up. Yang Kai was so angry that he directly pulled her up. Just as he was about to say a few words to her, he saw that the person in front of him was crying and looking at him with her beautiful eyes. He swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue and smiled bitterly. Junior sister, why bother? Lan Sun shook her head bitterly. I have no other choice. After a pause, she said, I know that this is a bit difficult, and I know that the demon territory is very dangerous, but Uncle Chu said that only Brother Yang can save father, so this junior sister can only shamelessly ask. If brother can agree, this junior sister is willing to be a slave, a servant, an ox or a horse to repay brother's kindness. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on and said, Junior sister Lan is too serious. She even said that she would be a slave, a servant, an ox or a horse. It was obvious that Lan Sun had already regarded Yang Kai as her only life-saving straw. But now that she had said this, Yang Kai would seem a bit unreasonable if he refused again. If it were someone else, it would be fine, but Lan Sun had taken care of him many times over the years, so he was not an ungrateful person. After hesitating for a long time, Yang Kai sighed, Junior sister Lan, please don't be impatient. This matter is of great importance. Can you let me think about it for a moment? Lan Sun nodded and said, Of course, if brother wants to refuse, please speak frankly. This time, this junior sister was rude. When she said this, she had a tangled look on her face. Obviously, she didn't want Yang Kai to take risks, but this matter was related to her father, and Chu Tianji said that Yang Kai was her only hope, so she could only try it with the mentality of treating a dead horse as if it were still alive. The pavilion was silent for a while. Yang Kai faced the poplar tree in silence, lost in thought. After a long time, he took a deep breath and turned around. The three people in the pavilion all looked at him, and Lan Sun's expression was even more uneasy. She hoped that Yang Kai would agree, but at the same time, she didn't want him to agree. Yang Kai grinned, Junior sister, I agree to this matter. The demon territory. I will go there. Chu Tianji and Mo Huang glanced at each other with an, as expected, look on their faces. They had long known that this boy would not agree so readily. Fortunately, they had found Lan Sun. Thank you, brother. Lan Sun lowered her head and whispered, but the future of this trip to the demon territory is uncertain. Whether or not you can save father, junior sister hopes that brother can return safely. Yang Kai nodded and said, Don't worry, I will definitely bring Bright Moon Master back safe and sound. Lan Sun said, I will wait for you. After that, she turned and left. Yang Kai scratched his head. This sentence seemed to be a bit unusual. After a while, Yang Kai glanced around and said in a muffled voice, Are the two of you satisfied now? Mo Huang said in surprise, Boy, you saw through it? Yang Kai snorted and said, There is no reason for junior sister Lan Sun to appear here. Obviously, the two of you have already arranged it. You know that I am indebted to junior sister, so if she asks, I can't refuse. Chu Tianji chuckled, We had no choice but to do this. Little friend, please forgive us. Yang Kai shook his head and said, Master of Heaven's revelations is too serious. This boy also knows that Bright Moon Master's safety is of great importance. If he can really be rescued from the demon territory, it will definitely help the situation in the star boundary. But with such an important task, this boy was afraid that he would fail to live up to your trust, so he declined. Mo Huang nodded and said, It's good that you can think like this. But then again, how are you going to become the demon race's territory? After entering the territory of the demon race, how can you guarantee that you will not be eroded by the demonic chi and become the demon race? Although Yang Kai had been fighting against the demon race these days, the demon territory was the demon race's territory. There were demonic chi everywhere. Yang Kai was not the great emperor's, so how could he guarantee that he would not become the demon race? Yang Kai said, Master, you don't need to worry about these things. This boy has his own way of solving it. Everyone had their own secrets. Hearing him say this, Mo Huang naturally would not ask more. He nodded and said, Is there anything that you need our help with? If there is, feel free to ask. Yang Kai said, Once I leave, I'm afraid that I won't be able to come back in a short time. I only hope that Master can take good care of my High Heaven Palace and Roaring Tiger City's people. Mo Huang replied, you don't have to worry about that. Although I can't guarantee that there won't be any casualties, I can guarantee that they won't suffer any serious injuries. That's good. Chu Tianji said, don't you have any other requests? As long as you have any, we can satisfy you. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, would also like to ask the two of you to help me pass something to the Iron Blood Master. Mo Huang raised his eyebrows. He did not know what Yang Kai wanted to pass to Zhang Wuhen. Just as he was wondering, he saw Yang Kai take out a jade slip. His divine sense surged and poured information into it. After a short while, he handed the jade slip to Mo Huang. Just this? Mo Huang looked puzzled. Yes, Yang Kai nodded, I want to safely enter the territory of the demon race and become the demon race, but I still need the help of the Iron Blood Master. Mo Huang was even more puzzled, what can he help with? Yang Kai grinned at him but did not answer. Mo Huang said angrily, you guys are so mysterious. I don't know what you guys are up to. Yang Kai picked up the tea in front of him and drank it in one gulp. He stood up and said, I'll take my leave first. The next time we meet, I hope that I can fight side by side with the Master. Chapter 34-23. After returning to the High Heaven Palace from the Divine Design Valley, Yang Kai summoned Li Jiao and went straight to the point, brotherly, I may need to cultivate in seclusion for a while. You will be in charge of the Roaring Tiger City. Li Jiao was stunned, cultivating in seclusion at this time. The war between the two realms was in full swing. Although the Roaring Tiger City had been peaceful for the past 6 months, no one could guarantee that there would not be another attack by the demon race. This was obviously not a good time to cultivate in seclusion. If the demon race really came, without Yang Kai as the commander, the Roaring Tiger City's combat power would definitely be greatly reduced. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, I have some enlightenment recently. I have no choice but to do this. Li Jiao nodded when he heard that. He also knew that the path of martial arts was not easy. If he really had some enlightenment, it was better to cultivate in seclusion as soon as possible. Once he lost this opportunity, he might not be able to make up for it even after dozens or hundreds of years. He could only say, well, I will try my best to take care of the Roaring Tiger City. But Brother Yang, those people in the Half-Dragon City and that Master Fu Ling, don't worry, I will tell them to listen to your arrangement. With Li Jiao's cultivation and identity, it was not a problem to command the Roaring Tiger City. The only problem was Fu Ling. Li Jiao might not be able to subdue a rank 6 pure-blood giant dragon. Fu Ling was not very reliable. When Yang Kai was here, she was obedient. If Yang Kai was not here, she would be the most powerful person in the world. She might not give Li Jiao any face. But since Yang Kai wanted to entrust the Roaring Tiger City to Li Jiao, he would naturally arrange everything in advance. After a while, he summoned Fu Ling and told her in front of Li Jiao to be obedient in the future. Otherwise, she would be sent back to the Dragon Island immediately. Fu Ling did not dare to disobey. She immediately nodded like a chicken pecking rice. For her, it was rare for her to leave the Dragon Island. Naturally, she was not willing to be sent back so soon. Then, Yang Kai sent a message to all the people in the Emperor realm in the city, informing them that he would be cultivating in seclusion today and was not to be disturbed unless there was something important. Only then did he enter the secret chamber of the city lord's mansion and close the door. Cultivating in seclusion was naturally a cover. Since he had promised the great emperors of heaven's revelations and martial beast to go to the demon territory, he had to make arrangements for the people of Roaring Tiger City in advance. Otherwise, when the day came, Roaring Tiger City would be leaderless. He had to let Li Jiao familiarize himself with it for a while. Even if he left, Roaring Tiger City would not be affected too much. Inside the secret room, Yang Kai activated the space spirit bead on his wrist. The space laws fluctuated and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in a boudoir. "Who is it?" A delicate shout was heard. A cold light bloomed, and a sharp sword pierced his face. Yang Kai flicked his finger and flicked the sword to the side. Then, he reached out and grabbed a white wrist. With a slight twist, a soft and delicate body appeared in his arms. He leaned over and said with a smile, "Yao, your way of welcoming me is a little special." Ji Yao was startled. "Why are you here?" "I came to see you." Yang Kai stroked her hair and stared at her quietly. Ji Yao was a little embarrassed by his stare. She found that Yang Kai's eyes were especially gentle and reluctant today. She reclined in his broad arms and slowly moved her gaze away. However, Yang Kai reached out and pinched her chin, turning her head over to face him. Before she could react, a vigorous aura enveloped her. Their lips pressed together and Ji Yao slowly closed her eyes. The long sword in her hand fell to the ground with a tinkling sound as she wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's neck and hugged him tightly. After fiercely kissing her for a while, Kai Yang picked her up by the waist and gently placed her on the bed. Leaning over, he wantonly tasted her. Since that time in Iceheart Valley's secret art pavilion, the relationship between the two of them had made great progress, but they had never broken through the bottom line. Ji Yao seemed to enjoy this kind of surreptitious atmosphere and had never asked Yang Kai to do anything, nor did she want him to reveal their relationship to the world. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't force her. After a long bout of passion, the two of them blended together. Their bodies intertwined and rolled around on the bed, causing the atmosphere in the boudoir to become enchanting. After a long time, Yang Kai let her go. Ji Yao's body was as soft as mud and she was panting heavily as she lay on Yang Kai's body. Suddenly, Yang Kai said, "Yao, no matter what happens to me, you don't have to worry, and don't hold grudges against anyone." These words were inexplicable, causing Ji Yao to suddenly raise her head, as if she had a premonition, her bright big eyes staring at Yang Kai as she asked, "What will happen?" Yang Kai pinched her nose and said, "Don't ask too much, you'll know when the time comes. Just remember my words." Ji Yao didn't say anything and just looked at him. Yang Kai asked, "Do you remember?" Ji Yao nodded gently, "I remember." Kai Yang looked at her with gratification, flipped over, and once again began to ravage her mercilessly. After spending the night with Ji Yao in her room, Yang Kai gave her a few words of advice and then quietly left. High Heaven Palace, Spirit Medicine Peak, Yang Kai walked in with a jar of wine. The several apprentices at the door immediately saluted him respectfully when they saw him, but the oldest apprentice blocked his way and said with a troubled expression, "Palace Master, Grand Master Chu and Madame Xia are refining pills and ordered that no one is to disturb them. Go away, go away, go away." Yang Kai reached out and pushed the apprentice to the side, directly breaking into the room, shouting as he walked, "Little senior sister, little senior sister." He walked all the way to the underground alchemy room and suddenly saw the door open with a bang. Ji Ying rushed out with a disheveled face and a dark face. He reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's collar and said fiercely, "How many times have I told you not to disturb me when I'm refining pills? Don't think that I won't beat you just because you're the High Heaven Palace's palace master." Yang Kai grinned and reached out to pry his fingers away. "Brother Ji, calm down, it's just a furnace of pills, I'll just refine more." When Yang Kai saw him like this, he knew that his spirit pill furnace must have exploded, otherwise, his face would not be so dark. Yang Kai guessed that he must be quite angry, otherwise, how could an Emperor Realm alchemist explode his furnace so easily? Ji Ying angrily said, "Refine more. Don't you want time and energy? What's more, this is a stain in my alchemy career. Heavens, how could I agree to come here to refine pills?" Behind the door, Xia Ning Cheng walked out with a smile on her face. Although her face was covered by a veil, her crescent-shaped eyes showed that she was laughing. "All right, I brought you a jar of good wine, look." Yang Kai raised the jar in his hand and blocked Ji Ying's saliva. "What bullshit wine, I don't want to drink, you have to compensate me with pills." Ji Ying swept the wine jar away. Yang Kai said, Western Territory's sword wine, and it's the highest grade sword wine. Ji Ying, don't you want to try it? This thing is very rare nowadays. Western Territory's sword wine was famous all over the world. When Yang Kai and Zhu Qing met for the first time, he felt sorry for her and asked her to bring the sword wine from the Western Territory. Only then would he be willing to be friends with her. Who knew that Zhu Qing would really bring him the sword wine? Now that the Western Territory was suffering from the demon race, the mountain where this wine was brewed had been destroyed, making this wine even more precious. Ji Ying was startled when he heard this and quickly grabbed the wine jar. As he opened it, he said, This Ji has seen the world. If you dare to lie to me, I won't let you off. Yang Kai said seriously, I wouldn't dare lie to Brother Ji. And, that's right, I need to ask Brother Ji for leave on behalf of my little senior sister. She's going out for a while, and I don't know when she'll return. I'll have to trouble Brother Ji to refine pills. Where are you going? Brother Ji looked up and asked, but there was no sign of Yang Kai and Xia Ning Cheng. This guy actually took Xia Ning Cheng away as soon as he finished speaking. Ji Ying couldn't help but be startled for a moment before he gritted his teeth. At the space formation, Yang Kai and Xia Ning Cheng leisurely appeared. The little senior sister looked at Yang Kai curiously and said, How's the situation in the Western Territory? Why did you come back? Yang Kai smiled and said, There's someone there to take care of it. As for me, I just came back to see you guys. Have you gone to see Big Sister and the others? Not yet. Yang Kai shook his head. Xia Ning Cheng reached out and straightened his clothes for him. Suddenly, her gaze paused for a moment. She pulled a long strand of hair from Yang Kai's collar and casually tossed it aside. She said gently, You should go see Big Sister and the others first. I'll wait for you here. They're always fighting the demon race over there, so they're definitely not as comfortable as I am. Yang Kai's face twitched. He withdrew his gaze from the strand of hair floating in the wind and pulled Xia Ning Cheng into his arms. He kissed her forehead and said, Little senior sister is the most considerate. Xia Ning Cheng said shyly, Of course not. She lightly hit Yang Kai twice and said, Someone's watching. There were disciples guarding the space array all year round. Naturally, this scene was clearly seen by everyone. However, the master and mistress of the palace were lovey-dovey, so no one dared to look. At this moment, all of them were either looking up at the sky or looking down at the ground, as if there were flowers in the sky. At this moment, the space array fluctuated. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared on the array. At a glance, a sour voice sounded, Yo, you called us sisters back in such a hurry to watch a good show. Xia Ning Cheng's face became even redder. She hurriedly left Yang Kai's embrace and greeted the 3 women. Yang Kai looked back and said with a smile, Ah Luo, are you jealous of your own sisters? Shanqing Luo curled her lips and said, Of course it's fine if we're sisters. It's just that who knows if you've been fooling around with some vixen outside. How could that be? Yang Kai hurriedly denied. Shanqing Luo snorted and said, Is that so? Then please explain what's going on with that Li Shiqing. Shuiyu also nodded and said, That's right, that woman isn't a good thing. Yang Kai's head was covered in cold sweat. He turned his gaze to Su Yan and revealed a pleading look. Senior sister was really considerate and changed the topic, Why did you call us back? The 3 of them had always been in the same city as the people from High Heaven Palace and Iceheart Valley. This time, they had received a message from Ji Yao and rushed back together. Yang Kai smiled and said, It's nothing. I just wanted to ask you to accompany me on a scenic tour. Chapter 34-24. The 4 girls thought that Yang Kai was just joking. After all, the demon race had yet to be eradicated, and the Western Territory was still in turmoil. Who would be in the mood to go sightseeing at this time? Who knew that he would really do it? Setting off from the High Heaven Palace, they directly teleported to the former site of Thousand Leaves sect in the Southern Territory. After identifying the direction, Yang Kai led the 4 girls on a sightseeing tour. Although the demon race's invasion had spread like wildfire in the Star Boundary, and the Western Territory was still embroiled in the flames of war. The Eastern, Southern, and Northern Territories were also mobilizing. The war was still too far away from the Southern Territory, so the people in the Southern Territory who had not gone to provide support were still living their lives. Traveling with the 4 beauties, Yang Kai leisurely passed through countless spirit mountains and rivers, entering every city he came across, allowing Su Yan and the others to truly experience the wonders of the Star Boundary. Having said that, although Su Yan and the others had been in the Star Boundary for a few years now, they had always been in retreat in the High Heaven Palace. When the War of the Two Realms broke out, they had followed the army to the Western Territory. Strictly speaking, this was their first time traveling outside, and they were following Yang Kai, so they were naturally in high spirits, finding everything new and interesting. The group of 5, the men were heroic and extraordinary, while the women were graceful and graceful. Each of them had their own merits, and no matter where they went, they would become the focus of attention. Every night, Yang Kai would lead the 4 girls into the sealed world bead and sleep together. The little senior sister's skin was the thinnest, so how could she endure such shameful things? Su Yan took on the airs of an elder sister and reprimanded Yang Kai several times, but Yang Kai remained unmoved. The more Su Yan reprimanded him, the fiercer he became. Coupled with the dragon lady Shan Qing Luo helping him, Su Yan did not dare to speak casually and could only let him do as he pleased. After going around in circles for half a month, the group arrived at a plain. Seeing Yang Kai carefully inspecting the plains as if he was looking for something, Shan Qing Luo asked curiously, "What are you looking for?" Yang Kai said, "The entrance to the 4 Seasons realm was opened on this plain. I want to see if there are any traces of it." Su Yan understood. "Are you worried about Shao, and Shui? Yang Kai sighed and said, "Although Lu Yan is with them, they are still children after all. If I can see them with my own eyes, I will naturally feel more at ease." Among the 4 women, besides Shan Qing Luo, who had never met Yang Shao before because she had been cultivating in the ancient wild lands, Su Yan, Shuiyu, and Xia Ning Chang had all seen him before and were very fond of him. Coupled with the fact that he was Yang Kai's adopted son, their relationship was naturally even closer. Now that Yang Kai had the heart to look for it, they were naturally happy to help. The 5 of them immediately spread out and began to search the plains carefully. But in the end, they found nothing. The 4 Seasons realm was an independent small world. Although the entrance opened on this plain last time, no one could guarantee that it would open here again next time. What's more, this time, Cheongqi was the one who brought them in. Maybe Cheongqi had other ways to enter the 4 Seasons realm. Without any results, they could only leave. Later, Yang Kai took the 4 women to Azure Sun Temple and stayed on his Spirit Sword Peak for a few days before setting off for Maplewood City. This was the first city Yang Kai entered after coming to the Star Boundary, which was of great significance to him. It was in this place that he met Imo Shaoqi, met Lan Sun for the first time, obtained the Myriad Sword, and met the first great emperors. Outside Maplewood City, the Spirit Lake Palace stood tall, and countless cultivators still came in and out every day. Xia Sheng was no longer here, and Yang Kai had no intention of visiting. On the other hand, his old friend Kong Si Ran had been promoted to a branch president of the Chamber of Commerce in Maplewood City because of his business dealings with the High Heaven Palace over the years. It could be said that he had a high position and power. In the past, this would have been unimaginable for Kong Si Ran. When Yang Kai arrived, Kong Si Ran naturally welcomed him warmly. They went to the best restaurant in Maplewood City and enjoyed each other's company. The next day, Yang Kai left and led the 4 women to the old site of the Blue Feather sect. The Blue Feather sect was now completely abandoned, and the old site of the sect was full of ruins. Thinking back to when he first entered the Star Boundary and was captured by Lu Xianyun and brought to the Blue Feather sect, it felt like a lifetime ago. At that time, a Dao Source Realm cultivator was simply invincible to him, but now, he could even fight against a false Emperor Master. In the blink of an eye, several decades of flowing time Great Emperor had passed, making him feel sad and frustrated. Walking the old road again, it was as if he had been reborn, and Yang Kai felt a lot of emotions. After the Southern Territory, it was the Eastern Territory, and then the Northern Territory. It was not until 3 months later that Yang Kai led Su Yan and the others back home. They still hurried on their journey without using the space array. 3 months of sightseeing without caring about worldly affairs made Su Yan and the others reluctant to part. They felt that it would be best if they could stay like this for the rest of their lives. That night, after an extremely wanton and unbridled sexual activity, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly rose up from the bed with the graceful limbs lying horizontally on it. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Su Yan and said in surprise, "Senior sister, you." Su Yan suddenly sat up and took a deep breath. "I'm about to break through." Shanqing Luo also sat up in surprise. "So fast?" Su Yan was now in the third order Dao Source realm, and if she broke through again, she would be in the Emperor realm. It had only been a few years since Yang Kai brought them to the star boundary. Although they had the support of unlimited resources from High Heaven Palace, the speed of their progress was too astonishing. One had to know that when Su Yan first entered the star boundary, she was only in the second order Dao Source realm. In just a few years, she had crossed a chasm that most cultivators could not cross in their lifetime. The remaining 3 women were now in the first order Dao Source realm. Xia Ningchang, because of his special physique and his years of alchemy, had barely touched the threshold of the second order Dao Source realm. Shuiyu pursed her lips and smiled tenderly. "Don't you know that big sister and husband have a dual cultivation secret art? Every night these days, big sister has been fed by husband." She was right. Yin and Yang in harmony, dragon and phoenix in harmony. Dual cultivation had indeed brought great benefits to Su Yan. Even without Yang Kai, her cultivation progress was not slow. Now that she had dual cultivation with Yang Kai every night for 3 months, it was natural for her to break through. The world energy baptism was about to arrive, so it naturally could not be delayed. Su Yan glanced at Yang Kai and immediately put on her clothes. The others also hurriedly tidied themselves up. After a short while, they exited the small sealed world. Yang Kai urged his space principles and wrapped Su Yan in a sparsely populated place. He put her down and quickly said, "Be careful." Su Yan nodded, sat down cross-legged, and closed her eyes to concentrate. Yang Kai's figure flickered and he appeared a few dozen kilometers away. With a wave of his hand, he released Shuiyu, Shanqing Luo, and Xia Ningchang. The 4 of them all looked over. Shanqing Luo and the others would definitely benefit from watching Su Yan break through to the Emperor realm. When they broke through one day, they would have more experience in dealing with it and wouldn't be completely clueless. Under their nervous gazes, the wind blew and clouds surged, and the faint sound of thunder could be heard. A jade hand held Yang Kai's big hand and Shuiyu said softly, "Husband, don't worry. Big sister is so powerful. She will definitely be fine." Yang Kai also felt that with Su Yan's ability, there wouldn't be any major problems, but he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This was probably what they meant by worrying too much. Shanqing Luo said, "Husband, although we don't know why you're taking us out on a sightseeing tour at this time and for such a long time, we all know that you must have something important to do. If there's anything you need to do, just do it. With us at home, an eldest sister about to break through to the Emperor realm, you don't need to worry about anything outside." Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her, then at Shuiyu and Xia Ningchang. The 2 women nodded slightly at him. Obviously, these women had also noticed something these days. After all, they were his wives. Although Yang Kai didn't say it directly, how could he hide it from their observation? Yang Kai nodded and said, "Now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you. I'm going to the demon territory." Shuiyu's jade hand obviously trembled, while Shanqing Luo and Xia Ningchang also looked stunned and worried. Although they knew that Yang Kai must have something to do, they never expected that he would actually go to the demon territory. Also, I will be going to the demon territory in a different way. No matter what you hear at that time, don't worry. Yang Kai let out a long breath. I don't know when I will come back, but I can promise you that I will definitely come back in one piece. Shanqing Luo leaned over and rested her head on his shoulder, saying softly, you are our heaven. Nothing must happen to you. Xia Ning Chang's eyes were red as she said, be careful when you get there. Yang Kai opened his arms and hugged the three women, laughing, don't worry, I'm not good at other things, but I'm the best at running away. Shanqing Luo pinched his waist and gritted her teeth, there's a succubus demon in the demon territory, don't be seduced. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, it's not certain who will be seduced. At this moment, a loud bang rang out and a light flashed a few dozen kilometers away as a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, falling straight towards Su Yan's head. The few of them immediately fell silent, their gazes fixed in that direction without blinking. Amidst the dancing lightning, the world energy gathered and submerged Su Yan in an instant. After a while, Su Yan's figure reappeared, but the world energy had been completely absorbed. Hong long long, bolts of lightning fell one after another, weaving into a large net that enveloped the heavens and the earth. Shanqing Luo and the others turned pale as they wondered if they could handle such a situation if they were faced with it. However, they were only in the first-order Dao source realm, so it was inevitable for them to feel that this scene was terrifying. When they reached Su Yan's cultivation, perhaps they would feel differently. The world energy baptism after breaking through a great realm was extremely shocking. Furthermore, Su Yan was breaking through the Emperor realm this time, so the commotion caused naturally spread far and wide. There seemed to be a city nearby, and many people were attracted over. In the beginning, these people were quite obedient and watched from afar, not daring to get too close. However, as time passed, some people actually flew over, as if they wanted to see more clearly. How could Yang Kai tolerate this? He opened his mouth and spat out the word, scram, which resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. It seemed to be even more powerful than the world energy baptism, causing those people to flee in embarrassment. Chapter 34-25. Every great realm was a threshold for a cultivator, and once they crossed it, they would enter a whole new world. This was especially true in the Emperor realm. Streaks of ferocious power of heaven and earth descended from the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The power was terrifying. A clear and melodious phoenix cry rang out, piercing through the sky as an icy blue phantom vaguely appeared where Su Yan was. This ice phoenix was enormous, and as it let out a loud cry, the unique aura of a divine spirit suddenly spread out, freezing everything within 1,000 kilometers. The crowd watching from afar couldn't help but show shocked expressions. Inside Yang Kai's body, the golden divine dragon source began to stir, as if it was about to resonate with Su Yan's ice phoenix source. If he had not been suppressing it, his dragon body would have been manifested in an instant. This surprised him a little. He hadn't expected that when Su Yan broke through to the Emperor realm, he would have such a strange feeling. He didn't know if it was because he cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art. Time passed little by little, and the world energy grew stronger and stronger, but the ice phoenix phantom continued to condense and its aura grew stronger and stronger, competing with the world energy. Finally, at this moment, a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye spread out with a bang, and it swept out in all directions. The giant ice phoenix phantom disappeared, and the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing the light once again. Peace was restored to the world. After a long time, the onlooking cultivator finally dared to go forward to investigate, but there was no trace of the person who had broken through. They didn't even know when they had left. However, such a scene was far beyond the usual breakthroughs in the Emperor realm, and it was a hot topic for the cultivator in the nearby cities for quite some time. Su Yan had already broken through to the Emperor realm, so she more or less had the ability to protect herself, so Yang Kai was slightly relieved. Another 5 days later, the group of 5 finally returned to the High Heaven Palace. They said their goodbyes at the space array. The beauties shed a lot of tears, which made Yang Kai feel bad. After sending off Su Yan and the others and settling down his little senior sister, Yang Kai was the last to step on the space array, but he did not teleport to Roaring Tiger City. Instead, he went to Orthodoxy Temple in the Southern Territory. Since the last conspiracy of Orthodoxy Temple was crushed, Orthodoxy Temple had become a branch of High Heaven Palace in the Southern Territory. There were 50,000 disciples here. Although a group of people had been conscripted to fight the demon race in the Western Territory, that was only the minority. 90% of the disciples were still here to train and become stronger. Without alerting anyone, Yang Kai went straight to the forbidden area of the Orthodoxy Temple, where the astral winds were. The last time he came here, he discovered that the astral winds were unfathomable, and there seemed to be some kind of treasure hidden at the end of the canyon. It was this unknown treasure that produced the astral winds, allowing people to temper their bodies in this canyon. Since he was going to the demon territory, he should make more preparations. Since there was a treasure in his own branch, Yang Kai naturally had to try to collect it. Perhaps it would be of some help to him in the demon territory. Even if he failed, he would not lose anything. Walking into the canyon, Yang Kai found that many disciples were at the forefront of the canyon to receive the baptism of the astral winds, using them to temper their bodies. However, these disciples' cultivations were not high, so they could only stay at the outermost periphery. Yang Kai flashed past without anyone noticing him. As Yang Kai ventured deeper into the canyon, the surrounding cliffs gradually began to fill with holes for him to shelter from the astral wind. The power of the astral wind also grew stronger and stronger, but Yang Kai was not afraid. With his half-dragon body, his physique was tyrannical, so this level of astral wind could not harm him. It was not until after the time it would take to burn a stick of incense that Yang Kai felt pain on his skin. The invisible astral winds were like sharp blades cutting through his skin. Only then did Yang Kai circulate his Emperor Qi to protect himself, but his pace did not slow down in the slightest. A moment later, the Emperor Qi protecting Yang Kai's body was also cut into pieces, unable to provide any protection. The omnipresent astral wind sliced through his body, causing golden blood to seep out from all over his body, dyeing his clothes a golden hue. However, Yang Kai had no intention of stopping, continuing to move forward unhurriedly. The sound of rustling rang out incessantly. The depths of the canyon were like a forbidden zone for life. Even someone as strong as Shilei could only cultivate at the outskirts, not daring to go too deep. Yang Kai's physique was much stronger than Shilei's, but whether he could reach the deepest part of the canyon, he did not know. He had done his best and left the rest to fate. The deeper he went, the more terrifying the astral winds became. Gradually, countless wounds appeared on Yang Kai's body. Even with his extraordinary restorative ability, these wounds could not heal quickly. Golden blood flowed from his wounds, and wherever he walked, 2 golden footprints would appear. Yang Kai's entire body was drenched in his own blood. The astral winds were extremely strange. Not only did they cut through his body, but they also seemed to affect his internal organs, bones, and meridians. In the end, with every step Yang Kai took, his bones creaked, and his internal organs were in unbearable pain. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only transform into his half-dragon form and continue to push forward. His 300-meter-long half-dragon body had grown slightly, becoming 32 meters long. Yang Kai guessed that because he had been dual cultivating with Su Yan these past few months, his golden divine dragon source had become more integrated with his body. Hong Hong Hong, Yang Kai descended step by step, causing the canyon to tremble. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai felt like he was about to collapse when he suddenly saw a slender void crack appear in front of him, causing his expression to shake. The last time he came to investigate, he had noticed this void crack. The endless astral winds from the outer sky were gushing out from this void crack and blowing outwards along the canyon. At that time, Yang Kai had guessed that if there were any treasures in this canyon, they must be hidden in this void crack. It was precisely because the power of the treasures in this canyon was too strong that the void crack could never be closed, causing astral winds to constantly appear. Now that this void crack was right in front of him, Yang Kai's eyes naturally lit up. Ignoring his own injuries, Yang Kai stepped forward against the astral winds and arrived in front of the void crack in just a few steps. *Shio, with a loud sound, an astral wind shot out from the void crack, like a sword or saber, directly cutting through Yang Kai's half-dragon body. Yang Kai looked down and saw a huge wound on his waist, almost cutting him in half. When he looked down, he could clearly see his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, but soon golden blood gushed out and covered the wound. Yang Kai grimaced in pain, but at the same time, he was looking forward to the treasures hidden in this void crack even more. His half-dragon body had almost been cut in half, so the power of this void crack far exceeded his imagination. If there really was such a treasure and he could collect it, it would definitely be of great help to him on this trip to the demon territory. Dispersing his half-dragon body and using his space principles, Yang Kai rushed into the void crack in a flash. Inside the void crack, the astral wind that had been bothering him disappeared in an instant, which made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable. Covering the wound on his abdomen with his hand, Yang Kai looked around in this void crack, his eyes soon attracted by something. It was a long vine that had taken root in the void crack. Yang Kai couldn't help but be a little surprised. He had entered and exited the void crack countless times, but in this strange place, there was only endless void turbulence, nothingness, and chaos. He had never thought that a long vine would appear in such a place. However, at this moment, the long vine had withered, its whole body showing a gray color, without the slightest vitality. At the top of the long vine was a palm-sized gourd. This small gourd was blue in color and had complex patterns on its surface, as if it contained the great Tao of heaven and earth, exuding an extremely mysterious aura. Wisps of astral wind emerged from this gourd and blew out through the void crack. The source of the astral wind was actually a blue gourd. Yang Kai looked at it in amazement, but soon realized that this blue gourd was definitely a supreme treasure, not inferior to his soul-warming lotus. "I've found a treasure." Yang Kai was overjoyed and pushed his Emperor Qi, carefully reaching out towards the blue gourd and grabbing it. To his surprise, he did not suffer the slightest injury. The astral wind that was strong enough to cut him in half did not seem to be a threat here, allowing him to easily grasp the blue gourd in his hand. With a gentle pluck, he plucked the blue gourd from the long vine. Before Yang Kai could take a closer look at the blue gourd in his hand, the long vine, which should have withered for tens of thousands of years, shrank back with a whoosh and plunged into the endless void crack, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before slapping his thigh in annoyance. If he had known that this long vine was so strange, he would have collected it first. Being able to produce a treasure like the blue gourd, this long vine was obviously extremely extraordinary. If he could transplant it into his sealed world bead, he might be able to produce another gourd. But just as this thought flashed through his mind, Yang Kai quickly rejected it. Because this kind of treasure that was born with the world's destiny was the only one in the world, and there would never be a second one. Thinking so, Yang Kai felt a lot better. It was important to be content with what one had. Being able to obtain the blue gourd today was a great opportunity, but it was a bit insatiable. Sorting out his mood, Yang Kai carefully played with the blue gourd in his hand. After plucking it from the long vine, the patterns on the surface of the blue gourd disappeared, and the mysterious aura no longer existed, as if it had become an extremely ordinary gourd. But under the perception of Yang Kai's divine sense, he was unable to investigate the situation inside the gourd, so he immediately knew that this so-called ordinary gourd was just a facade. If he wanted to exert the power of this blue gourd, he would have to carefully refine it. Putting away the blue gourd, Yang Kai leapt out of the void crack. The source of the outer heavenly astral wind in the canyon had been collected by Yang Kai, so the orthodoxy temple branch naturally lost its ability to temper one's physique. Even the void crack quickly closed under the influence of the star boundaries world principles and disappeared. Doing so would certainly cause some losses to the disciples of High Heaven Palace, but Yang Kai couldn't care less right now. At worst, he could just wait until he returned from the demon territory and put the blue gourd back. At that time, this canyon could be used again. Chapter 34-26. In the Roaring Tiger City, in the City Lord's mansion, Yang Kai sat at the head of the table and listened to Li Jiao's report on the battle situation in the past few months, nodding from time to time. The situation was better than he had thought. He had previously announced that he was going into seclusion, and the 200,000 troops of the Roaring Tiger City were temporarily under the command of Li Jiao. Li Jiao did not disappoint him. Relying on the power of his previous victories, he had recently led the Roaring Tiger City's army out to support the major cities. He was invincible and invincible. It was not that Li Jiao was very capable, but the main reason was that there were too many people from the Emperor realm among the 200,000 troops of Roaring Tiger City. The demon race was no match for an army of the same size. Even if the enemy was 2 or 3 times more, Roaring Tiger City could still deal with it. In this way, Yang Kai was completely relieved. Even if Roaring Tiger City lost him, as long as the 200,000 troops were united, they would be an unyielding flag. "Brother Yang, are you out of seclusion this time?" Li Jiao asked after reporting the situation. He had not been having an easy time these days. Although he was quite strong and was the palace master of the Fire Dragon Palace, the lives of 200,000 people were tied to him, which still made him feel quite pressured. The battlefield was constantly changing. Although the army of Roaring Tiger City had been successful recently, one mistake could cause the army to lose their lives. At that time, he would not be able to bear such a responsibility. Naturally, he eagerly hoped that Yang Kai could take over the command of the army again. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I just came out to take a look. I have to go back into seclusion again." Li Jiao immediately looked disappointed. Yang Kai looked at him and said, "Brotherly, don't feel pressured. You've been doing very well recently. Just keep it up. If you really lose one day, it's not your fault." Li Jiao smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid." Just as they were talking, Yu Rumeng rushed in. She was wrapped in an icy aura, and her face was gloomy. Yang Kai and Li Jiao looked up at the same time. Li Jiao immediately coughed dryly. "Brother Yang, I'll take my leave first." After that, he left quickly without waiting for Yang Kai's agreement. After he left, Yu Rumeng rushed to Yang Kai and grabbed Yang Kai's collar. She gritted her teeth and said, "You're willing to come back?" Yang Kai pretended to look at her calmly. "What are you talking about?" Yu Rumeng snorted. "Damn it, how did this woman know that I wasn't in Roaring Tiger City? Could it be that the heart imprint's secret technique was able to sense him?" With that thought in mind, he pulled her hand away with a calm expression and said with a dignified expression, "If you want to talk, just talk. Why are you being so touchy? How improper." Yu Rumeng cast a sidelong glance at him and said, "Why didn't you say this when you ran away for more than 3 months without saying a word?" Yang Kai angrily slammed the table. "Who ran away for more than 3 months? Stop talking nonsense. I have been in retreat in the City Lord's mansion all this time." Yu Rumeng sneered. "Who are you trying to fool? Do you think I can't sense your aura? You're not in Roaring Tiger City at all. Tell me honestly, where did you go?" Yang Kai got up and said, "I can't talk to you. I'm going to continue my closed-door cultivation. Don't be noisy, or I'll beat you." Then, he got up and walked to the back hall with his hands behind his back. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yu Rumeng was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She chased Yang Kai into the secret room and pestered him for a while. In the end, Yang Kai couldn't bear it anymore. He spanked her until she was in tears. Then, he threw her out. When the secret room was closed, Yang Kai could hear Yu Rumeng cursing outside the door. She was like a shrew. But this time, Yu Rumeng learned her lesson. She stayed at the door of the secret room and didn't leave. Obviously, she didn't want to give Yang Kai any chance to sneak away again. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai really started his closed-door cultivation in the secret room and didn't go out for more than 10 days. Yang Kai had just got the green gourd, so he naturally seized the time to refine it. He knew that Yu Rumeng was waiting outside the door, but he didn't want to pay attention to her. Anyway, he had told her what he should do and done what he should do. He didn't plan to go out again. More than 10 days passed peacefully. One day, when Yang Kai was refining the green gourd, he suddenly felt the world tremble. A great pressure fell from the sky. At the same time, a man's angry shout resounded through the world. Yang Kai, come out and see me. In the secret room, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, which were shining with divine light. Finally, it came. He took a deep breath and put away the green gourd. He got up and tidied his clothes. Then, he opened the door of the secret room and strode out. Outside the door, Yu Rumeng looked at him with confusion. How did you provoke Iron Blood? What is he doing here? She obviously recognized that the voice just now was the voice of the Iron Blood Great Emperor, and judging from his words and tone, the Iron Blood Great Emperor seemed to have some bad intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a posture. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. You ask me? Who should I ask? Yu Rumeng said, don't you have a good relationship with the Iron Blood's disciple? Why is he hostile to you? Yang Kai asked curiously, hostile? Is there? Yu Rumeng said angrily, can't you feel whether there is hostility or not? She frowned and grabbed Yang Kai's arm. Don't go out first. Let me ask about the situation first. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He patted her hand and said, it doesn't matter. The Iron Blood Master is one of the 10 great emperors. Even if I accidentally offend him, he won't care about it. I'll go and ask about it. If there is any misunderstanding, I'll explain it. Yu Rumeng thought about it carefully and agreed. The Iron Blood was such a person. Even if there was a misunderstanding between him and Yang Kai, he wouldn't attack him. What's more, the war between the two worlds was in full swing now. Yang Kai was the flag of Roaring Tiger City and had the support of 200,000 troops. It was impossible for him to attack Yang Kai at this sensitive time. Above Roaring Tiger City, a burly figure stood proudly in the void. Everyone looked up, but the figure was surrounded by a haze. Few people could see the person's face clearly. However, the name of the Iron Blood Master soon spread throughout the city. Many people knew that the person was one of the 10 great emperors. They were immediately in awe and reverence. A figure flew out of the city and greeted the Iron Blood. It was Li Jiao. Li Jiao stopped more than 10 feet away. He cupped his hands and said, Li Jiao of the Fire Dragon Palace in the Northern Territory greets the Iron Blood Master. Zhang Wuhen glanced at him coldly and nodded slightly. Although it was just a glance, it was majestic and unpredictable. Li Jiao broke out in a cold sweat. He asked carefully, may I know why the Iron Blood Master has come to Roaring Tiger City? Zhang Wuhen said indifferently, tell Yang Kai to come out and see me. Li Jiao said, I'll let you know, Master. Palace Master Yang has been in closed-door cultivation a few days ago and hasn't come out yet. Roaring Tiger City has been handed over to me. If it's related to the war between the two realms, please tell me. Roaring Tiger City will do our best. Zhang Wuhen said, I'm not here for the war between the two realms. It's just a personal grudge. You can't help me with anything. You may leave. As soon as he said that, Li Jiao's heart skipped a beat. The Iron Blood Great Emperor's words revealed a lot of information. Personal grudge? What personal grudge does Yang Kai have with the Great Emperors? He actually made the Great Emperors deign to come here. This, is it a blessing, not a curse? If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Before Li Jiao could ask for an explanation, Zhang Wuhen waved his hand, and Li Jiao involuntarily fell to the ground. He stumbled back a few steps, but a large hand caught him from behind, and he finally came to a stop. Li Jiao turned around and showed a surprised expression. "Brother Yang." Yang Kai nodded at him. Li Jiao hurriedly said, "Brother Yang, be careful with your words." He didn't know why Zhan Wuhen came to Yang Kai. His tone and attitude were so impolite, but he couldn't help much in the current situation. Even if he wanted to, how could he be an enemy of the great emperors? He could only tell Yang Kai to be polite and not really irritate Zhan Wuhen. Yang Kai smiled and took a few steps forward. He looked up and cupped his fists. Yang Kai greets Master. I didn't know that Master was coming. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Zhan Wuhen looked down coldly and said after a while, You are indeed guilty. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole city was in an uproar. Although they had long known that the Iron-Blood Great Emperor came with ill intentions, Zhan Wuhen had undoubtedly killed Yang Kai by saying such words in front of 200,000 soldiers and hundreds of thousands of residents of Roaring Tiger City. This made many people in the army of Roaring Tiger City angry. So what if he was the great emperors? Could the great emperors just randomly assign crimes to people? Everyone had seen what Yang Kai had done these days. If it weren't for him, Roaring Tiger City would have been long gone. If it weren't for him, the army of Roaring Tiger City would have been scattered. Now, 200,000 soldiers were loyal and had killed countless people in the demon race. It could be said that Yang Kai had made great contributions. Although Zhan Wuhen was the great emperor's and was admired by millions of cultivators in the astral world, his words still made many people unhappy. Gao Shueting immediately stepped forward and said with a cold face, Master, may I ask what crime junior brother Yang has committed? Yang Kai smiled and raised his hand to signal her to calm down. He looked at the figure in the sky and said, Master, I don't agree with your words. Please enlighten me, Master. Zhan Wuhen said, We'll let you understand. Let me ask you, do you have a Holy Spirit stone fire with you? Almost everyone in Roaring Tiger City knew about the existence of the Dharmakaya. After all, the Dharmakaya had made great contributions in the previous few battles. It was undeniable that it had displayed its power in front of everyone. Yang Kai immediately nodded and said, Yes, I do. Zhan Wuhen said in a low voice, Let me ask you again, what kind of martial arts and secret skills does the Holy Spirit stone fire practice? Yang Kai replied, The Holy Spirit has its own bloodline inheritance. Naturally, it practices the martial arts and secret skills of the Stone Fire clan. Nonsense. Zhan Wuhen roared. His majestic aura fluctuated, as if it could shatter the heaven and earth. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, Master, why are you so arbitrary? What I said is true. Zhan Wuhen shook his head and said, Yang Kai, I don't want to make things difficult for you because you have done a good job in defending the city. But if you are so stubborn, don't blame me for not giving you face. I will ask you again. Answer me honestly, what kind of martial arts does the Holy Spirit stone fire practice? Chapter 34-27. The Iron-Blood Great Emperor had come here in such a threatening manner just to interrogate the Holy Spirit stone fire about his cultivation technique. This left everyone scratching their heads. They didn't know what Zhan Wuhen was trying to do. What did the Holy Spirit stone fire's cultivation technique have to do with him? Could it be that the Holy Spirit stone fire had secretly learned his cultivation technique? Zhan Wuhen's overbearing attitude made Yang Kai's expression turn ugly. He said in a deep voice, Master, this junior has already said that the Holy Spirit stone fire has its own inheritance. Why does the master keep on pressuring me? Zhan Wuhen stared deeply at him. His gaze was so sharp that it seemed to be able to see into the depths of his soul. All the secrets were exposed. Fool. Since you don't want to tell me the truth, then I won't beat around the bush with you. That Holy Spirit stone fire is cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. Am I wrong? The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique? Many people were at a loss. They vaguely felt that they had heard this name before, but they couldn't remember where. However, the expressions of Gao Shueting, Li Jiao, and the others changed. They looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. The heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique was famous. This was a technique created by the heaven-devouring great emperors. It was one of the best evil techniques in the world. That Holy Spirit stone fire actually cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique? Gao Shueting and Li Jiao's first reaction was that it was impossible. After all, the heaven-devouring great emperors had already fallen countless years ago. The battle technique had also been lost. How could the Holy Spirit stone fire by Yang Kai's side cultivate it? However, after thinking about it carefully, the iron-blood great emperor would not speak without thinking. Recalling the majestic appearance of the Dharmakaya, it did seem to resemble the battle tactics of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Gao Shueting's heart sank. If that was really the case, then it was no wonder that Zhang Wuhen would be so aggressive. After all, this matter involved the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. There was no room for carelessness. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Master, I don't know where you heard this news, but this is pure nonsense. Someone is definitely framing me. Please investigate thoroughly, Master." Zhang Wuhen said calmly, "Whether or not it's a trap, we'll know with one look. Tell Shihua to come out and see me." Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, "Master, please forgive this junior for not being able to agree to this request. Shihua is currently in seclusion and it is inconvenient to disturb him." "What a good seclusion." Zhang Wuhen laughed angrily. "Just now Li Jiao said that you were in seclusion, and now Shihua is also in seclusion. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? It really is such a coincidence." Yang Kai and Zhang Wuhen looked at each other without flinching. Zhang Wuhen nodded slightly and said with a long sigh, "Yang Kai, among the younger generation, I think very highly of you. Not only me, but others also think highly of you and think that your future is limitless. Perhaps you will have a chance to reach our heights." If these words were said by ordinary people, they would not carry much weight. However, it was said by great emperors, so the meaning was different. This meant that if Yang Kai was recognized by heaven and earth, he might become one of the great emperors. The 200,000 soldiers of Roaring Tiger City were honored. However, the situation at this moment was worrying. Yang Kai grinned and said, "I acknowledge the master's favor. I'll work harder and won't let you down." Zhang Wuhen said, "It's hard to predict the future. Any wrong choice or decision is enough to consign you to eternal damnation." As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand, and the laws of the Great Path circulated in his palm. He looked ahead solemnly and fixed his gaze on Yang Kai. "You've embarked on the evil path. It's not too late to turn back now. Quickly turn back, lest you make a mistake." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Master, you're being too presumptuous. I really don't know, how dare you quibble?" Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, Zhang Wuhen had already struck out with his palm. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color, and the world shook. The entire Roaring Tiger City seemed to groan. The space where Yang Kai was standing was shattered, and he let out a muffled groan. Blood spurted out of his body, and he was slammed into the ground. Only his head was exposed, and blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices. After Zhang Wuhen's strike, he stepped in the air and walked toward Yang Kai in an awe-inspiring manner. Gao Shueting stood in front of him. Her face was pale, and she cupped her hands and said, "Master, please don't be angry. Go away." Zhang Wuhen moved his finger casually, and Gao Shueting couldn't help but move a few hundred meters away. She was fixed on the spot and couldn't move. A loud dragon roar was heard, and Fu Ling had turned into a giant purple dragon that was more than 30 meters long. She swooped down from the sky and roared, "How dare you hit my brother-in-law? Die!" As she opened her mouth, a purple light beam enveloped Zhang Wuhen. In the next moment, Fu Ling's expression changed. Her secret technique didn't have any effect on Zhang Wuhen. Zhang Wuhen was able to withstand the power of her secret technique, and walked forward step by step. Even the two great elders of the dragon race can't be so presumptuous in front of me, let alone a little dragon like you. Zhang Wuhen glanced at her coldly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed her. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered to form a giant hand of elemental energy, and grabbed Fu Ling's dragon body. Fu Ling screamed and struggled, but how could she break free? Zhang Wuhen had already thrown her away, and she disappeared into the distance. The 200,000 soldiers were completely stunned. They knew that the great emperors were the representatives of the most powerful forces in the world, but not many of them had seen the great emperors in action. It was only at this moment that their knowledge was broadened. Whether it was Yang Kai or Fu Ling, they were invincible in the battle against the demon race. However, in front of Zhang Wuhen, they were as weak as 3-year-old children. In a trance, Zhang Wuhen had already walked in front of Yang Kai. He looked down at him coldly and said, "Do you know your mistake now?" Yang Kai's face was covered in blood. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Junior doesn't know where he was wrong." As he shouted, he soared into the sky, kicking up a large amount of dirt and stones. While hiding himself in the chaos, he activated all his strength and threw a punch at Zhang Wuhen. This punch was earth-shattering, and its might was unfathomable. Zhang Wuhen snorted and also punched back. With a loud bang, Zhang Wuhen didn't move, but Yang Kai was sent flying like an arrow released from a bow. Blood sprayed everywhere as he was sent flying, his entire body smashed into a building. This was not the end. Zhang Wuhen only stretched out his hand, and Yang Kai's body involuntarily flew back. In mid-air, the laws of space fluctuated. Yang Kai was about to teleport away. Zhang Wuhen would not let him do as he wished. He activated the power of the great emperors, and the void suddenly shattered. He punched out again. Before Yang Kai could fly back, he was sent flying again. "Master, please show mercy." Li Jiao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. His eyes were red as he shouted. Although Yang Kai was powerful, how could he be a match for the great emperors? This was one of the 10 most powerful people in the world. If this continued, Yang Kai would most likely be beaten to death here today. He wanted to help, but in the face of the great emperors, he also knew that his strength was not enough. Thus, he could only plead for mercy. Zhang Wuhen turned a deaf ear to his pleas. It was as if he was toying with Yang Kai. He continuously pulled him back, and then sent him flying with a punch. Everyone who saw this scene had expressions of pity and resentment. They felt that Zhang Wuhen had let down the name of the great emperors. He was actually bullying the weak like this. After 7 or 8 times, Yang Kai's aura had become extremely weak. It was as if he could die at any moment. Li Jiao hurriedly shouted in the direction of Yang Kai, "Brother Yang, admit your mistake." Lowering his head in front of the great emperors was not a shameful thing. If he did not lower his head, he might even lose his life. In the ruins of a building, Yang Kai was covered in blood. He stood up shakily and continuously coughed up blood. He was in an extremely sorry state. He clutched his chest and said, "I didn't do anything wrong. How can I admit it?" Stubborn. Zhang Wuhen seemed to be angry. He stretched out his hand again, and a huge suction force was released, wanting to pull Yang Kai over. At this moment, Yang Kai raised his hand, and a stone man with barbs and evil flames all over his body suddenly appeared. Under the suction force, he quickly flew towards Zhang Wuhen. His figure quickly grew, and in an instant, he became a stone giant that was 20 feet tall. "You finally came out?" Zhang Wuhen looked coldly at the embodiment. He tapped his foot and lightly flew towards the embodiment. In the blink of an eye, 2 figures, one big and one small, met in midair and immediately fought fiercely. Although the scene was lively and fierce, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the embodiment was no match for Zhang Wuhen. The Iron Blood Great Emperor seemed to be forcing the embodiment step by step, slowly increasing his strength. He had no intention of using his full strength. A few thousand feet away, Yu Rumeng suddenly flashed to Gao Shueting's side, made a few hand seals, and tapped a few points on her body, releasing Gao Shueting's seal. She then said, "Go find the Iron Blood's disciple." Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this. She nodded heavily and quickly left. In this situation, no one could help. Only Lin Yun could intercede. Perhaps she could make the Iron Blood Great Emperor hesitate. Fu Ling, who had transformed into the purple dragon, finally rushed back. At first glance, she saw that Yang Kai had been beaten so miserably. She immediately flew into a rage and roared, "What are you all looking at? Attack together and beat this shameless guy to death." As a member of the dragon race, she did not have much respect for the great emperors. She only knew that Yang Kai had been bullied, so she naturally wanted to take revenge. But when she finished speaking, she found that no one moved. Even Li Jiao was smiling bitterly at the side. It was not that they did not want to help, but the great emperors were there. Even if they went up, what could they do? It would only make the situation worse. Without the orders of Yang Kai and Li Jiao, how could the 200,000 troops act rashly? Fu Ling became even angrier and said angrily, "A bunch of trash." As she spoke, she rushed over alone without any fear of death. The result was self-evident. Before she could get close, she was swept by an inexplicable force and was directly sent flying. She fell heavily on the ground, revealing her human form, and fainted on the spot. Zhan Wuhen. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted, "That's enough." As if feeling his urgency, the embodiment also went all out. As soon as he made his move, he immediately revealed some clues. Zhan Wuhen coldly snorted and said, "You really have cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique." Yang Kai said coldly, "The quality of the battle technique depends on the person's heart. So what if you have cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique?" Chapter 34-28. So, you admit to it? Zhan Wuhen poked the practicing body's forehead with his finger. The 200 feet tall practicing body instantly froze in place, unable to move. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and looked at Zhan Wuhen, saying in a deep voice, "It did practice the heaven-devouring great emperor's fighting technique, but it never used this cultivation technique to commit crimes. The people it killed were all people who deserved to be killed, and it didn't have a single vengeful soul under its hands." "Senior, why are you talking about its cultivation technique?" Zhan Wuhen said, "If it were other cultivation techniques, it would be fine, but the heaven-devouring great emperor's fighting technique." He slowly shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Yang Kai, do you remember that I once told you that I had a close friend named Green Lotus who died at the hands of Wukong in the Shattered Star Sea?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Of course I remember." Zhan Wuhen said again, "Then you should remember that I also said that in this life, I and Wukong are irreconcilable enemies. We can't live under the same sky." Yang Kai said, "This matter has happened for tens of thousands of years. Why are you still so upset?" "It's not that I'm upset, but you don't understand the evil of this cultivation technique at all. Wukong was also a talented person. I admit that I'm not as good as him, but because of this cultivation technique, my character was distorted. Although I became one of the great emperors, I was notorious for thousands of years. You didn't experience the horror of the heaven-devouring great emperor's name in the star world, nor did you see the tragedy of the great emperor's fighting technique in the Shattered Star Sea. Naturally, you underestimate the power of this heaven-devouring great emperor's fighting technique. Since I know this, I can't sit back and do nothing. Otherwise, it will be too late." Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "Senior, what do you want?" Zhan Wuhen narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the practicing body, and said lightly, "Break its cultivation technique and destroy its cultivation." "Do we have to do that?" Yang Kai lowered his eyes and spoke in a low voice. The hair on his forehead cast a thick shadow, blocking the light in front of him. It must be done. Zhang Wuhen turned his head and looked at him. If you want to blame me, I have nothing to say. However, the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle tactics cannot be allowed to exist in this world. As he spoke, a milky white halo suddenly bloomed from his fingertip. The halo touched the embodiment's forehead like a dazzling lamp, dispelling all the darkness in the world. The dragon's roar shook the sky as Yang Kai's body rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a 32-feet-long half-dragon body. The dragon's might filled the air, causing the 200,000 soldiers of Roaring Tiger City to tremble. The dragon claw reached out and tore through the void, heading straight for Zhang Wuhen. Zhang Wuhen, who had been indifferent all this time, finally changed his expression slightly. He raised his other palm to meet the dragon claw. With a loud bang, the dragon claw shattered, and Zhang Wuhen's body also swayed. However, at this moment, a dragon tail rolled out and swept toward Zhang Wuhen with a destructive force. Wherever the dragon tail swept, a dark crack appeared in the void. Zhang Wuhen snorted coldly and reached out to hit the dragon tail. However, he seemed to have underestimated the power of the dragon tail and was forced to retreat more than 30 feet. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai took back his embodiment. The two huge figures stood between heaven and earth, looking down at all living beings with cold expressions. Yang Kai, don't make a mistake. Zhang Wuhen looked at him indifferently. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Senior, please leave. There is still room for reconciliation. Zhang Wuhen looked at him with a pained expression. What I said just now, was it like playing the lute to a cow? Yang Kai said with a determined face, Senior, please let it go. Zhang Wuhen sighed. Why bother? You are no match for me, and you know this. If you go against me, you will only be at a disadvantage. Yang Kai said, It doesn't matter if I'm your opponent or not. What matters is how you choose. He turned to glance at the avatar and continued, Senior, it's not tolerated by the heavens and the earth because it cultivated the heaven-devourer battle law. However, it's the best companion of mine to me, and no one can destroy it. Zhang Wuhen nodded slightly. It looks like you and I will have to fight it out. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, Senior, please don't force me. Zhang Wuhen laughed. You have to bear the consequences of your choice. Let me test your strength. After he finished speaking, he rushed toward Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He didn't even need to communicate with his embodiment as he spread out, one on the left and one on the right, one on the right, one on the dragon race's secret technique while the other on the heaven-devouring domain. Boom! 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 Without any movement from Zhang Wuhen, Yang Kai, and the embodiment both felt an irresistible force coming toward them. The two huge figures were sent flying, crashing into countless houses along the way. Zhang Wuhen took advantage of this opportunity to turn around and pounce on the embodiment. From the looks of it, he was determined to break the embodiment's cultivation method first and cripple his cultivation. How could Yang Kai allow this? As he retreated, he raised his hand and activated the mountains and rivers bell. The ancient bell spun and expanded in the wind, covering Zhang Wuhen. Zhang Wuhen did not even look at it. He turned around in the air and kicked the mountains and rivers bell. With a loud bang, the entire Roaring Tiger City trembled. Hundreds of thousands of people held their heads in pain. The mountains and rivers bell was kicked away, but Zhang Wuhen used the rebound force to quickly approach the embodiment. The embodiment roared, and the evil fire on his body burned fiercely. It gathered into a raging flame and enveloped Zhang Wuhen. Zhang Wuhen did not dodge. The emperor's qi on the surface of his body surged, and he was unscathed. He rushed in front of the embodiment in the blink of an eye, forcing the embodiment to retreat. Seeing that Zhang Wuhen's palm was pressing down, the embodiment had nowhere to retreat. He could only punch forward with both fists. At the critical moment, Yang Kai appeared in a flash. His body, which was taller than the embodiments, stood beside him and threw a punch. Kong, two huge figures flew out. Even with the combined strength of the two, they could not resist the power of Zhang Wuhen's palm. The strength of the great emperors was evident. Zhang Wuhen did not use his full strength because the battlefield was in Roaring Tiger City. Otherwise, Yang Kai and the embodiment would have been even more vulnerable. As he retreated, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly shrank. Zhang Wuhen was chasing after him without any hesitation. It was the first time that Yang Kai faced a great emperor's head-on. He did not hold back, but the gap in strength and realm was like a natural chasm. He could not see any hope of victory. Zhang Wuhen's attack was also very simple. There were no fancy secret techniques, but his fists, palms, and elbows were all the most powerful weapons in the world. Every casual blow contained great power. Hundreds of thousands of people in the city watched without blinking. They were amazed by the terror of the great emperors, but they were also worried about Yang Kai. The rumbling sound was endless. Countless houses in the city collapsed, and broken walls could be seen everywhere. The battle was one-sided from the beginning. Yang Kai and the embodiment were not Zhang Wuhen's opponents at all. The two huge figures were beaten back and forth like sandbags. They did not even have the strength to fight back. Several times, the embodiment was almost destroyed by Zhang Wuhen. Fortunately, Yang Kai came at the critical moment and saved him. However, in such a situation, it was only a matter of time before Yang Kai and the embodiment were defeated. The mountains and rivers bell, the secret technique of the dragon race, the flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal, and the divine technique of space. Yang Kai had almost used all his skills. However, these divine techniques that had always been successful in the past were all useless in front of Zhang Wuhen. He could break them with a raise of his hand. Yang Kai was in a frenzy. He wantonly used his power and did not care whether it would destroy the Roaring Tiger City. With another loud bang, Yang Kai and the embodiment were sent flying again. However, this time, Zhang Wuhen did not give Yang Kai a chance to save him. He reached out and a big hand of primordial qi appeared and grabbed the embodiment's huge body. Under the restraint of primordial qi, the evil fire on the embodiment's body became dim. The more than 200 feet tall body struggled hard, but it was useless. Lines visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out from the big hand of primordial qi and gradually wrapped the entire body of the embodiment. It looked like a seal or a kind of secret technique. Zhang Wuhen's voice resounded through heaven and earth, "Yang Kai, I hope you will learn from this and not go down the wrong path." Yang Kai's eyes were red. He clenched his fists and got up from the ruins. He roared in grief and indignation, "I don't accept this." Zhang Wuhen slowly shook his head. Under the stimulation of his emperor's qi, the lines on the embodiment's body became denser and denser, gradually wrapping its entire body. Although no one knew what these lines were, they knew that Zhang Wuhen must have destroyed its cultivation. It was a pity that such a powerful existence was destroyed by a heaven-devouring great emperor just because it cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle tactics. However, this matter was related to the great emperors and the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle tactics. No one could say for sure whether Zhang Wuhen's actions were right or wrong. At this moment, Zhang Wuhen suddenly frowned and turned to look at Yang Kai. He immediately showed a shocked expression and shouted, "Yang Kai, you've been corroded by demonic qi?" As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed greatly and they all looked at Yang Kai. They saw that Yang Kai's half-dragon body was emitting traces of black qi, full of evil and ruthlessness. Naturally, no one was unfamiliar with this black qi. After fighting with the demon race for so long, everyone had a thorough understanding of demonic qi. At this moment, the qi that was being emitted from Yang Kai's body was shockingly demonic qi. Moreover, it was extremely pure demonic qi. No one had ever felt such pure and rich demonic qi from the demon kings on the battlefield. Li Jiao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He really couldn't understand when Yang Kai had been corroded by demonic qi. Wasn't he a great wizard? He also had the bloodline of the dragon race. How could he be so easily corroded by demonic qi? There were no signs at all before this. The 200,000 soldiers also couldn't believe it. Only Yu Rumeng's beautiful eyes were shining as she looked at Yang Kai. She even stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her lips as if she had seen some delicious food. Corroded by demonic qi? Yang Kai coldly looked at Zhang Wuhen and sneered, "That's nothing." Zhang Wuhen frowned and shouted, "There's a demon in your heart." Yang Kai grinned and laughed wildly, but no sound came out. He said with a happy expression, "Then it's all thanks to Senior." Zhang Wuhen angrily shouted, "Restrain your mind and protect your mind. Otherwise, disaster will befall you." Chapter 34-29. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, "No need. Senior is bullying the weak because you are stronger than me. If I were stronger, I could teach Senior how to behave properly. You're going to become the demon race." Zhang Wuhen's face turned extremely solemn. "Is that so?" Yang Kai's lips curled into a strange smile. "Then, let's become the demon race." Raising his right hand slightly, he pressed it against his right eye and said in a low voice, "Black pupil purgatory, infinite darkness." Wang, the world trembled and was suddenly shrouded in darkness. There was no light at all. A huge eye appeared in the sky, emitting an extremely demonic light that seemed to be able to steal one's soul. The hundreds of thousands of people in Roaring Tiger City all looked pained and averted their gazes, not daring to look at it. In this dark world, it was quiet. It was as if time had stopped. Most people couldn't sense what had happened next. They only knew that the entire world had become dense with demonic qi, causing people to shudder. Only those second-order or third-order Emperor Realm Masters could detect some fierce energy fluctuations from time to time. In this dark world, Yang Kai's embodiment and the Great Emperors were still fighting a bloody battle. After an unknown amount of time, the huge eye in the sky suddenly cracked open a crack. The crack spread out in all directions and became as dense as a spider web. With a bang, the huge eye collapsed. Light reappeared in the world, and the darkness receded quickly like a tide. The oppressive atmosphere also disappeared. Everyone turned their heads to look around, wondering how the final battle was going. Zhang Wuhen's angry roar suddenly sounded, "Yang Kai, do you know what you are doing?" Yang Kai's voice sounded immediately, but it was full of weakness and haggardness. "Senior has forced me again and again. This junior has no choice but to do this in order to protect himself." Following the voice, the hundreds of thousands of people in Roaring Tiger City were dumbfounded. He saw Kai Yang standing in midair, his entire body dripping with blood, his appearance battered and exhausted. His huge half-dragon body had already dissipated, but one of his arms and one of his legs were twisted at an abnormal angle. It was obvious that they had been broken. Li Jiao's eyes narrowed when he saw this. This was the first time he had seen Yang Kai in such a miserable state. Back then, when he had wreaked havoc on Dragon Island, he had not been in such a miserable state. It could be seen that this time, Zhang Wuhen had not held back much. After all, those who went against the great emperors would not have a good ending. However, this wasn't what shocked him the most. What shocked him the most was that there was actually a woman in front of Kai Yang. He didn't know how she had appeared, but at this moment, Kai Yang was holding her by the neck and holding her hostage. Li Jiao also recognized this woman. She was Zhang Wuhen's disciple, the girl named Lin Yun. She seemed to have a good relationship with Yang Kai. However, at this moment, Yang Kai was actually willing to take her hostage. His hand was clasped around her neck like a claw, and he looked like he was going to kill Lin Yun, if there was any disagreement. Yang Kai had really misfired and become the demon race. Li Jiao's head buzzed, and he was so confused that he could not think. If he had not misfired and become the demon race, Yang Kai would not have done such a crazy thing. The outbreak of the demonic thoughts in his heart had made him unable to act normally. Li Jiao was heartbroken. Gao Shueting also looked at Yang Kai with a painful expression. She was the one who found Lin Yun. Originally, she wanted Lin Yun to persuade the Iron Blood Great Emperor not to make things too difficult for Yang Kai. However, who would have thought that when she and Lin Yun returned from another city, Roaring Tiger City would be in darkness. When the light reappeared, the situation had become like this. She did not even notice when Yang Kai had captured Lin Yun. After being stunned for a moment, she hurriedly shouted, "Junior brother Yang, let go. It's not too late to turn back." Yang Kai's face was covered by the demonic qi, so his expression could not be seen clearly. However, Gao Shueting clearly felt that he looked in her direction and then did not say anything else. He had actually ignored her. Gao Shueting's heart sank. This situation showed that Yang Kai had become the demon race. She was afraid that he could not even recognize who she was. Uncle Yang. Lin Yun lowered her head and looked at Yang Kai's broken arms and legs. Her eyes immediately turned red, and tears flowed down her cheeks. "Does it hurt?" As soon as she said this, the demonic qi covering Yang Kai's face trembled violently. However, her concern did not get any response from Yang Kai. He only shouted fiercely, "Shut up!" Lin Yun cried even harder. It was unknown whether it was because she was worried about Yang Kai's injuries or because she was sad after being shouted at by Yang Kai. However, no one was able to accept such a scene. The man who had turned the tide with his own strength, saved Roaring Tiger City from disaster several times, took the lead in every battle, and led an army of 200,000 to kill countless enemies. He was almost invincible. How could he become like this? In order to protect himself, he did not hesitate to hold a girl in his hand as a hostage. When others cared about him, he even spoke ill of them. It was really unacceptable. However, this was the fact in front of hundreds of thousands of people. Hundreds of thousands of people were silent. They looked at Yang Kai, who was surrounded by the demonic qi, with a complicated look, as if they were looking at a stranger. Strictly speaking, once a person's cultivation went berserk, they would be considered a completely different person. "Stop it, Yang Kai." Zhang Wuhen took a step forward. "Considering your efforts during this time, I will not kill you. I will only destroy your cultivation and that of Shihua." Yang Kai exerted force in his hand. Lin Yun immediately groaned, and a bloody mark appeared on her white and slender neck. A cold voice came from Yang Kai's side. "If you dare to take another step forward, she will become a corpse." "How dare you?" Zhang Wuhen was furious. It was not easy to find a disciple who could inherit his mantle. He cherished Lin Yun more than his own life. How could he allow Yang Kai to kill his disciple? Yang Kai said coldly, "Senior, you are one of the great emperors. I admit that I am no match for you, and I am afraid that I can't escape from you. However, do you believe that I can make her die with me before you kill me?" Zhang Wuhen's face was as cold as water. He looked at Yang Kai with majestic eyes and said lightly, "Tell me your conditions. What do you want to let Yun go?" Yang Kai said, "I will take her first. When we reach a suitable place, I will set her free. However, if you dare to follow me, don't blame me for not caring about our old friendship." "That's all?" "That's all." "How can I believe that?" Yang Kai said, "Senior, I'm afraid you don't have a choice. Either you let me go, or I will go to hell with Yun. Gao Shueting stepped forward and said, "Yang Kai, let her go. I will be your hostage." Yang Kai glanced at her and said sarcastically, "You don't have the qualifications to do so." Gao Shueting's face turned pale. She felt as if her heart had been ruthlessly cut by a knife. A feeling of sadness instantly enveloped her. Zhang Wuhen said, "Even if I promise you, you can escape for a while, but can you escape for a lifetime? As far as I know, you still have 4 wives. You have become the demon race. In the future, you will be hated by everyone. Have you thought about your 4 wives? How can they face the world in the future?" Yang Kai laughed, I can't even protect myself now. Who cares about their lives? Zhang Wuhen shook his head slowly, Yang Kai, you have disappointed me. Don't be long-winded. Yang Kai shouted. The demonic qi that shrouded his face was rolling, showing that his emotions were fluctuating. Senior, you can consider my conditions carefully. I am afraid that Yun-er won't be able to hold on for that long. Lin Yun-er was fine with being held by Yang Kai by the neck. However, the demonic qi on Yang Kai's body was like a living creature. It kept spreading toward Lin Yun-er, wanting to corrode her body. If this continued, Lin Yun-er might really become the demon race. Zhang Wuhen also knew that indecisiveness would only lead to trouble. He immediately waved his hand and said, okay, I promise you. However, I will say this first. If you dare to hurt even a strand of Yun-er's hair, I will find you even if you have to go to the ends of the earth. I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Yang Kai laughed, thank you, Senior. I will take my leave now. Please rest assured that Yun-er will definitely return safely. As he spoke, he waved his hand to the side. The embodiment immediately rushed out from the ruins. Compared to Yang Kai, the embodiment was even more miserable. The demonic fire on its body had been extinguished, and the barbs on its body had been smoothed out. It was obvious that it had suffered a great loss in the battle just now. No one knew how long it would take to recover. Yang Kai put the embodiment into the sealed world bead. His figure flickered, and under the fluctuation of the law of space, he disappeared. The whole city was silent. Only Zhang Wuhen looked thoughtfully in a certain direction. Gao Shueting and Li Jiao looked at each other. They couldn't believe that such a thing would happen today. Until now, the two of them still felt like they were in a dream. They secretly prayed that this was indeed a dream. When they woke up, everything would return to normal. You are the one who forced my brother-in-law to such a state. I will kill you. Fu Ling screamed. She rushed in front of Zhang Wuhen and threw a punch. Asterisk boom, star. This punch landed squarely on Zhang Wuhen's chest. Fu Ling was stunned. The hundreds of thousands of people were also stunned. The Iron Blood Great Emperor was hit. Moreover, he was hit by a dragon race. Why didn't you dodge? Fu Ling looked at Zhang Wuhen in astonishment. Although she didn't have much respect for the Iron Blood Great Emperor, he was still one of the great emperors. After punching him like this, she felt a little anxious. She was afraid that Zhang Wuhen would fly into a rage. Zhang Wuhen just looked at her quietly. After a while, he said, he has a demon in his heart. I didn't force him. Fu Ling gritted her teeth and said, who doesn't have a demon in their heart? Who dares to say that they have a clear conscience? If you didn't force him again and again, how could brother-in-law, how could he become like this? Zhang Wuhen slowly shook his head, it's too late to say this now. Give my brother-in-law back. Fu Ling cursed as she smashed her fist on Zhang Wuhen's chest. The dragon race's strength was very strong. Even Zhang Wuhen's body was swaying left and right. However, he didn't have the slightest intention of dodging or blocking. He just silently endured. Chapter 34:30. It could be seen that what happened today had a great impact on him. He had only come to condemn Yang Kai for practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor tactics, but he didn't expect that Yang Kai would completely fall into the demon path and turn a meritorious official of the astral world into a rat on the street. If not, how could Fu Ling get close to him with the power of the great emperors? After today, Yang Kai would have no place in the astral world. After venting his anger for a while, Fu Ling finally stopped and rubbed his eyes that had turned red. He turned his head to look at the surroundings and smiled sadly. It's not fun outside at all. As he spoke, his figure soared into the sky. Li Jiao shouted, Miss Ling, where are you going? Fu Ling didn't respond to him. After a while, a sorrowful dragon roar came from above the clouds. Vaguely, a purple light cut through the sky and disappeared. Yang Kai's fall to become the demon race seemed to have made Fu Ling disheartened. She went back home and didn't even care about the hundreds of thousands of people in Half-Dragon City. A sad atmosphere shrouded the entire Roaring Tiger City. Everyone's heart was blocked by inexplicable emotions and couldn't vent. Zhang Wuhen stood in midair and didn't move, as if he was waiting for something. Li Jiao, Gao Shueting and the others didn't dare or want to disturb him. The law of space fluctuated and his figure flickered. Yang Kai ran all the way like a fugitive. He didn't stop until he reached the southern swamp. After putting Lin Yun down, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "You can go." Lin Yun rubbed her eyes and suddenly walked around Yang Kai with her hands behind her back. She smiled and said, "Uncle Yang, how was my cooperation?" Demonic chi rolled on Yang Kai's face. He said in a low voice, "What cooperation? Don't talk nonsense. If you don't go, I'll kill you." Lin Yun pouted and said, "Master has already told me. Are you still going to lie to me?" Yang Kai stared at her and said, "Iron Blood Master told you? What did he tell you?" Lin Yun giggled and said, "Master told me to go to Roaring Tiger City when it's about time, and then let you hold me hostage so that you can get away easily." Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "How come I didn't know about this?" Lin Yun shrugged. "I don't know. Didn't Senior Sister Gao find you?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. Lin Yun said, "That's right. I'm afraid it's just a coincidence. I was just about to go to Roaring Tiger City when that Sister Gao came to me. She said that Master was making things difficult for you in Roaring Tiger City and wanted me to go and persuade Master. Then, when I went with her, you caught me. Did Master ask you to catch me?" Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. "I just thought that it was more reasonable to take you hostage and escape, so." "Well, it seems that the Iron Blood Master also had the same thought, but he didn't tell me." Lin Yun nodded and said, "Yes, yes. Uncle Yang, what are you doing? Why can't I understand?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "Don't think about it if you don't understand. Don't tell anyone about our conversation just now. Just pretend that it didn't happen. When you go back, if someone asks what happened to you after you were taken hostage by me, just say that I was eroded by demonic thoughts and my mind was in chaos. You took the opportunity to escape." "Yes, yes, I remember." Lin Yun nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice. Suddenly, she stretched out a slender finger and poked at the demonic chi on Yang Kai's face. "But Uncle Yang, your misfire become the demon race so real. Is this a real demonic chi? Don't touch it." Yang Kai stepped back and looked around. "Let's go back. I should go too. Tell the Iron Blood Master that I will do my best to do what they ask." Saying so, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared. Lin Yun stood and watched for a while. With a crash, the cup fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. She was silent for a moment and bent down to pick up the pieces. However, her delicate body was trembling. Her head was buzzing because of Bing Yun's words. She couldn't think straight at all. Su Yan and the others also looked at Bing Yun in shock. "Impossible." Shanqing Luo was the first to express her disbelief. She frowned and said, "Senior, where did you get this news?" Bing Yun sighed. "This queen also thinks that it's a bit impossible, but this news was sent by the Iron Blood Great Emperor himself. It happened just a day ago." The blood drained from the faces of Su Yan and the others. Ji Yao, who was picking up the pieces, even shrank her hand. Her fingertips were cut by a sharp piece of porcelain, and dark red blood flowed out. She was now a third-stage Emperor Realm Master, but her finger was cut by an ordinary piece of porcelain. It was clear that her state of mind was in chaos. Ji Yao slowly stood up and said, "Honored Master, has it been confirmed?" Bing Yun glanced at her and sighed. This queen has sent a message to Li Jiao. Li Jiao was right. It seems that there is no doubt about it. I don't believe it. Shan Qing Luo looked angry. It must be that old fool Li Jiao's nonsense. I'll go find him now. After saying this, she was about to leave, but Su Yan grabbed her arm. Big sister. Shan Qing Luo turned to look at Su Yan. Su Yan slowly shook her head and quietly sent her a message. Aren't you forgetting something? Shan Qing Luo was startled and suddenly remembered what Yang Kai said a while ago. He said that he was going to the demon territory and would use a different method to go to the demon territory. Could this be the prelude? That's right, if he wanted to go to the demon territory, what could be better than this situation? Going off and becoming the demon race was indeed a good way to get accepted by the demon race. With Su Yan's reminder, Shan Qing Luo had a thoughtful look on her face. Ji Yao observed her expression and suddenly seemed to realize something. No matter what you hear or see, don't believe it. A sentence that Yang Kai said a few months ago appeared in her mind. Ji Yao turned her head and looked outside. Is this the situation you're talking about? There was a stifling silence in the hall. Bing Yun sighed. Yang Kai's whereabouts are unknown. The Iron Blood Master has ordered everyone in the High Heaven Palace to immediately return to the Northern Territory and seal the entrance. Those who leave without permission will be killed without mercy. Shan Qing Luo angrily said, We have to return to the High Heaven Palace? Is he going to put us under house arrest? What right does he have? Bing Yun said, don't worry too much. The Iron Blood Master is not targeting the High Heaven Palace, but is a kind of protection in disguise. It seems that the Iron Blood Master cares about Yang Kai's previous efforts, so he's letting you return. Shan Qing Luo coldly laughed. Then should I go and thank him? Whether it was true or not that Yang Kai had accidentally become the demon race, Yang Kai's reputation was tarnished this time. In the end, it was because of the battle with the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Shan Qing Luo naturally had some opinions about Zheng Wuhen. Su Yan said, Luo, don't say too much. Master is right. The Iron Blood Master's actions are indeed a kind of protection for the High Heaven Palace disciples. After such a thing happened to Yang Kai, if the High Heaven Palace disciples were still wandering outside, they would definitely be targeted. When that time comes, a small conflict would become a big conflict. If there was any internal strife, it would only make the High Heaven Palace's current awkward situation worse. Letting them return to the High Heaven Palace was the best way to deal with it. Since Su Yan had spoken, even though Shan Qing Luo was angry, she didn't dare to say anything more. She just had a look of displeasure on her face. Bing Yun said, I will help you investigate Yang Kai's situation. Even if he really did become the demon race, there must be a reason for it. There may be a chance to set things right. You know his abilities the best, so don't worry too much. Gather your High Heaven Palace disciples and prepare to go back. Yes. Su Yan responded and led Shuaiyu and Shan Qing Luo away. Yao Air. Bing Yun called. Disciple is here, Ji Yao responded. Go to the Roaring Tiger City in person and ask Li Jiao what happened yesterday, Bing Yun ordered. Yes, disciple will leave now. Ji Yao originally wanted to go to the Roaring Tiger City to ask clearly. Now that she had received Bing Yun's order, she naturally didn't want to delay for a moment. She hurriedly teleported to the Roaring Tiger City through the space array. Chapter 34-31. Yang Kai has become the demon race. When Zishan took out a jade slip and checked the information in it with his divine sense, his face was filled with disbelief. The jade slip was sent by Gao Shueting, and it was branded with Gao Shueting's divine sense brand, so it was obviously not fake. Moreover, Gao Shueting also explained in detail what happened that day, so it was hard for Wen Zishan not to believe it. After being absent-minded for a long time, he summoned Shen Qian and asked her to go to Roaring Tiger City to ask Gao Shuating face to face. In another city, Yang Yen was also holding a jade slip in her hand. She frowned and muttered softly, "What is that brat doing? Why did he suddenly go against the Iron Blood Master and become the demon race?" A group of people from the Emperor realm who came to ask for support saw her expression change and did not dare to disturb her. After a while, Yang Yen summoned an expert from the Emperor realm and asked him to go to Roaring Tiger City to inquire about the situation. Yang Kai has become the demon race. What do you think? In the hall, Wan Feng looked at Fan Hua and Sang Go and asked in a deep voice. When did this happen? Sang Go's eyes widened in surprise. I just received the news. Wan Feng looked serious. Fan Hua said, I also received the news. It seems to have happened yesterday. That brat really became the demon race? Sang Go could hardly believe his ears. Fan Hua said, the news came from the Iron Blood Great Emperor, so it should be true. Sang Go was absent-minded and murmured, that brat will also become the demon race? That's impossible. Did you make a mistake? Wan Feng and Fan Hua both shook their heads slowly. The former said, this is a matter of great importance. It can't be wrong. Hearing this, Sang Dog sighed, that's a pity. Although that little brat Yang Kai often went to the ancient wildlands to make things difficult for them, Sang Dog still admired him. It was rare to see such a talented junior. Now that he had fallen into the demon path, he would have no future to speak of. Though Wan Feng said, regardless of whether he has become the demon race or not, he is still related to the descendants of Tian Xing. Ever since the descendants of Tian Xing entered the blood door, there has been no news of them. It has been more than 10 years. Maybe they will come out soon. You all know how important Yang Kai is to them. If Yang Kai is in a bad situation, I don't know what kind of attitude they will have. Fan Hua nodded solemnly, Madame Feng is right. Then, in Madame Feng's opinion, how should we deal with this matter? The Wan Feng said, find his whereabouts as soon as possible and send him to the savage desolate ancient ground. At that time, even if the descendants of Tian Xing come out, they won't blame us. Fan Hua nodded, that's a good idea. Let's do that. The Wan Feng said, then I will sending Fei to Roaring Tiger City to inquire about the situation. I want to see where Yang Kai went. There's no time to lose. Let's go now. For a time, people came from all directions to Roaring Tiger City to inquire about what happened a day ago. Roaring Tiger City suddenly became very lively. At the same time, the news that Yang Kai had become the demon race and had become the demon race spread like wildfire. In just a few days, the news spread to all the major cities in the Western Territory and also to the Eastern, Southern, and Northern Territories. When those who knew Yang Kai heard this news, their first reaction was that it was nonsense and a pure rumor. However, this rumor seemed to be true. It even said that Yang Kai was defeated by the Iron Blood Great Emperor and finally shamelessly kidnapped Lin Yun, to escape. When this rumor was confirmed, the whole star world was in an uproar. No one had expected that such a rising star would really become the demon race and practice the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics in advance. There were always errors in the transmission of information. As the news spread, the news that a Dharmakaya had practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics gradually became Yang Kai's business. Whether it was falling to become the demon race or practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics, it was intolerable. This time, Yang Kai's reputation was completely ruined. Coupled with the Iron Blood Great Emperor's previous words, many people were even eager to find Yang Kai and kill him to enforce justice on behalf of heaven and get rid of evil for the people. Although Yang Kai did not know what was going on in the outside world, he could more or less guess what was going on and was mentally prepared. In the small sealed world, Yang Kai sat cross-legged in the medicine garden with a solemn look on his face. Next to him was the Tsang tree. The two wood spirits were suspended in mid-air, hiding a few dozen meters away, looking at Yang Kai worriedly. However, at this moment, there was nothing they could do to help, so they were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The gold and silver sealing power on the Tsang tree was slowly poured into Yang Kai's body under his guidance. He guided it into the dantian to seal the ancient demon qi. Previously, using this ancient demon qi, Yang Kai cooperated with the Iron Blood Great Emperor and perfectly acted out the drama of become the demon race and become the demon race. But now, he found that things had become a little troublesome. Ever since he absorbed the demonic qi outside Maplewood City, Yang Kai had no good way to deal with it. He could only rely on the Tsang tree's power to seal it. But after several unseals, the ancient demon qi became purer and purer, and more difficult to control. The demonic qi sealed in the dantian was like a living creature. Every time it was unsealed, it would grow violently. This made it more difficult for Yang Kai to seal it again, and it required more sealing power. Yang Kai had discovered this a long time ago, until this time. This time, the situation was much more serious. Whether or not he could seal it, Yang Kai was not sure. It couldn't be real, could it? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If it really become the demon race, it would be a big loss. Guarding his mind and eliminating distracting thoughts, Yang Kai controlled the Tsang tree's sealing power and poured it into his body. He suppressed the demonic qi in his body and sealed it back into the dantian. Time slowly passed, and the gold and silver light of the Tsang tree became dimmer and dimmer. It wouldn't be long before it was completely exhausted, but the demonic qi in Yang Kai's body still showed no signs of diminishing. It was still tumbling and growing. This was a little F*** awkward. Yang Kai was a little anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Not far away, Mu Zhu and Mu Na obviously sensed that the situation was not good. After glancing at each other, they seemed to have made up their minds and flew towards where Yang Kai was. Sensing the movement, Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at them. He shouted, "Don't come over." Mu Zhu and Mu Na turned a deaf ear to him. Their small bodies stood on the branches of the firmament tree, and the two of them rapidly formed complicated hand seals. As the hand seals changed, the two wood spirits seemed to form a strange resonance with the firmament tree. The Tsang tree, whose light had gradually dimmed, suddenly erupted with a dazzling brilliance. The gold and silver light shone brightly, and the sealing power also surged out like a fierce tide. Yang Kai was startled, but he didn't waste any time. He hurriedly guided the sealing power into his body. The tumbling demonic qi on the surface of his body was suppressed bit by bit, and the evil and violent aura also gradually disappeared. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yang Kai no longer had any demonic qi on the surface of his body. All of the demonic qi had been suppressed into the dantian, and his body returned to its original state. He felt a sense of comfort that he had never felt before. Mu Zhu and Mu Na were both sweating profusely and panting slightly. It was obvious that using the secret technique of the wood spirit race just now had taken a toll on them. "Are you all right?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and asked. The two wood spirits shook their heads together. Mu Zhu glanced to the side and said, "We're fine. It's just that the Tsang tree." Yang Kai followed her gaze and discovered that the Tsang tree was already on the verge of death. Its branches drooped down, as if it didn't have long to live. The gold and silver light that should have been there was now gone, and the branches and leaves were all withered and yellow. Mu Na said, "We've stimulated its vitality, so it's very harmful to it." Yang Kai frowned and asked, "It won't die, right?" Mu Zhu shook her head and said, "That won't happen. The Tsang tree's vitality is very strong, and this place has the immortal tree's vitality, so it won't die so easily. It's just that if it wants to completely recover, who knows how long it will take. Master, in the future, don't release the demonic qi seal so easily. Without the Tsang tree's power, if you release it, there will be no turning back." Yang Kai nodded with a dignified expression, "I'll remember that." The price of his plan this time was really high. Not only did he ruin his reputation, but he also couldn't use one of his most powerful trump cards. However, since things had already come to this point, he could only look forward to the future. After instructing the two wood spirits to rest, Yang Kai adjusted his breathing for a while and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with him before leaving the small sealed world, identifying his location, and flying off in a certain direction. Up in the void, a figure flashed by at an extremely fast speed, stopping from time to sense its surroundings before setting off again. Tracking down this way, it was actually following the trail Yang Kai had left. Yang Kai didn't know how this person had discovered Yang Kai's whereabouts. One had to know that after escaping into the southern swamp, Yang Kai had been adjusting his breathing for a few days, and then repeatedly using the space divine technique. Even the great emperors would find it difficult to track his movements. However, this person was able to track him down almost exactly. The figure stopped again. Under the hazy moonlight, a graceful, curvaceous figure with long hair fluttering in the wind could be seen. Impressively, it was a beautiful woman. Yu Ru Meng. After Yang Kai escaped from Roaring Tiger City, she had also disappeared from the city. Gao Shueting and the others had been looking for her for a few days, but to no avail. Who would have thought that she would appear here? At this moment, Yu Ru Meng's beautiful eyes were blooming with a strange brilliance, like a cheetah that had found its prey. She was full of excitement, sticking out her scarlet tongue from time to lick her red lips, giving off a wild temptation. She stood in the void, her hair fluttering in the night wind. Turning around, she stared in a certain direction and giggled, whispering in a low voice, "Husband, she's coming for you. You can't escape." As soon as her last word fell, she turned into a stream of light and swept across the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the wilderness, all was quiet. Even the insects hiding in the soil seemed to have been frightened by something. It was silent all night. Chapter 34-32. Anha City was a small city located at the border of the Southern Territory and bordering the Western Territory. The population in the city was no more than 100,000, and there were no decent powerhouses in the city. Even the city lord's cultivation was only at the first-order Tao source realm. Such a city could be said to be insignificant in the entire star boundary. The population in the city was small to begin with, and now that the War of the Two Realms had broken out and Anha City was located at the border of the Southern Territory and bordering the Western Territory, most of the residents in the city had fled to the depths of the Southern Territory. They were afraid that the demon race would really come one day and wipe out the entire city. Now, the population had plummeted by more than half. However, whether it was in troubled times or prosperous times, there was one business that would never die out, and that was the sex trade. Anha City was not big, but there were several brothels. The largest one was the Spring Breeze Drizzle building. Perhaps it was because of the troubled times, the situation of indulging in luxury had become increasingly serious, so even though Anha City's population had decreased by more than half, the business of the Spring Breeze Drizzle building was better than usual. The old pimp at the entrance constantly welcomed and sent off customers, and the girls wearing rouge and face powder were beaming with smiles as they warmly solicited customers. The interior of the building was luxuriously decorated, and the lifelike murals filled the entire Spring Breeze Drizzle building with an aura. In the hall, tables of guests were toasting and drinking with the coquettishly dressed girls. From time to time, they would move their hands up and down, causing the girls to giggle. In the tightly closed rooms, there were bursts of breathtaking moans that would make one's face turn red. With a loud bang, a person suddenly flew out from a room on the second floor and landed heavily on the ground. After rolling a few times, he stopped moving. The noisy hall fell into a strange silence at this moment, and everyone turned their heads to look in the direction of the source of the commotion. He saw a young man lying on the ground. His face was covered in stubble, his body was dirty, and he reeked of alcohol. He was lying there motionless, and it was unknown whether he was dead or not. Fights were common in the brothel, so the guests were not surprised by this scene. They did not have much of a reaction, but they all looked at the young man lying on the ground with disgust. In such a situation, it was either that they had an argument with someone and were beaten up, or that they had no money to pay after having fun in the brothel. Neither of them deserved sympathy. The guests were calm, but Mama Song, who was at the door, was furious. She yelled at a man in a black suit on the second floor, "Someone is going to die. Are you going to pay for the broken tables and chairs?" Madame Su was the procuress of the Spring Breeze Drizzle building. Her cultivation was not high, and she was quite beautiful when she was young. However, now that she was old, her figure was somewhat out of shape. Although she still had her charm, she could no longer be a receptionist. She could only stand at the door and send people off. Seeing Mama Song getting angry, the man who knocked the young man down from the second floor smiled apologetically and said, "Mama, don't be angry. It's this kid who is too outrageous." "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Mama Song swayed her waist as she walked to the young man's side. She lifted her leg and kicked him, but there was no reaction. She was shocked and said, "Is he dead?" The man in the black suit said, "It can't be. He seems to have some cultivation. I didn't use much strength, so how could he die?" At this moment, a young woman wearing a thin veil walked out from the side room. The veil was translucent, and when it covered her body, it made all the wonderful things on her body faintly discernible, causing the men below to take a few more glances. The woman looked down and pouted, "He deserves to be beaten to death." She then said to Mama Song, "Mama, you have to make a decision for your daughter. This guy has been drinking here for several days, and he has no money to pay." "No money?" Mama Song frowned, and her face was burning with anger. "He dares to come to the brothel without money. Where did this bastard come from?" "That's right." The woman on the second floor also had a look of disdain. "I thought he was a rich young master when I saw his handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament. Who would have thought that he was a poor kid? Your daughter has suffered a great loss." Mama Song coldly snorted and waved her hand. "Search him. See if he has anything valuable on him." As soon as she finished speaking, two men dressed like pimps immediately walked over and searched the young man. After a while, the two men looked up and shook their heads at Mama Song. "There's nothing." "Damn it." Mama Song gritted her teeth, "Drag him down and chop him up to raise flowers." The two pimps didn't hesitate at all. They grabbed the young man's arms and dragged him up. A guest next to them laughed. "Mama Song, you are too cruel. It's just a few days of drinking money, and you want to chop him up to raise flowers?" Mama Song coldly said, "Do you want to pay for him? If you are willing to pay for him, Mama will spare his life." The guest smiled. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything." Mama Song glared at him, then looked at the young man. However, she revealed a shocked expression and raised her hand. "Wait." The two pimps immediately stopped and turned to look at her. They didn't know what she was going to do. Mama Su took a few steps forward and fanned the tip of his nose as if she couldn't stand the strong smell of alcohol. She frowned and said, "Is this kid still breathing?" The two pimps looked at each other. One of them touched the young man's chest, and the other reached out to test the young man's nose. Then, they nodded in unison. "He's not dead yet." Mama Song nodded and walked around the young man. Then, she took out a silk handkerchief and placed it on his chin. She pinched his face and looked at it carefully. Her eyes lit up and she smiled. "Take him down and wash him. Then, send him to my room." The two pimps were dumbfounded when they heard this. "Go." Mama Song glared at them. The two pimps didn't dare to hesitate and immediately followed the order. The guest who spoke earlier laughed. "Mama, don't tell me you like that kid?" Mama Song said, "So what if I like him? I like that kind of guy." Everyone was in an uproar. They didn't expect that to be the case. For a moment, they were amazed. Some guests even teased Mama Song for being so greedy that she even liked that stinky kid. He could only play it by ear. After a fierce struggle, Yang Kai was finally taken off by Mama Song. "Io, sweetheart. I was so anxious." Mama Song was sweating all over. Seeing that she was about to succeed, she finally let out a sigh of relief. She flipped over and sat on Yang Kai. She raised her body slightly and slowly sat down. Her face was full of anticipation. However, at this moment, a cold little hand reached out from behind and grabbed her by the neck. Mama Song's beautiful face turned pale. She angrily shouted, "Who is it?" Chapter 34-33. In the end, Mama Song didn't know who was standing behind her. With a little force from that cold little hand, her neck tilted and she fell softly, instantly losing her life. Yu Rumeng stood by the bed, took out a silk handkerchief and wiped her hands. She looked at the body on the ground with disgust. "How dare you touch my man?" Throwing away the silk handkerchief, Yu Rumeng walked to the bed and looked down at Yang Kai lying on the bed. A touch of anger appeared on her face. Fortunately, she came in time. If she was a little later, wouldn't this adulterous man and woman have already cooked the rice? She knew that Kai Yang had several wives, but those women had existed before she met Kai Yang, so she was powerless to do anything about them. But what about this brothel's madam? What was she to do? If she was a girl with a clean background, it would be fine. However, she had already formed a heart seal with Yang Kai, and they couldn't be separated for the rest of their lives. Naturally, she wouldn't allow Yang Kai to be sullied by such a dirty woman. Thinking of this, she became angry and glared at Yang Kai, shouting, "Get up!" Under the surge of divine thought, her voice even carried the power of impact on the divine soul. Yang Kai frowned, his eyelashes trembled, and his eyelids slowly opened. For eyes met, and Yu Rumeng's anger disappeared without a trace. It was because the state of the man in front of her was very wrong. His gray eyes were shrouded with a feeling of despair, as if all the light in the world had been blocked. She and Kai Yang had not known each other for long, but these days, when had this man not been in high spirits and in high spirits? No matter where he was the center of the world. However, at this time, he was like a bird that had been knocked down from the clouds and fell into the mud. His face was full of fatigue and haggard. The fact was indeed so. From the brightest star in the star boundary to the notorious devil that everyone wanted to kill, even the great emperors had issued orders to kill him. Wasn't he falling from the clouds into the mud? Yu Rumeng sighed and said, "Why bother?" Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her and looked at her with empty eyes without any light. Yu Rumeng squatted down and sat on the edge of the bed with her plump buttocks. She stretched out her hand and stroked Yang Kai's cheek. She said softly, "Even if everyone abandons you, you still have me." Yang Kai's empty eyes seemed to flash with a trace of light, and his drowsy eyes opened a little. Yu Rumeng showed a gentle smile at the right time. She wanted this smile to be imprinted in the deepest part of Yang Kai's heart. She wanted this smile to become the motivation for Yang Kai to persevere. In the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly launched an attack. He pulled her over, turned around, and pressed her under his body. He covered her towering chest with one hand and ruthlessly kneaded it. He did not have the slightest intention of having tender feelings for the fairer sex. His other hand reached for her belt and directly tore it apart. His mouth, which was full of the smell of alcohol, unscrupulously kissed Yu Rumeng's lips. "Oh!" Yu Rumeng moaned and struggled, but how could she resist Yang Kai's strength? Her whole body was firmly pressed under his body and she could not move at all. Feeling that her clothes were rapidly being removed, Yu Rumeng suddenly panicked. She turned her head and said, "Stop, you're hurting me." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her and seemed to have gone crazy. His nostrils were blowing hot air, and the expression on his face became ferocious and terrifying. It was as if the one being pressed under his body was not Yu Rumeng, but the biggest enemy in his life. He could not wait to gnaw his bones, drink his blood, and eat his flesh. How could Yu Rumeng allow him to continue? If they were in love with each other, it would be normal for a man and a woman to love each other. But in this situation, how could Yu Rumeng be willing to give up her body? Unable to break free, Yu Rumeng raised her hand and slapped Yang Kai's face. With a crisp slap, Yang Kai's head tilted to one side. His violent and rough movements seemed to have stopped because of this slap. Yu Rumeng gasped and looked at Yang Kai coldly. You forced me to do this. Yang Kai was motionless, as if he was under a spell. Yu Rumeng frowned and reached out to touch Yang Kai's cheek. She said as gently as possible, I don't want to hit you, but wake up. Do you know what you're doing? Yang Kai seemed to have no interest in answering, or was too lazy to answer. He simply ignored her and slowly climbed down from her body. He pulled a blanket and wrapped his body. Then, he sat at the table, picked up a pot of wine on the table, raised his head, and poured it into his mouth. Behind him, Yu Rumeng put on her clothes. When she finished, she came over and saw that Yang Kai had already drunk several pots of wine. Yu Rumeng sat down, looked at him quietly, and whispered, Don't drink anymore. As expected, Yang Kai still had no intention of responding. After several times, Yu Rumeng snatched the wine pot from Yang Kai's hand and gritted her teeth. I told you to stop drinking. Give it to me. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her with a cold face. There was a clear murderous intention in his eyes. Yu Rumeng raised her smooth chin. What? You want to kill me? If you are willing to do so, then do it. With that, she took the initiative to stretch out her neck, as if she would not resist and let him punish her. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a look of struggle, but in the end, he did not do it. He just held his head in pain and said bitterly, I just want to get drunk. Why are you stopping me? I know you can't bear to. Yu Rumeng smiled. He did not know what she was happy about, but she felt a little complacent. Go away. Don't stay by my side. I don't know when I will become the demon race. Yang Kai waved his hand. Yu Rumeng didn't leave and instead stuck closer to him, snuggling up to him, her towering breasts pressing against Yang Kai's elbow. I won't leave, you're mine, wherever you go, I'll go. Yang Kai pushed her away and said bitterly, You have seen what happened in Roaring Tiger City. Really, don't stay by my side. Live well in the future. If you meet a good man, find someone to marry. Yu Rumeng poked her head over and said with a smile, What kind of man do you want me to marry? Kai Yang laughed at himself. In any case, I'm not like this. Yu Rumeng tilted her head and said, But I like you. What should I do? Yang Kai looked at her. You may be blind. Yu Rumeng was stunned for a moment, then she covered her mouth and laughed for a while. Suddenly, she got up, grabbed Yang Kai's hand, and pulled him up. What are you doing? Yang Kai responded weakly, like a walking corpse. Don't you want to drink? I'll accompany you, Yu Rumeng said, and with her Emperor Qi, she rushed out with Yang Kai wrapped around her. The hall on the first floor was still noisy and lively. When their figures flashed, Yu Rumeng and Yang Kai had already appeared in the center of the hall. Yu Rumeng looked around and walked straight to the largest table in the center, came to the table, and said, Get lost. There were 7 or 8 guests at this table, 7 or 8 girls drinking and having fun. Suddenly hearing this, all of them were stunned. However, when they looked up, the eyes of the 7 or 8 guests suddenly widened, and their greedy eyes lingered on Yu Rumeng. And his city was just a small city, and even if the Spring Breeze Drizzle building was the largest brothel, the quality and beauty of the girls were very limited. How could they compare with a femme fatale like Yu Rumeng? Whether it was figure, face, or temperament, in the entire star boundary, there were only a handful of girls who could compare with Yu Rumeng. In comparison, the guests only felt that the girls in their arms were like country bumpkins, and the woman in front of them was a goddess. If they could get close to her, even death would be worth it. A pot-bellied man looked at Yu Rumeng lecherously and laughed. You have such a beautiful girl here? How come I didn't know? Saying so, he got up and grabbed Yu Rumeng. Looking at his posture, he wanted to change to another girl to accompany him. However, his hand had only stretched halfway when his whole arm suddenly burst into a bloody mist. The man was still a little confused, but soon he felt pain and screamed. His scream came to an abrupt end, and his whole body exploded. The faces of the other people at the table changed greatly, and they all sobered up. They all got up and glared at Yu Rumeng, and the girls screamed again and again. They were so scared that their beautiful faces turned pale. "Lowly servant, you dare to kill people?" a man shouted angrily. Although he did not see how his companion died, it was obviously the work of this beautiful woman. While speaking, he raised his hand and summoned a long sword, preparing to stab her. Yu Rumeng stared at him coldly, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. The man was immediately stunned. In the next moment, the long sword in his hand stabbed straight into his chest. With a poochie sound, blood splattered everywhere. The man fell down softly, but before he died, a satisfied smile still hung on his face. Such an unimaginable scene really shocked everyone. The whole hall suddenly fell silent, and the remaining men all swallowed their saliva. Only now did they realize that the cultivation of this woman in front of them was ridiculously high, otherwise, she would not have been able to kill people without them noticing. "Get lost." Yu Rumeng's red lips slightly opened, and she coldly spat out a word. Everyone felt as if they had been pardoned from a dream, and they all turned and fled. Not only the people at this table fled, but everyone in the hall also fled, and for a moment, the scene was extremely chaotic. Yu Rumeng said again, "Bring all the wine in your restaurant." After speaking, she waved her hand to clear the table and sat down with Yang Kai. After a short while, the Spring Breeze Drizzle building was empty, and only Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng were left sitting opposite each other. The big table was full of wine jars, and the pimps of the Spring Breeze Drizzle building were very obedient, and they obediently emptied the wine cellar. Yang Kai grabbed the wine jars and kept pouring wine into his mouth. His stomach was like a bottomless hole, and no matter how much wine he drank, he could hold it all. Yu Rumeng sat opposite him and quietly watched him. After drinking one jar, she handed him another without saying a word. 10 jars, 50 jars, 100 jars, 200 jars. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly let out a long howl and threw the wine jar in his hand. The howl rolled like thunder, causing the whole Anha city to tremble. After a long time, the howl gradually stopped. Yang Kai looked at Yu Rumeng with red eyes, and his mouth squirmed a few times, and he said with a face full of pain, "I can't get drunk." Chapter 34-34. Then drink some more. We'll stop when we're drunk. Yu Rumeng threw another jar of wine at Yang Kai, but Yang Kai didn't catch it and let it fall to the floor and smash into pieces. Yu Rumeng pondered for a moment and said, "Wait here." While speaking, she turned around and flew out. No one knew what she was going to do. But soon, there was a commotion in the city. It was obvious that it was caused by Yu Rumeng. Half an hour later, Yu Rumeng returned to the hall and smiled at Yang Kai. Then, she turned around and clapped her hands at the entrance of the hall, "Come in." Yang Kai raised his eyes to look and was immediately dumbfounded. He saw a group of women slowly walking in from outside the door. They were thin and round and round and round, and they were like orioles and swallows. However, this group of women were different from those girls in the Spring Breeze Drizzle building who had put on makeup. At first glance, one could see that they were all women of good families. Every woman's face was full of fear and uneasiness. Some of them even had tears on their faces, but under Yu Rumeng's abuse, they had no choice but to walk in obediently. Of the 30 to 40 women, the youngest looked to be only 13 or 14 years old while the oldest looked to be only 25 or 26 years old. Under Yu Rumeng's instructions, all of them stood in a line in front of Yang Kai timidly. Some of them occasionally looked up at Yang Kai but quickly lowered their heads. What the hell? Yang Kai was puzzled, but he didn't show the slightest abnormality on his face. He still looked sad, as if he wanted to die early. Yu Rumeng smiled at Yang Kai and explained, "These are the most beautiful women in this city. Don't worry, all of them are pure and flawless. Take a look and see what you like." Kai Yang sat motionless, like a wooden sculpture. Yu Rumeng walked to a teenage girl and led her in front of Yang Kai. How about this one? She is a budding beauty at such a young age. Men should like her very much. If I were a man, I would be tempted. If we spend a night together, we should have a good night. The girl was frightened because she was caught by Yu Rumeng. At this moment, hearing Yu Rumeng's words, she was even more frightened and almost cried. Seeing that Yang Kai still didn't respond, Yu Rumeng waved her hand at the girl and quickly ran back. Then, Yu Rumeng called a 17 or 18-year-old girl over and tried her best to promote her in front of Yang Kai. After changing several people, Yang Kai still didn't respond. Yu Rumeng pulled another person. 24 or 25 years old. Her appearance was among the best, but she was still a virgin. I said. Enough. Yu Rumeng sighed. You want to get drunk to vent the anger in your heart. But how can you get drunk with these ordinary drinks? In your current situation, wine and women are the same. Since you can't get drunk, you can find a way to get drunk with women. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He grabbed a wine jar on the table, got up and walked out. His steps were unsteady. Yu Rumeng turned and stared at his back. After a while, she quickly followed. In the hall, the dozens of women waited in fear for a long time. After confirming that the strange man and woman would not return, they hurriedly fled. After surviving a calamity, the young women could no longer hold back and began to wail. This night was a nightmare for them. Fortunately, the man didn't mean to harm them. Otherwise, all of them would have lost their chastity. Why are you following me? In the wilderness, Yang Kai looked at Yu Rumeng with an indifferent face. Following me won't do you any good. Yu Rumeng smiled gently. I said, you are mine. Wherever you go, I will go. Don't think you can get rid of me. Do you know what kind of situation I am in now? Yu Rumeng said, in the Battle of Roaring Tiger City, you became the demon race and became the demon race. I'm afraid the news has spread all over the world. So now you should be like a rat crossing the street, hated by everyone. Since you know, why are you still so stubborn? Release the heart seal secret technique. Go. From now on, you and I have nothing to do with each other. You don't want to be implicated by me. Yang Kai waved his hand. I won't go. Yu Rumeng stepped forward and held Yang Kai's arm. Why bother? Yang Kai shook his head. Yu Rumeng said, even if there is a mountain of knives and a sea of fire in front of you, I will go with you. Yang Kai's cold eyes suddenly became soft, as if his mind had been greatly shocked. He looked at her affectionately and touched her cheek with one hand. You won't regret it? Yu Rumeng shook her head firmly. No turning back. Yang Kai licked his dry lips and hugged Yu Rumeng into his arms. He used so much strength that it seemed he wanted to rub Yu Rumeng into his body and never be separated again. He sighed. I have no regrets in this life. Yu Rumeng raised her head slightly, the corners of her eyes curved into crescents. Her beautiful eyes shone with a proud light. She knew it was easy to break a person's heart at this time. She was right. Although the heart seal secret technique made it impossible for her and Yang Kai to be separated, it was only a secret technique after all. How could it compare to Yang Kai's true feelings? She wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's neck and whispered in his ear, I said, even if the whole world abandons you, you still have me. Yang Kai suddenly released her and put his hands on her shoulders. His eyes bloomed with a different kind of light as he said excitedly, Rumeng, let's go live in seclusion. The change of topic was a little too big, making the corner of Yu Rumeng's eyes twitch. She said calmly, live in seclusion? Yang Kai nodded heavily. Live in seclusion in the mountains and never ask about the world. Just the two of us, the man plows and the woman weaves. We can have a few children and live a carefree life. What bullshit astral demon territory has nothing to do with me. Have a few children? Yu Rumeng was dumbfounded. She wailed in her heart. She didn't expect that although her tenderness and sweetness moved Yang Kai, he would have such thoughts. If he really did that, then what was the point of playing? Thinking about it, Yu Rumeng said, "Then what about your wives?" Yang Kai looked gloomy and said in a low voice, "I only know that at this time, you are by my side, not them." He didn't even care about his wives. It seemed that what happened in Roaring Tiger City was too big a blow to him, causing a huge change in his mentality. Maybe it was also because of the Become the Demon race, which made his thoughts become paranoid. While she was deep in thought, Kai Yang had already vividly described the beautiful life they would have after living in seclusion. He had even described the appearance of their residence. Not only that, he had even thought of the names of their children. "Aren't you thinking too much?" Yu Rumeng wanted to spit in his face, but she also knew that if she refuted Yang Kai at this time, it would definitely make the situation worse, and all the previous efforts would be in vain. In the end, Yang Kai squeezed her shoulder and said excitedly, "So, let's go to live in seclusion." Yu Rumeng had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "Okay, let's go to live in seclusion." After the discussion, Yang Kai didn't want to stop for a moment. As if the motivation to live had been reignited, he hugged Yu Rumeng and began to look for a suitable place. Within a few days, the two of them had settled down in the depths of the mountain range. A brand new wooden house had been erected on the flat ground at the top of the mountain. Outside the house, Kai Yang had opened up a few plots of farmland. She didn't know where Kai Yang had found some seeds to plant, but he was in high spirits as he waved his hoe around. Yu Rumeng stood at the door of the wooden house, wearing coarse clothes and a silk scarf on her head. She was dressed like a farmer's wife. This style didn't reduce Yu Rumeng's beauty, but added a different kind of temptation to her. But this appearance made Yu Rumeng not want to look in the mirror for several days, for fear that she would be disgusted by herself. During the work, Yang Kai looked up from time to time, and Yu Rumeng had to squeeze out a smile to respond. Occasionally, she would send some water over and help Yang Kai wipe the sweat on his face. She was a dignified and intelligent little woman, which made Yang Kai sigh in front of her several times. With such a wife, what more could a husband ask for? At night, the two slept in each other's arms, and nothing out of the ordinary happened. Yang Kai expressed his desire several times, but Yu Rumeng knew that his current state was not normal, so how could she agree to give it to him under such circumstances? For more than 10 days, the days were ordinary, but Yang Kai was enjoying himself, as if he really liked this kind of life and was willing to continue like this for the rest of his life. Yu Rumeng cooperated wholeheartedly and didn't show the slightest abnormality, but in her heart, she was helpless. On this day, Yang Kai was sitting at the door, weaving a wicker basket with bamboo strips, while Yu Rumeng accompanied him, talking and laughing with him. Suddenly, Yang Kai's movements paused, and he looked up in a certain direction. Yu Rumeng asked, "What's wrong?" "Shoo." Yang Kai put a finger to his mouth, showing a vigilant look, and quietly spread out his divine sense. His appearance made Yu Rumeng's expression brighten. She was worried that there was no way to break this boring day, but unexpectedly, there was a variable. She secretly prayed in her heart that things were really as she thought. After a while, Yang Kai sighed, put down the half-finished wicker basket in his hand, clapped his hands, and stood up. He lowered his eyes and said, "Since you are here, show yourself." Yu Rumeng was shocked. Someone had come and she didn't even notice it. In this situation, either Yang Kai's perception was wrong, or the person's cultivation was higher than hers, otherwise, she would have noticed it. Yang Kai shouldn't have made a mistake, so the only explanation was that someone had really come. Chapter 34-35. There was a ripple in the void, and a figure slowly emerged. Yang Kai looked up at him, his gaze became a little evasive, as if he was ashamed to face this person, but in the end, he cupped his fists and greeted, "Temple Master One." The person who appeared in front of him was the temple master of Azure Sun Temple, Wuxia Shan. Wuxia Shan had a pained expression on his face as he sighed. I've heard about what happened to you. Are you feeling better now? Yang Kai replied, thank you for your concern, Temple Master Wen. I was lucky enough to recover. Wuxia Shan said, it is a taboo for a cultivator to become the demon race. The Iron Blood Master said that there is a demon in your heart. As long as this demon is not eliminated, it will become a big problem in the future even if it is temporarily fine. So, Temple Master Wen is here to take me back. Yang Kai lowered his eyes, and his voice suddenly became extremely calm, but anyone could feel the hostility growing in him. Wuxia Shan said, don't be agitated, I don't want to be enemies with you. I just want to talk to you. Yang Kai said lightly, disciple is listening. Wuxia Shan gently nodded and said, although you are not from Azure Sun Temple, you have formed a relationship with the temple since you were in the Tao Source realm. It can be said that this king watched you grow up. If you had agreed back then, you would have become a disciple of Azure Sun Temple. Unfortunately, my temple did not have this blessing, Mr. Master. Yang Kai laughed self-deprecatingly, Temple Master Wen is too kind. Wuxia Shan continued, fortunately, you became an honored elder of my temple in the end. Since you are an elder of my temple, then your matter is this Wen's matter, and the temple's matter. Yang Kai, think about the High Heaven Palace, think about your family and friends, and think about those who care about you. Come back with me. Yang Kai raised his eyes, in the end, Temple Master is here to take me back. Wuxia Shan frowned, how can you confuse these two things? If I had come to capture you, I wouldn't have said these things to you. Come back with me. Wen Mao guarantees that I won't let anyone harm you. However, I will need your cooperation to eliminate the demonic thoughts in your heart. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Once the demonic will is born, how can it be eliminated? Wuxia Shan said in a deep voice, the winner is strong, and the winner is strong. Yang Kai, don't go astray again. I went astray? Yang Kai laughed, his eyes turning cold, Temple Master, since you've heard about me, then do you know the whole story? Wuxia Shan hesitated for a moment before sighing, the Iron Blood Master was in the wrong a few days ago, but you shouldn't have disobeyed him. Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became ferocious, according to the Hall Master's words, if the Iron Blood wants to cripple me, Shihua, I should hand it over with both hands and not resist? Wuxia Shan advised earnestly, there is always a way to solve this problem. Yang Kai sneered, Shihua is one of my most important companions. He has made great contributions to my path of growth. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he is my family. During the battle against the demon race, he killed countless enemies. Just because he cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method, he is not allowed to exist in this world. Does this world belong to me, the 100 million cultivator, or does it belong to the Iron Blood? Just because he slaughtered countless demon race members, the Iron Blood should not make things difficult for him. After a pause, Yang Kai looked sharply at Wuxia Shan, Temple Master probably can't understand what I'm saying, so this junior boldly asks, if the Iron Blood wants to cripple senior sister Gao's cultivation, how would the Temple Master choose? Wuxia Shan frowned, you're confusing the concepts. Yang Kai sneered, to me, Shihua is equivalent to the status of senior sister Gao in the Temple Master's heart. Wuxia Shan was silent, speechless. Yang Kai let out a long breath, Temple Master, I don't know how you found me, but I have decided to live here in seclusion with Qing, and no longer care about the outside world. I ask Temple Master to take into account our past friendship and withdraw for now. From now on, Yang Kai and Li Shiqing will no longer exist in the star boundary. Wuxia Shan's expression changed as he looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. You want to live here in seclusion? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Wuxia Shan said, then the High Heaven Palace. What does it have to do with me? Yang Kai interrupted him. Wuxia Shan choked for a long time, unable to say a word, and finally smiled bitterly. You really do have a demonic intent in your heart. Is Temple Master determined to make things difficult for me? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a dangerous light. Wen Zishan sighed, "You have a demonic intent in your heart. This temple master cannot sit idly by." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "What does my own business have to do with you? Why do you keep forcing me? I have sacrificed a lot for the star boundary. Can't you let me go because of these sacrifices?" Wen Zishan looked at him bitterly. "It is precisely because you have contributed so much to the star boundary that I cannot give up on you." Yang Kai laughed loudly. "Well said. Since Temple Master is so stubborn, don't blame this junior for being impolite. Come out, all of you. What are you doing sneaking around?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai looked around coldly. Following this angry roar, one figure after another suddenly appeared around Yang Kai. All of them were third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, and in an instant, they surrounded Yang Kai so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Yang Kai looked at them one by one and sneered, "Very good, they are all familiar faces, old acquaintances." The Heavenly Marshal Holy Land Holy Land's Holy Lord, Ma Qing, placed his sword behind his back and stroked his beard with the other hand. "Little brat Yang, do you know that you're in a very bad situation right now? If you don't turn back now, it'll be too late. You were only able to recover last time because you were lucky. If you misfire again and become the demon race, there's really no turning back." Yang Kai didn't respond. He just turned his head and looked at Li Jiao. "Brotherly, do you also want to teach me a lesson?" Li Jiao covered his face with his hands, his old face completely red. This Li was forced to do so. "I only came here to join in on the fun. Brother Yang, please forgive me." Yang Kai nodded and turned to the other person. "Where is Temple Master Zhou?" This person was none other than the Eastern Territories Ahan Temple's Temple Master, Zhou Yuang. Zhou Yuang formed a seal with one hand, his figure drifting like a ghost. Obviously, it had something to do with the secret art he cultivated. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "What does Temple Master Yang want me to say?" Yang Kai said, "No one is forcing you to say it if you don't want to." On the other side, Xiao Yuyang quickly said, "Yang Kai, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and the shore is at hand." Lei Hong also shouted in a low voice, "You are still young. You will have a chance to set things right. Why are you so stubborn?" Yang Kai stood in place and lowered his eyes. After waiting for them to finish speaking, he said lightly, "Is everyone done? If you are, it's my turn." Wen Zishan nodded and said, "If you have anything to say, we are also willing to listen." Yang Kai's mouth curled into an evil smile. Now that the situation in the star boundary is so bad, this junior is really honored to be able to send masters like you to deal with me. It's just that. I am not looking down on you, but if this junior wants to leave, can you stop him? Wen Zishan clenched his teeth and shouted, "Yang Kai, wake up." Yang Kai sneered and said in a cold voice, "This junior has already put down his worldly affairs and wanted to live in seclusion in this mountain forest with Qing, but you have followed me here and forced me to leave. Since this is the case, this junior might as well come out and turn the world upside down. Let's see who can't take it in the end." Saying so, his figure flashed and he suddenly appeared beside Yu Rumeng. He grabbed her waist and shouted, "Let's go." Space principles fluctuated and he was about to teleport away. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, because the space nodes in the surrounding world had been sealed. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and shouted in a certain direction, "Li Wu Yi." A figure in snow-white clothes appeared. It was indeed Li Wu Yi. Only he could seal the surrounding space nodes without anyone noticing, cutting off Yang Kai's escape route. Yu Rumeng's expression changed slightly as she felt that today was a bad day. Yang Kai had the space divine technique, so even if he was surrounded by so many third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, nothing could happen to him. Even if he couldn't beat them, he could still escape. But now that Li Wu Yi had personally come out, the situation was different. In terms of attainments in the space divine technique, Yang Kai and Li Wu Yi were at most on par, so without his greatest support, Yang Kai's combat strength would be greatly reduced. What should she do? Just as she was panicking, she suddenly felt a strong force coming from her waist and throwing her away. At the same time, Yang Kai shouted, "You go first, I'll come back for you." Yu Rumeng knew that Yang Kai was going all out and didn't want to implicate her, so she didn't hesitate and flew out of the encirclement. When she looked back, she saw Yang Kai's Emperor Qi violently surging as he raised his hand and slapped towards Xiao Yuyang. Under the fluctuations of space principles, the place where Xiao Yuyang was standing turned into a black hole, as if it was going to swallow the entire world. Li Wuyi's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Stop!" Everyone else also paled in horror and hurriedly rushed over to help. Xiao Yuyang even tried his best to resist, but the black hole was Yang Kai's space divine ability, and he didn't seem to have expected that Yang Kai would try to kill him as soon as he appeared, so he was caught off guard. The black hole opened and closed, and the place where Xiao Yuyang was standing was now empty. Everyone was dumbfounded. In a single exchange, a third-layer Emperor Realm Master was killed just like that. They all knew that Kai Yang's strength couldn't be judged based on his cultivation. His strength was much higher than his cultivation, but after really facing him, they all realized just how terrifying he was. Li Wuyi exuded a cold aura as he stared coldly at Yang Kai and said, "You disappoint me." Yang Kai sneered, "I've long wanted to experience senior space divine technique, but I've never had the chance. Today, I hope senior can enlighten me." "As you wish." Li Wuyi growled. The two of them urged their space principles at the same time, and in an instant, the world collapsed as void cracks appeared one after another. The expressions of the several three-stage Emperor Realm Masters changed as they hurriedly retreated. These void cracks were endless and constantly changing, so no one dared to touch them. Looking around, Yang Kai and Li Wuyi were shuttling back and forth between the void cracks as if they were walking on flat ground, fiercely exchanging blows with each other. Everyone glanced at each other, aware that they were powerless to intervene, so they could only spread out and wait for an opportunity to act. Chapter 34-36. The void collapsed and cracks appeared as Yang Kai and Li Wuyi shuttled through them. At a certain moment, the two of them rushed into one of the spatial rifts and disappeared. Following their disappearance, the countless spatial rifts automatically closed up under the influence of the star boundaries' heaven and earth laws. Wen Zishan and the others looked at each other with solemn expressions. Yang Kai and Li Wuyi had obviously entered the void, so they had no way to intervene. As for Yu Rumeng, who escaped first, they didn't care too much. In any case, with Li Wuyi taking action, Yang Kai definitely couldn't escape. Yu Rumeng's matter would be taken care of by the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Empire. On the top of the mountain, it was quiet. The newly built wooden houses had collapsed into ruins, and the farmland that Yang Kai cultivated was a mess. Although the fight between Yang Kai and Li Wuyi was short, it had already destroyed the place beyond recognition. In the void, Yang Kai and Li Wuyi appeared together, looked at each other, and said at the same time, "Split up." Saying so, the two went in two different directions, shuttling through the void's turbulent current. Not long after, Yang Kai found Xiao Yuyang, who he had blasted into the void before. At this moment, Xiao Yuyang's situation was not very good. Half of his body had been swallowed by the void's turbulent current. If he had been a little later, he might have really been lost in the void. At that time, even Yang Kai and Li Wuyi wouldn't be able to find him. Yang Kai spent a lot of effort to pull him out of the void's turbulent current. Xiao Yuyang looked at him suspiciously. "What the hell are you doing?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Elder Xiao should go ask Senior Li. He will give you an explanation." Xiao Yuyang frowned. Although he had many questions, he couldn't do anything if Yang Kai didn't say anything, so he could only follow Yang Kai to see Li Wuyi. Not long after, Yang Kai saw Li Wuyi rushing over. When the two met and confirmed that Xiao Yuyang was out of danger, Li Wuyi gently nodded. Yang Kai complained, Senior, you are too slow. I sent you the message 8 days ago. Why did you only come today? Hearing this, Xiao Yuyang's eyes widened as he asked, you revealed your whereabouts yourself? Previously, he had been wondering how Li Wui had found out about Yang Kai's current hiding place and had led them to the exact location. Only now did he realize that it was Yang Kai who had leaked the information. What the hell was he doing? Xiao Yuyang was completely dumbfounded. Li Wui replied, I can't help it. I'm a bit tied up over there. It wasn't easy for me to beat up the demon race, so I took the time to come over. I hope I didn't hold you back. Yang Kai replied, that's not the case. I'm just afraid that if this goes on for too long, I'll give myself away. Xiao Yuyang said, wait a moment, you too. Who can tell me what's going on? Yang Kai and Li Wui looked at each other and laughed. Li Wui said, don't ask so many questions. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. In short, this is the idea of the great emperors. Since it was related to the great emperors, Xiao Yuyang immediately fell silent. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai and Li Wui were doing, he could tell that this seemed to be a show. But what he didn't understand was that since it was a show, there would naturally be people watching the show. Who was the one watching the show? Could it be Zhou Yuang and the others? Li Wuyi's expression turned serious as he asked, after this, can we succeed? Yang Kai replied, most likely. Li Wuyi sighed, you have to endure this humiliation. By the way, the Iron Blood Master asked me to tell you that he has ordered the High Heaven Palace to seal off the mountain. All the disciples of the High Heaven Palace have been sent back. The others naturally did not dare to neglect and followed closely behind whether they were willing or not. Yang Kai ran for his life. After half a day, a stream of light suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Yu Rumeng who had left first. With her heart seal secret technique, she could naturally find Yang Kai's location. As soon as she saw Yang Kai covered in blood and his aura weak, Yu Rumeng's beautiful face turned pale. You're injured. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, not dying is my greatest luck. Let's go, they're coming. Hearing what he said, Yu Rumeng did not dare to delay and hurriedly supported Yang Kai as they left. A month later, at the top of a mountain, Yang Kai stood at the top of a big tree, facing the morning sun with a blank look in his eyes. What are you thinking about? Yu Rumeng leaned over from the side, her fragrance wafting out. Yang Kai coughed a few times and said in a weak voice, Rumeng, this world is so big that there is no place for me to stay. For a month, he and Yu Rumeng had been on the run. Li Wui and a few other third-layer Emperor Realm Masters had chased after them like maggots. There were several times when Yang Kai was forced to confront them. Each time, he was beaten until he was covered in wounds, but each time, he managed to escape by the skin of his teeth. Judging from the current situation, these words were not an exaggeration. Although the world was big, with Li Wui chasing after them, there was no place for him to stay. Turning around, Yang Kai said, I'm sorry, I originally wanted to take you to live in seclusion, but now it seems that I have to go back on my word. Don't follow me, let's part ways here. Yu Rumeng asked, are you driving me away again? Yang Kai slowly shook his head, this time is different from the last time. You saw it along the way, Li Wui is determined to kill me. I am not his opponent, and it was only by luck that I was able to hold on until now. Maybe next time, or maybe the time after that will be the end. Yu Rumeng's beautiful eyes flashed, I heard someone say that if there is no place for you, there will be a place for you. There is more than one star boundary in this world. Yang Kai frowned when he heard this, demon territory. Yu Rumeng said, how about it? If you are willing to go to demon territory, I will follow you to demon territory. Impossible. Yang Kai shook his head decisively, it is impossible for me to go to demon territory. I have fallen into this situation precisely because I am related to demons, so how could I degrade myself and go to demon territory? Yu Rumeng said, it is precisely because you are related to demons that you can become the demon race's territory and be accepted by the demon race. Don't say any more. Yang Kai looked like he was too lazy to listen to her. Yu Rumeng, however, appeared in front of him in a flash and looked at him with burning eyes, her pupils exuding a strange light as she softly said, "You have made great contributions to Star Boundary. Most of the space arrays were created by you, Roaring Tiger City was also defended by you, and you killed millions of members of the demon race, but they forced you to kill you, and now they are chasing after you. What is there to be nostalgic about in such a place?" Yang Kai frowned when he heard this, but his breathing was slightly heavy. Obviously, these words made him extremely angry. Yu Rumeng continued to persuade him, her voice like a sleepy whisper, "Don't you want to take revenge? Don't you want to wash away the injustice you have suffered? Let those who are making things difficult for you know how powerful you are, and let them regret forcing you like this. Don't say any more." Yang Kai roared, the veins on his forehead bulging. Yu Rumeng turned a deaf ear to him and continued, "Go to demon territory and seek greater strength. One day, you will be able to return here and let them know what they did was wrong. Let them kneel in front of you and beg for mercy." Go to demon territory? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Yu Rumeng as if he wanted to eat her alive. He was obviously tempted by Yu Rumeng's words. Yu Rumeng nodded slowly, "Yes, go to demon territory. Will you come with me?" Yang Kai asked again. Yu Rumeng smiled and bowed to Yang Kai, "This mistress is willing. This matter is of great importance, let me think about it." Yu Rumeng pursed her lips and said, "I can tolerate you, but I don't know how much time Li Wui will give you." Chapter 34-37. The Western Territories desert had already become a demon land, where demonic chi lingered and evil flourished. Tens of millions of demon race troops had gathered here and were constantly marching towards the depths of the Star Boundary, attacking cities and plundering lands, bringing death and slaughter wherever they went. Under the demon land, even the sky had become gray and dull, as if the world had lost its vitality. Two streams of light swept through the sky one after another, causing countless members of the demon race to raise their heads and grimace, letting out low growls from their throats. In the end, Yang Kai didn't hesitate for too long. After being chased and injured by Li Wui again, he immediately decided to set off for the demon territory in a fit of anger. There was no place for him in the Star Boundary. If he wanted to become the demon race's territory, he had to pass through the passage between the two worlds in the Western Territories desert, which was the only entrance connecting the two worlds. Along the way, Yang Kai's expression constantly changed, his expression filled with worry. On the other hand, Yu Rumeng was smiling as usual, not showing the slightest fear or worry about the demon territory, and even looking forward to it. The speed of the two was extremely fast, but as they flew over so ostentatiously, they still attracted many devil experts to chase after them. At first, there were only a few devil experts behind them, but in the end, there were hundreds of devil kings behind them. All of them were emitting devil chi that soared into the sky, extremely terrifying. Yang Kai had a bored expression on his face. Fortunately, the entrance to the passage between the two worlds was not far ahead. Yang Kai tightly held Yu Rumeng's hand and whispered, "Don't separate from me later. I'll try to rush in directly, and if it doesn't work, we'll think of another way." Yu Rumeng held Yang Kai's hand and smiled at him, "Don't worry, leave the rest to me." "Leave it to you?" Yang Kai frowned and turned to look at her. Yu Rumeng said, "Trust me." Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, then it's up to you." Yu Rumeng giggled and took the lead. She overtook Yang Kai and pulled him forward. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the passage. The entrance to the passageway between the two realms was of great importance. The demon race naturally had a large number of troops stationed here. Just the number of demon king guarding the entrance was more than a dozen. There were also several half-saint realm experts stationed here to guard against the Star Boundary, sending powerhouses to destroy the entrance. The Demon King and half-saint guarding this place sensed the auras of Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng and raised their heads. Many of them immediately revealed sinister smiles. Yu Rumeng, on the other hand, led Yang Kai down and stood in front of the entrance of the passage, her pair of beautiful watery eyes looking around. Yang Kai stood beside her, his eyes sharp and his emperor's chi fluctuating. He looked like he could start a massacre at any time. The hundreds of devil kings that had been chasing them all the way finally arrived. They landed one after another and surrounded the two of them in an instant. Many of them looked at Yu Rumeng's graceful body greedily, revealing lustful expressions. On the other side, a gigantic demon king carrying a huge axe walked forward. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble. When he stopped 100 feet away, he pointed the axe that was even taller than a human forward and grinned. "Human, do you want to die?" This demon king's aura was extremely powerful. Although his movements seemed a little clumsy, he was definitely in existence with extraordinary strength. Moreover, he should be one of the strongest demon kings. As soon as he finished speaking, the other demon kings around him let out low chuckles. Since the passage between the two worlds opened and the demon race invaded, no human had come here. Therefore, the arrival of Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng puzzled the group of demon race masters, wondering if these two were crazy. Yu Rumeng smiled and waved her hand, shooting a stream of light towards the demon king in front of her. The demon king reached out and grabbed it, frowning as he glanced at Yu Rumeng, then looked at the object in his hand. At first glance, the demon king's face changed and he looked up at Yu Rumeng, his mouth wide open as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Yu Rumeng remained calm and smiled sweetly. The demon king's attitude suddenly took a 180-degree turn, even becoming a little frightened and flattering, nodding and bowing as he said, "Please wait a moment, allow me to consult the half-saint master." Yu Rumeng gestured for him to do as he pleased. The demon king hurriedly turned around and walked in a certain direction. It seemed that he was really going to consult the half-saint of demon race masters. This strange scene left all the demon kings scratching their heads. They looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Yang Kai was also confused, quietly approaching Yu Rumeng and asked, "Rumeng, what did you show him? Why did he suddenly become like a dog?" Yu Rumeng giggled, he was originally a dog. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. If such a powerful demon king was a dog, then what was he? Yu Rumeng said, "Okay, don't ask too much, you will know in a while." Yang Kai nodded, tilting his head and said, "I found that you are hiding a big secret." Yu Rumeng winked at him playfully, "A woman with a secret is beautiful. Do you want to know what that secret is?" Yang Kai replied, "If you are willing to tell me, I will listen." Yu Rumeng patted Yang Kai's hand and said, "You will know in a while." While the two were talking, the demon king, who had left before, came back. At this moment, he had a dignified expression on his face. He quickly walked in front of Yu Rumeng, bowed, and held something with both hands, respectfully handing it to Yu Rumeng. Yang Kai glanced at it and found that the demon king was holding a palm-sized token. The token was made of an unknown material. It was dark red in color, as if it was made of blood. There was a distorted ghost-like pattern engraved on the token, as if a tortured soul was howling in pain. At a glance, it seemed to have the power to seize one's soul, and a burst of ghost-like wails and wolf-like howls could be heard in one's mind, shaking one's soul. This should be what Yu Rumeng had thrown to the demon king before. It was actually a token. Yu Rumeng raised her hand and took the token back, asking lightly, "Can we pass through here?" The demon king nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes." Saying so, he turned sideways and gestured, "Please." Yu Rumeng didn't even glance sideways as she arrogantly walked past the demon king. Only a few demon saints' divine senses lingered on Yang Kai with interest for a while before immediately withdrawing. "Let's go." Yu Rumeng called out, flying into the sky side by side with Yang Kai. It was only at this time that Yang Kai had the time to investigate the situation in the demon territory. This was a great world that was different from the astral plane. The laws of heaven and earth here seemed to be somewhat chaotic. There was a sun hanging in the sky, but the sun seemed to be blocked by something, giving off a hazy and turbid feeling. The land was barren, and there was little vegetation. Huge ravines ran through the ground, like the intricate patterns on a turtle's back. It was a terrible sight. Chapter 34-38. The demon territory was actually such a barren place? Looking at the current situation, this place was even worse than some of the worst places in the Western Territory. How could such a world nurture so many people of the demon race? However, the world energy here was quite good, but that was only relative to the demon race. If a creature from the star boundary came here, it would be impossible for them to use the world energy here to cultivate, because this place was full of evil demon chi. If they really absorbed the world energy here, it would not be long before they turned into a demon. Flying all the way up, Yang Kai looked down again after an hour and couldn't help but be stunned, whispering, "The demon territory is so small?" When he first passed by, he didn't notice it, but now that he was looking down from a high enough altitude, he discovered that it was just an irregular piece of land, and he could see the edge of it at a glance. If the vast expanse of the starry sky was compared to the sea, then the continent below was a lone island in the sea. This isolated island was estimated to be only a few 100,000 kilometers wide, surrounded by the endless void. Strictly speaking, a few 100,000 kilometers was not small, but the demon territory was a large world. Could this be considered a large world? It couldn't be compared to the star boundary at all. But if this was the case, how could there be so many people in the demon race? Even a powerful existence like the demon saint was born? Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's doubts, Yu Rumeng said, "This is only a corner of the demon territory. The entire demon territory is like a broken mirror, and what you see now is just a fragment." A broken mirror? Yang Kai looked at her in amazement, but this description was very vivid, allowing Yang Kai to outline a prototype of the demon territory in his mind. Yu Rumeng nodded and said, "Fragments like the ones you see in front of you have formed the entire demon area. Some are big, some are small, and there are countless of them. Each fragment is both a continent and a small world. They are independent of each other but are closely connected. Isn't it strange?" Yang Kai solemnly said, "I've never heard of such a thing." This was really an eye-opener for him. Yu Rumeng giggled, "This is the demon territory. If you don't see it for yourself, you won't be able to understand its wonders." "Why is this happening?" Yang Kai asked with a frown. No wonder he felt that the laws of heaven and earth here were a little chaotic. The entire world was made up of fragments, and each fragment was equivalent to an independent small world. It would be strange if the laws of heaven and earth were not chaotic. Yu Rumeng said, "I'm afraid he's sick." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "A world can get sick?" Yu Rumeng turned her head and looked at him. "A world will also come to an end. The territory of the demons is the end of the road." Yang Kai nodded in agreement and asked, "How do we connect these fragments?" The army of the demon race was definitely not something that this continent could have. They were definitely drawn from countless small fragments. Since they could come here, it meant that these fragments could communicate with each other. Realm gates. Yu Rumeng explained and pointed up, "Look over there, that's the realm gate." Yang Kai looked in the direction she pointed and found that in the void, there was a dark oval passage, like a black hole in the void, leading to the unknown. Every fragment has one or more realm gates that connect to the nearby continents. Through the realm gates, you can communicate with each other. So that's how it is. Yang Kai was suddenly enlightened and said in surprise, "So, there are also existences in the demon territory who are proficient in the laws of space?" Yu Rumeng smiled sweetly. "No, these realm gates were not opened by humans, they were naturally formed. Superlative craftsmanship." Yang Kai praised and suddenly thought of a question. "Won't these realm gates disappear?" "They will. Yu Rumeng's eyelashes fluttered. If all the realm gates of a continent disappear, then the fragment where the continent is located will completely lose contact with the demon territory, and the demon territory will lose a small world. Has this happened before? Yang Kai frowned. Yu Rumeng smiled and said, it has happened many times. While talking, the two had already arrived in front of the realm gate. From a distance, this realm gate was not very big, but upon closer inspection, this realm gate was huge and could easily accommodate tens of thousands of people at a time. Before they could get close, a powerful suction force came from the realm gate, and even someone as strong as Yang Kai felt himself being sucked in involuntarily. Yu Rumeng shouted, protect yourself, don't get hurt. Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately pushed his Emperor Qi, and in the next instant, he and Yu Rumeng were sucked into the world gate, leaving this fragment and entering another fragment. The surroundings were quiet and the sun was dazzling. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked behind him, showing a look of surprise. Why aren't there any realm gates here? Yu Rumeng explained, most realm gates are not two-way. After you enter a realm gate, you will be randomly teleported to a place on that fragment, so you naturally can't see the realm gate here. Yang Kai gently nodded and was silent for a while before looking up at Yu Rumeng and asking, Rumeng, who are you? Yu Rumeng pursed her lips and smiled, finally can't hold it in anymore? Yang Kai slowly shook his head, you know so much about the demon territory, so you are obviously not from the star boundary. Even the great emperors don't know much about the demon territory, let alone others. If I'm not wrong, you belong to the demon race, right? Yes. Yu Rumeng looked at him playfully, you seem to know a lot about the demon race, so please guess again, which race do I belong to? Yang Kai laughed, you are making it difficult for me. Although I know a little about the demon race, I am not a member of the demon race, so how can I guess? After a pause, he said, there are hundreds of races in the demon territory, each with their own divine technique. If I had to guess, would guess that you belong to the succubus demon race. Yu Rumeng covered her chest and laughed, you really do know a lot about the demon race. Yang Kai looked at her dumbfoundedly, are you really a succubus demon? In his heart, he thought, I have already guessed it. Only a succubus demon can be so charming. Yu Rumeng took a deep breath and tilted her head to look at him, you have been suspecting me for a long time, haven't you? If not, Yang Kai would not have asked her such sensitive questions before. Yang Kai said calmly, suspicion is just suspicion, after all, there is no proof. Damn it, what's wrong with the demon saint? He had touched her, kissed her, and even spanked her buttocks more than once. Yu Rumeng really didn't have the slightest bit of dignity in front of him, but the aura of the demon saint was real, so if she really pushed her full strength, Yang Kai would not be able to bear it. I was just joking with you. Yu Rumeng didn't give up and moved her head closer again. Yang Kai said with a cold face, this joke isn't funny at all. Chapter 34-39. Okay, don't be angry, it's bad for your body. Can't I apologize to you? Yang Kai squinted at her, I don't see any sincerity in your apology. Yu Rumeng asked, then what kind of sincerity do you want? Yang Kai hooked his finger at her, and Yu Rumeng put her ear close to him. Yang Kai whispered a few words into her ear. Yu Rumeng immediately glared at him, but nodded, okay. Once a word is said, even a team of 4 horses can't take it back. You said it yourself. Kai Yang suddenly beamed with joy. I said it, Yu Rumeng nodded happily, as long as you can win, you can do whatever you want. Yang Kai was a little dumbfounded, win? You're a demon saint, how can I win against you? He immediately shouted angrily, you tricked me. Yu Rumeng giggled, and with a flash of her delicate body, she turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. She even turned back to provoke him, come chase me, if you can catch me, I can give you some benefits. If you don't beat me up for 3 days, you'll be the one to tear the tiles off the roof. Yang Kai grinned, and with the fluctuation of the space principle, his figure flashed and disappeared, chasing after her. The two figures, one in front and one behind, swept through the void at an extremely fast speed. Although Yang Kai tried his best to stimulate the space principle, Yu Rumeng's strength was unfathomable after her cultivation was fully recovered, and Yang Kai was unable to catch up. He kept following behind her, which made him very depressed. After a full 2 hours, Yu Rumeng suddenly stopped in the void, slightly raised her head, and opened her arms as if she wanted to embrace the whole world, breathing in large mouthfuls of air. Yang Kai shook his head and rushed over from behind. Finally back, Yu Rumeng let out a long breath, a satisfied expression on her face. Yang Kai glanced at her, then looked down at the fragment below, and said, "You said you would take me to a place. Is it the demon territory?" Yu Rumeng nodded, "Yes." A dignified demon saint did not hesitate to use the heart seal secret technique to deal with me. It seems that my space principle is very attractive to the demon territory, Yang Kai smiled. Yu Rumeng, the space principle is a very strange power, although there are many people in the territory, in the star boundary, Yu and Li Wui. Li, B. T-T-E. You. You think I don't want to? Yu Rumeng said helplessly, "It's just that I used a secret technique to change my appearance, so I can only exert the strength of a second-order emperor in the star boundary, so how can I be your opponent? If you don't want to, how can I capture you and bring you to the demon territory?" So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly understood and secretly rejoiced in his heart. His plan and Yu Rumeng somewhat coincided, otherwise, it would not have been so easy to enter the territory of the demon race. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Then what do you want me to do? Help you arrange a space array and mobilize the demon race's army? Can you do this?" Yu Rumeng looked at him in surprise. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, "I can't. My space array can only work in one world. The situation in the demon territory is special. Even if I arrange a space array in the fragment worlds, they can't be connected to each other. So, if you brought me here for this matter, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Unless my attainments in space principles are deeper and I can break through the barriers of the small world's world force." Yu Rumeng smiled, "I already expected this, so rest assured, we don't need you to arrange a space array. With the existence of the World Gate, it's quite convenient to mobilize the army in the demon territory. At worst, it'll just take a little more time." "Then what do you want me to do?" Yang Kai frowned. "I'll tell you when the time comes." Seeing Yang Kai's unhappy expression, Yu Rumeng quickly changed the topic. "Do you want to see my true face?" She had disguised herself as Li Shiqing, so naturally, she would appear as Li Shiqing. Although she had recovered after returning to the demon territory, her face was always shrouded by a strange power. It was hazy, making it difficult for people to see clearly. Unless they were stronger than her, they could use their divine sense to break through the seal of that power. However, she had told Yang Kai before that her true face was not inferior to Li Shiqing's. Then again, she was a succubus demon and a demon saint level powerhouse, so her appearance was naturally not bad. No. To Yu Rumeng's surprise, Yang Kai actually raised his hand and refused. Yu Rumeng was stunned for a moment. "Why, are you afraid that I'm too ugly?" Yang Kai said casually, "Even if you're as ugly as a pig, you're still a treasure in my heart, so your appearance doesn't mean anything to me. Your mouth is smeared with honey, no wonder you can deceive so many women." Yu Rumeng snorted and reached out to pinch Yang Kai's chin. Just like how Yang Kai dealt with her in the star boundary, she turned his face around. "If you don't want to look, then I'll make you look." While speaking, the haze on her face slowly faded away, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. She was as pure and beautiful as a snow fairy, with an incomparably elegant appearance. She was as youthful as a mountain spring, without the slightest impurity, with a hint of holiness and purity. Yang Kai was originally a little annoyed by her means, but at this moment, he was somewhat stunned. Was this still a succubus demon? On the battlefield, he had seen many succubus demons, and even killed some, but which one of those succubus demons wasn't charming and seductive? Their eyes were full of lust, as if they could be in heat at any time, and their clothes were as revealing as possible, as if they couldn't wait to go to the battlefield naked to charm people. But Yu Rumeng completely overturned the impression of the succubus demon in Yang Kai's heart. What was with this pure feeling that he couldn't bear to destroy? Thinking of all the things he had done to Yu Rumeng before, Yang Kai inexplicably felt a sense of guilt. His heart trembled, and he quickly guarded his mind. Oh my God, this woman's bewitching technique had probably been cultivated to the extreme. Without doing anything, just her face was enough to shake his mind, making him feel that she was the most beautiful existence in the world. Any blasphemy to her was unforgivable. The corners of Yu Rumeng's eyes curved like crescent moons. She was very satisfied with Yang Kai's reaction and asked softly, "Do I look good?" Yang Kai nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. He reached out and hugged Yu Rumeng's soft waist, and without any explanation, put his mouth on hers. A slender jade finger suddenly blocked Yang Kai's mouth. Yu Rumeng looked at him playfully. It's not so easy to take advantage of me in the demon territory. In the past, she was bullied badly by Yang Kai in the star boundary. To think that she, a dignified demon saint, was forced to perish together with Yang Kai at the slightest provocation. She was even put on his lap and spanked without any resistance. Now that they were in her territory, how could she not torment Yang Kai? Yang Kai opened his mouth and sucked her finger in his mouth. He tried his best to tease her and said vaguely, "Rumeng, I think it's time for us to consummate our marriage. You know my feelings, and I have already come to the demon territory with you. There is no turning back. Can you bear to see me suffer like this?" Yu Rumeng smiled sweetly. "I said, as long as you can beat me, you can do whatever you want." "How long will that take?" Yang Kai said with a bitter face, "What's the point of seeing it but not eating it?" "Then I don't care." "Let go." Yu Rumeng slowly shook her head. Yang Kai curled her finger with his tongue and shook his head. "I won't let go." Yu Rumeng was both angry and amused. "Are you going to let go or not? If you don't, I won't be polite to you." "How are you going to be rude?" Yang Kai smiled mischievously. Yu Rumeng looked helpless. She stretched out her other hand, curled her middle finger, and flicked Yang Kai's forehead as fast as lightning. With a bang, Yang Kai was directly bounced thousands of feet away before he could barely stabilize his body. He felt dizzy and almost fainted. After recovering with great difficulty, Yang Kai roared at Yu Rumeng, "Are you trying to kill me?" Yu Rumeng said with a smile, "I'll teach you a lesson. If you continue to pester me, I'll deal with you like this again." Yang Kai's eyes widened and his face was full of resentment. It was really 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Every dog had its day. If he had known earlier, he would have raped her directly in the star boundary. Now there wouldn't be so much trouble. But now, he couldn't beat her. He had to endure it. His heart was sullen, and the expression on his face was ugly. Yu Rumeng stretched out her hand and a great force came over. Yang Kai involuntarily flew to her side, unable to control his body at all. Yu Rumeng stretched out her hand and grabbed Yang Kai's collar, pulled him over, stood on tiptoe, and gently kissed Yang Kai on the forehead. Yang Kai wiped his forehead and snorted with disgust. "What do you mean by giving me a date for every blow? Are you trying to coax a child? If you say so, then so be it. All right, stop fooling around. I'll take you to a place first." Saying so, she urged her demonic chi to wrap Yang Kai and rushed towards a nearby world gate. Yang Kai remained silent, as if he was sulking. Yu Rumeng didn't care about him. As her cultivation recovered, this woman seemed to have become more confident. She no longer tried to kill Yang Kai like she did in the star boundary, which made Yang Kai feel a little lost. The two flew all the way, passing through one world gate after another, passing through one world gate after another. Just as Yu Rumeng had said before, these world fragments were very different. Some were so big that one couldn't see the end of it at a glance, with a radius of tens of thousands of miles. There were also small world fragments like the one where the passage between the two worlds was located. As long as one flew a little higher, one could clearly see the shape of the entire continent. Moreover, the environment of these world fragments was also different. Some world fragments were rich in world energy and full of vitality, while some world fragments were dead silent and lacking in world energy. Along the way, Yang Kai clicked his tongue in amazement. However, without exception, these world fragments were full of rich demonic qi. Creatures that were not in demon territory could not survive at all. Chapter 3440. After half a day passed like this, Yang Kai could no longer hold it in. He came to the demon territory this time for another purpose. Yu Rumeng only thought that he was desperate in the astral boundary, so she turned to the demon race in anger. She did not know his true purpose, nor did she know that he had already transferred the heart seal secret technique to the soul-warming lotus. Yu Rumeng did not hesitate to sacrifice herself to plant the secret technique, but it did not bind Yang Kai much. Instead, it bound herself tightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he naturally had to inquire about some information. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't bother to get angry with Yu Rumeng and started chatting with her casually. The atmosphere gradually became lively, and Yang Kai felt that the time was about right, so he asked casually, "By the way, Rumeng, how many demon saint are there in the demon territory?" This was definitely information that even the great emperors could not figure out. If he could find out, it would be of great help to the future situation. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will not be defeated in 100 battles. There are a total of 12 demon saint in the demon territory. Yu Rumeng did not suspect anything. What's more, this was not a secret. Since Yang Kai came to the demon territory, he could find someone to inquire about this. Every demon saint has a different number of half-saint subordinates, and they are in charge of a different number of fragments. 12. Yang Kai whistled. Compared to the astral boundary, there are 2 more. Yu Rumeng smiled slightly. Now there are 13, but there are only 9 in the astral boundary. That's true. Yang Kai nodded. The Night Shadow Great Emperors had defected to the enemy. Compared to the demon territory, the number of Great Emperors on the astral boundary side was now 4 less than the number of Great Emperors in the demon territory. This number did not include the Great Emperors of the Bright Moon Empire who were currently in prison. If the Bright Moon Empire, whose fate was unknown, were included, the number of high-end combatants on the astral boundary side would be even lower. The term Bottle of Heaven and Earth should also be used in the demon territory. The reason why there were more demon saint in the demon territory than the great emperors in the astral world was probably because the bottle in the demon territory had a larger capacity than the bottle in the astral world. Therefore, there were 12 demon saint existences. The situation in the astral boundary was not optimistic. Yang Kai was faintly worried in his heart. These 12 demon saint alone were not easy to deal with. If they really rushed into the astral boundary, who knew how much damage they would cause? Perhaps the entire astral boundary would be destroyed. Is the demon saint the most powerful existence in the demon territory? Yang Kai asked again. I seem to have heard that there is a great demon god in the demon territory. With a swoosh, Yu Rumeng's figure suddenly stopped. Yang Kai did not react and rushed far away before turning around and flying back. He asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Yu Rumeng looked at Yang Kai with a dignified face and said, "Where did you hear this news?" Yang Kai shrugged, "I forgot. I don't know who casually mentioned it to me or what ancient book I read." Yu Rumeng's expression made him feel that something was wrong. She was actually a little nervous and uneasy. After pondering for a moment, Yu Rumeng said, "Don't mention those words in the future." She did not say which words she was referring to, but Yang Kai was not stupid. How could he not know what she was referring to? Why? Yang Kai frowned. Be obedient. Yu Rumeng sternly said, absolutely, absolutely do not mention it again. Otherwise, if something happens to you, even I can't protect you. So serious? Yang Kai was shocked. Yu Rumeng was already a demon saint, but even she could not protect him. So, it seemed that the great demon god really existed? Moreover, he was in existence above the demon saint? Originally, when he had been training in the dream world thousand illusions for dozens of years, in the final battle, the evergreen divine tree sacrificed itself and used its essence to seal the passage between the two worlds. From the other side of the passage, a giant hand covered the sky. Even though it was separated by the power of the world, the power that the giant hand displayed was unimaginable, almost causing Yang Kai to fail. That was a power that surpassed the demon saint. In the demon territory, people called it the great demon god. The things in the dream world thousand illusions were based on what had happened in the real world. In other words, in the long river of history, the great demon god had indeed appeared. But now, Yu Rumeng actually warned Yang Kai not to mention it with a serious face, which made Yang Kai a little confused. He did not know what the three words, great demon god, meant in the demon territory, but he could faintly feel the weight of these three words in this big world. I know. Yang Kai nodded seriously, I will definitely not mention it in the future. Yu Rumeng was obviously relieved, that's good. Yang Kai said again, what about the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent? I heard that he seems to have fallen somewhere in the demon territory. How is the situation now? Why are you asking this? Yu Rumeng frowned slightly. Yang Kai sneered, the people of the star boundary have gone too far. Now, I am powerless to take revenge. If I can kill one of their great emperors, it can be considered as collecting some interest. Yu Rumeng laughed and said, revenge is not urgent. You still have a lot of room for growth. It won't be too late to make plans after you have really grown up one day. Besides, the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent are not people you can kill just because you want to. Yang Kai winked at her and said, I am not their opponent, but don't I still have you? Yu Rumeng shook her head, a great emperor's is like a cornered beast, I don't want to get involved in this trouble. What's more, I am not responsible for this matter. I have been staying in the star boundary all this time, so I don't know where the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent are trapped. Yang Kai also thought so. Yu Rumeng had been staying in the star boundary all this time, so how could she know what happened in the demon territory? It was a bit presumptuous of her to inquire about the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent from him, so he immediately closed his mouth to avoid making a mistake. It seemed that after settling down, he would have to make some inquiries. Chapter 34-41. While his mind was racing, the half-saint of demon race suddenly shouted, You dare to be rude to master? You're courting death. Raising his hand, he sent out a burst of blood demon chi towards Yang Kai. This blood demon chi looked insignificant, but in fact, it was extremely fast and contained infinite power. After all, it was the attack of a half-saint in anger, so how could it be underestimated? Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, and he didn't dodge. Just as the blood evil chi was about to reach him, a jade hand suddenly stretched out of thin air and accurately grabbed the blood evil chi, crushing it with a light squeeze. Yu Rumeng shouted in a low voice, Yu Sang, don't be rude. The half-saint of demon race called Yu Sang suddenly opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, Master, if he had only been suspicious before, then Yu Rumeng's attitude was enough to confirm what the human in front of him had just said. Did Master really have an extraordinary relationship with this lowly human? How was this possible? What did this human do to gain the favor of a devil saint? Yu Sang was furious and wanted to tear Yang Kai into pieces, but with Yu Rumeng's protection, he didn't have the chance. Yu Rumeng was too lazy to talk to him, and she didn't even have the intention to explain. She just raised her chin slightly and shouted in a dignified voice, Stand down. Yu Sang's face was slightly ferocious as he stared fiercely at Yang Kai for a while, then lowered his head, cupped his hands, and left. Staring at his back, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly. Damn, I met a love rival as soon as I arrived. This isn't a good sign. If it was an ordinary demon king, then it would be fine, but a half-saint is still a bit difficult for me to deal with. It seems that I have to be careful of this guy in the future. Yu Rumeng turned to Yang Kai and said, the demon territory is different from the star boundary. The people of the demon race are straightforward. They don't beat around the bush like you humans. Don't meet him alone when I'm not with you. He dares to kill me? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Didn't you see it just now? Yang Kai was even more confused. Why? Isn't he afraid you'll punish him? Isn't he your subordinate? Yu Rumeng smiled faintly, the devil territory advocates strength. If you are strong, everything you do is right. If you are weak, everything you do is wrong. If he killed you, I am not in a position to punish him. At most, I can only secretly avenge you. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said, what if I kill him? As long as you have the ability, you can kill whoever you want. Yang Kai nodded slightly, his eyes shining as he said, survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. The demon territory is indeed a good place. A ferocious environment bred a ferocious race. Yang Kai somewhat understood how the demon race developed their fearlessness towards death. Let's go. I'll settle you down first. After saying that, she led Yang Kai to the palace. The palace was very large, and the interior decoration was also luxurious and grand. Along the way, there were guards and maids constantly bowing and saluting, but they also cast curious glances at Yang Kai. In the devil territory, a human suddenly appeared in the palace of a demon saint. Naturally, the demon race was very surprised, but at least there was no unpleasant scene like before. Yang Kai followed beside Yu Rumeng, deliberately walking side by side with her with an arrogant look. After walking around, they came to a garden. Yu Rumeng turned to look at Yang Kai and said, what do you think of this place? Yang Kai walked in with his hands behind his back. He looked around and found that the environment was good and the area was quite large. Naturally, he had no objections. He turned to Yu Rumeng and asked, do you live here too? Yu Rumeng smiled slightly, do you want me to live here? Yang Kai stepped forward and held her hand. He said shyly, if you are not by my side, what should I do if that Yu Sang comes to trouble me again? I am not his opponent. Yu Rumeng glanced at him and said with a smile, don't worry, he doesn't have the guts to do anything in the palace. It's better to be safe than sorry. Yang Kai winked at her. Yu Rumeng poked his head in annoyance and pulled her hand back. She turned and said, you can stay here and wait for me to settle down. I will come to see you again. Don't go. Yang Kai shouted at her graceful back, why are you leaving when you haven't finished talking? After shouting a few words, Yu Rumeng disappeared. Yang Kai touched his chin and smacked his lips. He muttered in his heart that it was better that she left. If he stayed with Yu Rumeng, it would be really inconvenient to do things. He turned around and walked into a large hall with a refreshed expression. He grabbed a maid and asked her about the situation. Then, he found a side room and went in. Since he had become the demon race's territory, he had discovered that the world principles in the demon territory were slightly different from those in the star boundary. However, since they were both large worlds, there was no suppression of strength. However, if he wanted to exert his full strength, he needed to first familiarize himself with the world principles in the demon territory. Otherwise, if he really wanted to fight with someone, he was afraid that his hands and feet would be tied. For the next few days, Yang Kai stayed in his room and did not come out. He worked hard to make his cultivation compatible with the world principles in the demon territory. These few days were peaceful. Yu Rumeng was nowhere to be seen. He did not know what she was doing. Yu Sang also did not come to trouble him. Perhaps, as Yu Rumeng said, he did not have the guts to do anything in the palace. A few days later, Yang Kai walked out of his room. After several days of hard work, he had eliminated the world principles in the demon territory. Now, it was time to act. He did not come to the demon territory for sightseeing. He was not free and unfettered. Several great emperors had asked him to come and rescue the great emperors of the bright moon. That old man Heaven's revelations also said that he had a calamity to face in the demon territory. If he could survive it, he would soar to the sky. If other people said this, it would be nonsense. However, Heaven's revelations said it was different. Yang Kai did not know what kind of calamity he would face, but at present, he could only take one step at a time. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai decided to start with the geographical distribution of the demon territory. The demon territory was like a broken mirror, composed of countless fragments of continents. He felt that he had to at least figure out what those fragments were and which continents were connected to each other. Such women, no one would have any appetite. But then again, he had always been impatient and lecherous in front of Yu Rumeng, and Yu Rumeng had never let him have his way, so it was inevitable that she would be so defensive. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't have such thoughts, so he was only angry for a while, and then he calmed down. He took a deep breath and said, "What's your name?" The maidservant said, "This servant is called Xiao Wu." "What's the matter with the scar on your face?" Yang Kai asked again. Xiao Wu whispered, "I made a mistake, so I was punished." She was actually punished? Yang Kai thought that it was caused by a fight with someone. It could be seen that Xiao Wu's appearance should be very good when she was intact, but with so many scars on her face, she was completely disfigured. This was undoubtedly a very cruel punishment for a woman. Chapter 34-42. Yang Kai did not ask her what she had done wrong since it had nothing to do with him anyway. After a few casual words, he changed the topic. "It's like this. This king is new here and is not familiar with the situation in the demon domain. I would like to ask if there is a map I can take a look at." "Map?" Xiao Wu thought for a while and said, "Master, if you want a map, you can ask the holy sage." I think the holy sage should have one. The holy sage that she was talking about was probably Yu Rumeng. Although the holy spirits in the savage wilderness ancient land also called themselves the holy sage, they were not comparable to the demon saint in terms of ability and cultivation. The so-called holy sages were not on the same level. Yang Kai twitched the corner of his mouth and waved his hand. "It is such a small matter. There is no need to trouble the holy sage." He did not want Yu Rumeng to know what he was doing, so that she would not be suspicious. Although the possibility was very small, it was better to guard against it. Xiao Wu thought for a while and said, "Master, you can go to the sacred city and look for it. I think it is sold there." "Oh." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "It is sold outside?" Xiao Wu said, "You can find everything in the sacred city." Yang Kai grinned, "Very good, then I'll have to trouble you to take me out for a walk." "Master, you want to go out?" Xiao Wu looked up at Yang Kai in surprise and quickly lowered her head. Yang Kai said, "Why? I can't go out." "Did the holy sage tell you not to go out?" "No." Xiao Wu hesitated and said, "But master, if you want to go out, please allow me to ask the holy sage." "Ask for what?" Yang Kai got down from the chair and strode out. "Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up. Follow me." On the other side, Xiao Wu could not help but feel a little anxious when she saw Yang Kai acting so decisively, but it was too late to stop him. She could only order the other maidservants to inform the holy master of Yang Kai's movements while she hurriedly followed Yang Kai's pace. The two of them, one in front and one behind, shuttled back and forth in the palace. Although Yang Kai wasn't familiar with this place, he still remembered the route when he had come here with Yu Rumeng last time. So, he quickly left the palace. As expected, the maids and guards he met on the way looked at him in surprise. When he was far away, they whispered to each other. He didn't know what they were talking about, but he didn't encounter any obstruction. Outside the palace, there was a large road that could accommodate more than a dozen carriages side by side that led directly to a bustling city more than a dozen kilometers away. Looking at the city from afar, it wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the large cities in the star boundary. In fact, it even surpassed them. The city had 8 gates, 2 each in the north, south, east, and west. The city gates were majestic, and the city walls towered high. With Yang Kai in the front and the maidservant Xiao Wu behind him, it didn't take long for them to reach the city gate. Yang Kai was a little worried that he, a human, would encounter any trouble when he entered the city. After all, this was the demon race's territory. The demon race wasn't so hospitable. Although he was brought here by Yu Ru Meng, not every demon race knew this. But when he arrived at the city gate, he realized that he was thinking too much. Although he was a human, he didn't have any characteristics of the demon race. But as long as he didn't use his power, most of the demon race wouldn't find any clues. They had never seen a human before. Who knew what a human looked like? The demon race that had seen a human was now in the star boundary. The reason why the demon race in the palace were surprised by him wasn't because he was a human, but because he was a man brought back by the Holy Senior. At the city gate, there were several fierce and powerful demon race guarding the city gate. All the passing demon race had to hand over something called a magic crystal in order to pass through the city gate. The magic crystal's function in the demon territory was the same as the source crystal's function in the star boundary. They were both hard currencies. Of course, Yang Kai didn't have a magic crystal, but he didn't need to pay. When a few demon race approached, Xiao Wu took out a token and waved it in front of them. The demon race respectfully retreated. After all, he was a person who walked out of the Holy Senior's palace, so he didn't need to pay. Entering peacefully like this, the bustling atmosphere suddenly filled Yang Kai's face, causing him to click his tongue in wonder. The demon race was bloodthirsty and warlike. He thought that the life in the demon race was very primitive, but now he knew that what was in the star boundary, it was also in the demon territory. For example, in the Holy City, there were straight and wide roads running from the north to the south. There were all kinds of shops on both sides of the streets, and there was an endless stream of people on the streets, shouting, bargaining, and so on. If it weren't for the obvious and strange demon race on the streets, Yang Kai would have thought that he was back in the star boundary. Master. Seeing that he was standing still, Xiao Wu called out softly from behind. Yes. Kai Yang nodded casually and immediately started walking forward. As he walked, he looked around with great interest. However, after a few steps, he heard Xiao Wu's low cry from behind him. He turned around and saw Xiao Wu sitting on the ground, holding her shoulder with a painful expression. Not far behind him, a burly demon race was walking as if he was flying. He swayed left and right as he walked, and the people in front of him all avoided him. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but immediately realized what was going on. He moved his feet and came behind the burly demon race, slapping him on the shoulder. The demon race was slapped so hard that he immediately became angry. He turned around, but there was no one behind him. Here. Kai Yang's face darkened as he lifted his head to look at him. Fuck, this guy was too tall. The demon race master looked down and saw Yang Kai, who was 2 heads shorter than him. Slowly turning around, the demon race master snorted and glared down at Yang Kai. What are you doing? Yang Kai gave him a thumbs up and pointed behind him. You knocked down my companion. The demon race looked up and saw Xiao Wu, who was slowly getting up from the ground. He grinned. So what? Apologize. Yang Kai smiled back. The demon race was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed loudly. His laughter rolled like thunder, and his huge body shook violently, as if he had heard the best joke in the world. Xiao Wu hurried over and said with a frightened face, Master, I'm fine. She didn't know how strong Yang Kai was, but she knew that the demon race in front of her was not to be trifled with. If Yang Kai got hurt because of a conflict, she would definitely be punished. Naturally, she wanted to make a big deal out of a small one. It's not about whether you're fine or not. You should apologize just because you bumped into someone. Yang Kai waved at her, indicating that she should stay aside. Xiao Wu pursed her lips and was a little speechless. Her eyes were full of anxiety. Hearing Yang Kai's words, the burly demon race snorted. What if I don't apologize? Yang Kai nodded. If you can't reason with him, then you can only use your fists. The demon race opened his eyes wide and said in surprise, You want to hit me? If you don't apologize, the demon race laughed again. This time, not only did he laugh, but he also said to the group of demon race passing by, This brat wants to hit me. When the demon race passing by heard this, they all stopped to watch the show. Some demon race even shouted, Beat him up. Break his bones and pull out his intestines. This guy's skin is so soft and tender. His blood must be delicious. The group of people kept shouting. The burly demon race's smile disappeared and he looked at Yang Kai with a ferocious expression. You want to hit me? I'll hit you. When he finished speaking, he raised his fists high and punched at Yang Kai's head with the force of a thunderbolt. With such a tall and sturdy body in a condescending attacking posture, this punch was like a thunderbolt. It actually made a sound that broke through the air. When he made his move, the demon race surrounding him became excited. It was as if they had seen something fun and they couldn't take their eyes off him. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, exclaimed, Master, be careful. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although this demon race looked burly and strong, he was actually just a demon commander, equivalent to a Dao Source Realm cultivator in the human race. At most, he was just a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. But now, he actually dared to take the initiative to attack him. However, since he was already attacking, Yang Kai naturally couldn't let him. Gently raising his hand, Yang Kai stopped the two fists that were smashing down. His body didn't move, but the ground under his feet shattered. Then, with a slight force, he kicked out and hit the demon race's ankle. Before the burly demon race could react, his tall and sturdy body fell to the ground involuntarily. With a bang, the ground was covered in dust. While he was still in a daze, Yang Kai slowly squatted in front of him, grabbed his collar with one hand and punched with the other. Asterisk hong hong hong, asterisk in the blink of an eye, the burly demon race was beaten black and blue, his eyes seeing stars. Behind him, Xiao Wu covered her red lips with her small hands and looked at Yang Kai in shock. The onlookers of the demon race were also stunned. The original shouting stopped abruptly, but soon, more excited shouts rang out, Kill him! Kill him! Smash his head and make his brains spill out. Dig out his demon heart. It will be delicious. Yang Kai looked around with a strange expression. He suddenly remembered what Yu Ru Meng had said before. In the demon territory, the strong were always right, and the weak were always wrong. The experience at this moment was the best portrayal and interpretation of this sentence. If they were in the star boundary, this kind of thing shouldn't have happened. Even if there were conflicts, there would be people watching the show, but they would never shout such bloody words and show such excited expressions. The burly demon race had already stopped moving. Yang Kai had punched him dozens of times, and even if he didn't use his full strength, it still took away half of his life. Getting up, Yang Kai sent the demon race flying with a kick and called out to Xiao Wu, Let's go. When their eyes met, the corners of Yang Kai's eyes twitched. He found that Xiao Wu was looking at him with a look of worship. Not only her, the onlookers of the demon race were also looking at him with reverence. Many of the demon race even showed kind smiles at him. This was the demon territory. Chapter 34-43. Along the way, Yang Kai observed the unique customs of the demon territory and saw many strange things. However, although some things were good, they were useless to the cultivator in the star boundary. They were only effective to the creatures in the demon territory, which made him give up on buying them. Moreover, he didn't have any demon crystals on hand. After strolling for half a day, he arrived in front of a shop. According to Xiao Wu, there should be maps for sale here. There weren't any servants outside the door to welcome customers. Many demon race members were coming in and out, so the business was quite prosperous. After entering the shop, Yang Kai's gaze was immediately attracted by the exquisite and small things on the counters on both sides. Those things looked like chariots, but each one was only the size of a palm. A demon race member seemed to be very interested in those things and was looking at them. The shop's clerk accompanied him and enthusiastically introduced the functions of those little things, praising the things in the shop as if they were unparalleled in the world. After listening for a while, Yang Kai discovered that those things were really chariots. The demon race member took a fancy to one of the chariots. The clerk immediately took it out and held it with one hand. He poured his demon chi into it and threw it forward. With a whoosh, the chariot expanded in the wind and turned into something more than 6 meters long. Its shape was sinister and angular. At the top of the chariot was a lifelike tiger head with a bloody mouth. It was extremely terrifying. The demon race member walked around the chariot a few times and touched it here and there. He even sat on it and tried it himself. He revealed a satisfied expression and haggled with the clerk. In the end, both sides were sold. After sending off a customer, the clerk turned to look at Yang Kai and said with a smile, "Master, what do you want to buy?" Yang Kai pointed to the door and said, "Give me the thing that guy was looking at." He was interested in the chariot. It wasn't something that could be seen in the star boundary. However, he often came across it in the star territory. The shop assistant immediately took out a vehicle of the same model and enthusiastically introduced it. "Customer, you have good taste. This Tigerhead War Chariot is a new model that was released by our store this year. Its performance is much better than the old model, and its speed is also much faster. You can go wherever you want with it." These words were no different from what he had just said to the demon race, so Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them. He snatched the tiger-headed war chariot from the shop assistant's hand, poured his emperor chi into it, and threw it forward like the shop assistant. The war chariot immediately enlarged and appeared in front of him. Yang Kai was startled. He had just casually tested it and did not expect his emperor's chi to work on this thing. It seemed that this thing could be used by both the human race and the demon race. Yang Kai withdrew his emperor chi and the shop assistant's cultivation was not high, so he naturally did not see anything wrong with it. He still enthusiastically said, "Customer, you may try it. If you are not satisfied with it, you can always try something else." Yang Kai had the same idea and immediately sat on it. He found that the interior design of this war chariot was quite user-friendly, and it was very comfortable to sit inside. The only downside was that the space was a little small. At most, it could only accommodate 2 or 3 people. If one was a little bigger, it would be enough for one person to sit inside. After feeling it for a while, Yang Kai got up and climbed out, nodding. "How is the defense of this thing?" The shop assistant smiled and said, "Customer, rest assured, this thing is made of 12th order demon iron. Its defensive power is enough to pass through a realm gate and even withstand a full force blow from a demon king." Yang Kai did not know what 12th order demon iron was, but since it could withstand a full force blow from a demon king, its defensive power should not be weak. He then asked, "What about its offensive power? How come I don't see any place that can be attacked? Could it be that there is some kind of special spirit array engraved on it?" As soon as this was said, the shop assistant's expression suddenly became strange as he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Behind him, Xiaowu awkwardly walked up and whispered into Yang Kai's ear, "Master, this thing is not used for fighting, it is used for traveling. There are countless fragments within the demon race territory, and not every demon race knows the route to each of these fragments. This war chariot is engraved with the location of the realm gates and the route to each of these fragments, so as long as you set it in advance, you can arrive at your destination smoothly, saving you a lot of trouble." So it's a flight-type artifact. Yang Kai suddenly realized, no wonder the shop assistant was looking at him strangely. Reaching out, he patted the shop assistant's shoulder and said seriously, I was just joking. Ha! The shop assistant's smile stiffened. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around before lightly coughing. Do you sell maps in this shop? Maps? The shop assistant frowned. What kind of maps does master want to buy? What kind of maps do you have? Yang Kai asked in return. The shop assistant said, we have maps of every Saint Venerable's territory, a total of 12 copies. Which Saint Venerable's territory does this customer want a map of? There were 12 demon saints' territory in the demon race territory, so why was the map also divided into 12 copies? Yang Kai said, do you not have a map that includes all of the fragments? We do, but the price. The shop assistant smiled at Yang Kai. After what happened just now, he had a lot of doubts about this customer's purchasing power. He didn't even know what the war chariot was used for, and yet he came in. Clearly he didn't want to buy anything. The price is not a problem, Yang Kai said calmly. The shop assistant hesitated for a moment before nodding. Then please wait a moment, I will bring it to you. After saying that, he turned around and walked into the inner hall. After he left, Xiao Wu came over and carefully said, Master, this servant forgot to ask you, how many magic crystals do you have? I don't have any. Yang Kai glanced at her. Xiao Wu was stunned when she heard this, but she quickly took off the ring on her finger and said, I have some magic crystals here, but I don't know if it will be enough. Master, take it first. Yang Kai smiled and pushed the ring back. I have my ways. Since he dared to come, he naturally had his own plans. Seeing him like this, Xiao Wu didn't say anything else. She could only secretly pray that nothing bad would happen today, otherwise she wouldn't be able to escape punishment. Not long after, the shop assistant came back with a round black ball in his hand and a stand under it. Walking over, the shop assistant said, Customer, this is the store's best map. Please take a look and see if you are satisfied with it. Yang Kai reached out to take the black ball and observed it for a moment. This thing was about the size of a human head and was quite heavy. He didn't know what material it was made of, but although this was the first time he had come into contact with this thing, it was similar to the mountain ripple diagram in the star boundary, so he immediately poured his divine sense into it. With a whoosh, the plate of a continent appeared in his divine sense, and a small black dot stood at a certain place on this continent, completely unremarkable. Yang Kai guessed that this small black dot represented his current location, and the continent that appeared in his knowledge sea should be the land under his feet. Phantom Continent. The name of each continent was also marked on this map. Only then did Yang Kai know that the continent under his feet was actually called the Phantom Continent, presumably because of Yu Ru Meng's name and the succubus demon's race. In the sky around the continent, there were 7 or 8 red dots. Yang Kai knew at a glance that these red dots represented the location of the realm gate, and each red dot had a thin white line connecting it to the distance. Yang Kai immersed himself in his divine sense and followed the thin white line, quickly finding another red dot and seeing another continent. After several attempts, Yang Kai figured out how to use this thing. This was a good thing, and it was exactly what he needed urgently. With this map, he would be able to grasp how to enter and exit the various fragments of the demon domain. Otherwise, if he wanted to go from one fragment to another, it would be like a blind man groping for an elephant. The shop assistant on the side said, Customer, you can try to use your divine sense to call out the names of the 2 continents. Yang Kai looked up at him and decisively gave it a try, calling out the Phantom Continent and the Black Earth Continent in his heart. This Black Earth Continent was what he saw when he was groping around. It was very far from the Phantom Continent, separated by several fragments of the continent. But at this moment, starting from a certain red dot on the Phantom Continent, the connected white threads suddenly blossomed with a bright light. Like a burning flame, they spread all the way to another red dot, entered the neighboring continent, and then extended from another realm gate on this continent. In the blink of an eye, the closest route from the Phantom Continent to the Black Earth Continent was clear at a glance. If Yang Kai really wanted to go to the Black Earth Continent, He only needed to follow this route and pass through a few realm gates. Good, good, good. Yang Kai was full of praise. To be able to refine this thing, it was definitely a genius. To a human like him who had just arrived, this thing was more useful than anything else. How many magic crystals is this thing? Yang Kai held the black ball and didn't want to let go, so he turned to ask the shop assistant. He really wants to buy it? The shop assistant was a little surprised. He thought that Yang Kai didn't have much purchasing power, but who would have thought that he was such a big customer? He immediately smiled and said, 5 million high-rank magic crystals. Magic crystals were also divided into high, medium, and low rank, and they had the same conversion ratio as source crystals, 1 to 10. However, Yang Kai didn't have much of an idea of the so-called 5 million high-rank magic crystals, nor did he know what kind of wealth it was. He estimated that it was not much different from 5 million high-rank source crystals. 5 million high-rank source crystals was not a big deal to him, so he nodded and asked, "How about this tiger-head chariot?" The shop assistant smiled even more happily. This one only costs 1 million high-rank magic crystals. A total of 6 million high-rank source crystals. Yang Kai nodded, but Xiao Wu's face paled when she heard this. That's too expensive. The shop assistant said, "Good things naturally have different prices. You can ask around in the holy city if there is a better chariot than this shop, or if there is a better map than this shop. If there is, these two things will be given to you as a gift." You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.